Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Nigga acts about me. I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler. Homie, I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler.
Every day I'm hustling. 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 Every day I'm.
At the end of the day, every cheater has their day.
He has a good power, he has a good skills, but most of people think about him like he's untouchable.
Look at him go! Oh my word, people! Bill was the best fighter since Floyd Mayweather.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth about Canelo. Motherfucker easy, man.
Bivol is always gonna be Canelo.
We are now locked into the Boxing Voice live from Las Vegas with Nesta Gibbs and William.
Fucking headband. Canelo. Bullshit.
I wanted to see the dog in you, bro. The dog in you, because at the end of the day, if you a champion, you supposed to be the best.
Sometimes it's funny.
And you all should believe in yourself. And you achieve what you want.
I told y'all niggas had me in the dirt. I came out the mud. No dirt. Bivol, baby.
SDS Promotions. You are now locked into the Boxing Voice live from Las Vegas with Nesta Gibbs and Ringwalk Danny.
At the end of the day, every cheater has their day.
He has a good power, he has a good skills, but most of people think about him like he's untouchable.
Look at him go! Oh my word, people! Bill was the best fighter since Floyd Mayweather.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth about Canelo. Motherfucker easy, man.
Bivol is always gonna be Canelo.
He's still undefeated and still the WWE
Fucking headband. Canelo. Bullshit.
I wanted to see the dog in you, bro. The dog in you, because at the end of the day, if you a champion, you supposed to be the best.
Sometimes it's funny.
And you all should believe in yourself. And you achieve what you want.
I told y'all niggas had me in the dirt. I came out the mud. No dirt. Bivol, baby.
SDS Promotions.
At the end of the day, every cheater has their day.
He has a good power, he has a good skills, but most of people think about him like he's untouchable.
Look at him go! Oh my word, people! Bill was the best fighter since Floyd Mayweather.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth about Canelo. Motherfucker easy, man.
Bivol is always gonna be Canelo.
He's still undefeated and still the WWE
Fucking headband. Canelo. Bullshit.
I wanted to see the dog in you, bro. The dog in you, because at the end of the day, if you a champion, you supposed to be the best.
Sometimes it's funny.
And you all should believe in yourself. And you achieve what you want.
I told y'all niggas had me in the dirt. I came out the mud. No dirt. Bivol, baby.
SDS Promotions.
At the end of the day, every cheater has their day.
He has a good power, he has a good skills, but most of people think about him like he's untouchable.
Look at him go! Oh my word, people! Bill was the best fighter since Floyd Mayweather.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth about Canelo. Motherfucker easy, man.
Bivol is always gonna be Canelo.
He's still undefeated and still the WWE
Fucking headband. Canelo. Bullshit.
I I wanted to see the dog in you, bro. The dog in you, because at the end of the day, if you a champion, you supposed to be the best.
Sometimes it's funny.
And you all should believe in yourself. And you achieve what you want.
I told y'all niggas had me in the dirt. I came out the mud. No dirt. Bibble, baby.
SDS Promotions.
At the end of the day, every cheater has their day.
He has a good power, he has a good skills, but most of people think about him like he's untouchable.
Look at him go. Oh my word,
Bibble's the best fighter since Floyd Mayweather.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth about Canelo. Motherfucker easy, man.
Bibble is always gonna be Canelo.
He's still undefeated and still the WWE
Fucking headband. Canelo. Bullshit.
I wanted to see the dog in you, bro. The dog in you, because at the end of the day, if you a champion, you supposed to be the best.
Sometimes it's funny.
And you all should believe in yourself. And you achieve what you want.
I told y'all niggas had me in the dirt. I came out the mud. No dirt. Bibble, baby.
Good morning, TBV. Good morning, Las Vegas. Good morning, Danny Alvarez. What's going on, TBV? Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nestor Gibbs. Find me on TikTok as Nestor Gibbs, but on Instagram and Twitter as NesGTO. It is fight week, and we're back to discuss Jermell Charlo, the unified champion, taking on Brian Castano for the WBO belt to try and become undisputed yet again. This is a rematch of their first fight, and today is our Thursday, where we will be doing previews and predictions later today. This morning, Danny, we're going to be talking specifically, will this fight go the distance, as it was a media workout yesterday. A lot of quotes to discuss, but Charlo said he doesn't get paid to go overtime, and he's looking to knock Castano out. So the question is, will this fight go the distance? We'll be checking mybookie.ag to see what the betting lines are and how much money you can make if it does go the distance. In fact, because when they say it won't go the distance, it usually goes the distance. But shout out to Haradin, keeping us eyes low in the morning, but feeling energetic with that GMO. Yo, Danny, but what do you think? Distance? No distance? What's the easiest answer, even though we'll elaborate and go into the betting lines and the prop bets that are available to us? But what's the easy answer for you?
Well, good morning, bro. Good morning. How are you? No, you haven't given me the opportunity to speak.
Oh, what's up?
How you feeling?
I'm fucking good, as you can see.
Bro, we good. Yeah. Yeah, the fight's going the distance for sure.
For sure.
Nah, not for sure. Because if it doesn't go the distance, that means it could get stopped. Let me tell you.
What? Well, that's actually the only thing it could be, right? It's like either or a stoppage.
That's correct. Now, I think the fight goes the distance. We saw even in the Tony Harrison rematch, you know, Tony Harrison to me got complacent. Obviously, Jermell was doing what he was supposed to be doing, but to me, Tony got complacent. He got comfortable and got caught slipping. So to me, that's why I say I think it does go the distance. I think Charlo wins, but you know, obviously it is boxing. It could be an early night, and we did see that in Charlo's last rematch versus Tony Harrison.
Now, do you think everyone, and by everyone I'm obviously generalizing here, but do you think that you guys are picking Charlo to win in the rematch because he has more tools? Like, when I say Brian Castano, what comes to mind? First thing
that comes to mind is the first Charlo fight, honestly.
Okay, when I say Brian Castano's style, what comes to mind?
Pressure come forward.
All right. So that's what I'm saying. I think that the people that are picking Charlo may be believing that he has gears, levels that he can change, right?
No, I think he absolutely can. I mean, we've seen him bite down and be able to, fight on the inside. We've seen him be able to box and stay on the outside. We've seen him, be able to, take something to exchange. Take one to deliver two. So I think that Charlo has a very unique, style, in the sense that maybe not unique, just more diverse than Castano. So
I agree. And that's what I'm saying. I think he has more tools in the tool belt, and that's why people are going to pick him, because he can bang, but he can also box. Before he got with Derek James, he was a damn good boxer. If you go back and you watch his Gabe Rosado fight, he outboxed Gabe, where a lot of people have some issues with Gabe. Those that have issues have issues. Those that, guys like Peter Quillen blew Gabe out. You know what I mean? Jay Leone, tough time. Daniel Jacobs, tough time. So I think Charlo can switch, but I think we're also underestimating Castano because rematches bring familiarity to both teams, right? Because now we're both familiar with each other. It's not just Charlo that can make adjustments and or gain confidence from his first performance. It's also Castano. I mean, he feels he won. So whatever he did right, he'll try to do more of that. There's also tape now for him to try and do less of whatever they feel he did wrong. But what do you think he needs to do to get a win over Charlo? And I'll pull up mybookie.ag so we can get those prop bets.
To me, in order for Brian Castano to win against Jermell Charlo, you have to make him extremely uncomfortable. You can't let him dictate the pace of the fight. Mm-hmm. So you have to make him uncomfortable, and you have to enforce your will, enforce your style, and you dictate that pace. Make him uncomfortable and overwhelm him. I mean, Castano did catch Charlo a couple times in that first fight. So he's going to need a lot more of that. And, just to be careful when he does do that, because obviously Jermell being a boxer puncher, he's going to be able to counter. And he has that reach. So you got to be careful if you're Brian Castano.
And he has a good jab. So Castano, who's a pressure fighter, he still got to get past that jab.
And that's what I'm saying, that he has to enforce his will. Like he has to dictate that pace. He can't let Jermell get that jab off. He has to make him uncomfortable. He can't let Jermell get that jab off. Like he has to come forward, be a dog, and enforce his will. Because like I said, he caught him a couple times in that first fight.
He did. And listen, I would say this is the year of the upsets, but it's just kind of an after effect of last year. Upsets are happening more and more. And I guess the biggest, most recently, is last week,
But here's the thing, though. Last week, you had, obviously, Dimitri Bivol being the champion and, at hand. This fight, both men are champions. Canelo going into that fight, though, he was a big favorite. Nobody's a big favorite. This is a pretty down the middle kind of fight.
It certainly is down the middle. Very close. The line is minus 175 for
Jermell Charlo and
plus 145 for Castano, which is very good money if you believe in the puncher. Let me get a screen share here. So if you believe in the puncher, okay. So if you believe in the puncher, then you're better off going with Castano at plus money, because every 100 on DraftKings will get you 145 plus your 100. But on my bookie, It's 170 if you believe in Castano the puncher. So, use the code BETTBV. Head on over to MyBookie and get greater odds. Even for Charlo, right? Is it better? I think it might be better on DraftKings if you believe in Charlo, right? Because he's a minus 145 and over here he's a minus 200. How is it? Is that?
Yeah, minus 145. That means you only have to put down $145 to win 100 back.
Yeah, this one is, so it's greater than. So, if you want to pick Charlo, you probably better go on to DraftKings if it's available in your location. Unlike MyBookie, available everywhere. Remember to use the code BETTBV. So now, Charlo himself had a few things to say, and that's what brings us to this show, right? So let's pull up these quotes from yesterday's media workout. And Charlo says, I don't want this fight to go to distance. I don't get paid for overtime. I'm excited and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rock. I'm putting it all on the line and I'm ready to destroy. I'm going to give the fans an exciting and entertaining show and just have fun out there. Castano is going to have to do something different this fight. If not, he knows he's getting slept. Whatever he does or whatever moves he makes, I'm going to be on him. My goal is to knock him out. I approach this fight like I approach any fight. I come in there, I'm 0-0, let's go in there and see who's better. Let's see who's the real dog is. So I'm going to stop there because he got some more very aggressive quotes. So it sounds like he's coming out to put the pressure on Castano this time. And you know what? I don't know that that's not the greatest plan in the world, right? Like, obviously Tyson Fury did it. And it's a phrase in boxing, bully the bully. If Castano is this come-forward fighter, fuck it. Can he fight going backwards? Let's push him. Let's see. But that's a gamble, too. They want to see. Sometimes... when you fight fire with fire, there's an explosion. Like Castano can't stand his fucking ground and, whip them hooks back at him. So this is going to be interesting to see, does he live up to these words of what seems, my interpretation obviously so far, seems like he's going to put some pressure on Castano. Are you getting the same thing? Because I don't want to... Yeah, I mean, not that I didn't already, but, I just want to hear your thoughts anyway.
I think we saw it in the Tony Harrison rematch. I think we saw Charlo, bringing more pressure and kind of sitting on his punches a little bit more. So I do expect it. I'm not surprised, and I am excited to be at the War Grounds for this fight.
I keep forgetting that you're going, bro. You're so casual and nonchalant about this. You're actually flying in on a Saturday. That's crazy. I've never done that the day of. I've never flew into any fight the day of because I feel like, for me, back then, economically, it didn't make sense. I feel like I can't generate what I spent in one day. Like, you can, but you got to be the Flash.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you got to be able to hit everybody in all the spots on fight night. It's pretty tough.
Yeah, no, logistically, it just made more sense for this fight for me to get to Carson on fight night, on fight day. So, that's the way we're going to do it. But I am going to be there, so you're going to be here calling it Dolo.
Solo Dolo, Scarface, no Manolo. Okay?
Just Ness and Bo.
Yep. So shout out to Mimi G. Mimi G. Oh, shit. Mimi G.
Mimi G.
It's so funny because this says... for the North what? This is Florida. Shout out to Florida, yo. It's crazy. But Mimi G just bought a hat for Devontae Glover.
Uh-oh.
What's this? Oh, these actually look fire.
Hold on.
Wow.
This shit.
I think I really like these.
Shout out to Sabas, Steph Cruz. Thank you, brother.
Wow. Nah, these are fire.
Wow. Yo, this shit's dope.
Mm-hmm.
We have zoom.
I might have to put the vet key on these, bro.
Got to. It's a requirement.
is over here.
Show the inside. It got the sock like
Right.
a real boxing glove.
No, it's even laced up.
It's even laced.
It's crazy.
That's the part Fury cut off against Christian. Christian Hammer. He cut
You would, yo, he from Alabama. He would say that.
Roll Tide.
Yo. Yo, that look fire. I'm hanging mine right there on my mic.
Yo, this shit's exactly like our autograph gloves too.
Yeah. Actually, it's better because
it's the print versus this
I mean, I don't know how I feel about the print version. I like that one that is stitched on.
Stitch, yes.
But this,
No, I wish it was actually stitched on.
Embroidery, you mean?
Right.
So that's why this one looks stylistic, aesthetically better, because it is seamless. But shout out to Sabas for completing our order and getting these in time to deliver them to you. Because guess what? Bo was like, no, don't put it yet. I'm like, bruh, God is good. And here we are.
I went to Sabas yesterday, and man, that guy got a lot of memorabilia and gifts. And
why you ain't ask your son to give away on the show?
Because I've had 2 full boxes that could barely fit in my car of gloves and keychains.
Send that man a text, man. See and be like, yo, Ness said he love the gloves, and donate some memorabilia to give away on the show.
I sent the interview that I did with him to the editor, and I'm gonna show it to you today at some point, so you can see what you like in there. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, not just saying we could get whatever we like, but he got a lot of good stuff in there.
Oh, you made you did like a pan of the room,
right? Absolutely.
Nice,
It was
nice.
so much stuff I could not put it on there. I could not.
What's up? And for every single TBV keychain that we have, it will in fact be autographed by Mr. Nesta Gibbs.
Yeah, right.
So it gives it a more personal, touch.
Why not by you? You
the star.
You the young one. It's the takeover.
Danny's the one out there shaking hands and kissing babies.
Yo, when I die, you got to keep it going. You know what I'm saying? It's over. You got to be the one to hold it down. You younger by like a fucking few decades.
My mom got her hat yesterday too.
Oh,
it was held up in Atlanta for forever, bro. I was like, how my mom out of everybody getting their hats? I check all the tracking numbers. Everybody getting their hats, but hers was took 9 days. But she got it.
So what you're saying is you actually forgot to send your mother's hat, and you just sent it 2 days ago.
Nah.
So Bo forgot, and that's why you just got it. He just sent it Monday. That's why you just got it yesterday.
Nah, she got it. She got it, and she loves it. She said that's gonna be her new walking hat.
I like it. Yo, we need to get Mauricio one.
Thank you.
Shout out to Ness. We good, and shout out to your mom as well for supporting.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Ness,
she's gonna keep us on our toes. We're gonna try to curse less, Miss Mason.
A lot less.
We're gonna be on Sirius Radio. I don't know if you can cuss on Sirius. Can you cuss on Sirius?
Yeah, but why are we going over there?
Because they're gonna give us $10 million and it's gonna offer you can't refuse.
10 million is low, bro.
How much you need?
50 mil min.
I'm just saying, my man,
50 minimum.
My man, who I hope to be in boxing at least, Howard Stern, got 500 mil. Man, he got the Al Heyman.
But isn't that because he partnered with them to do Sirius?
They better partner with me to do the new Sirius, because ain't nobody on Sirius anyway.
So Sirius, if you were thinking 10
I'm just being real.
that ain't enough.
I'm just being real. I'm not saying money won't take me over there, but I'm saying who the fuck is on Sirius? Who listens to it? Let's be honest.
I don't even know.
I got an Apple car.
Nah.
What's it called?
CarPlay.
Apple CarPlay. I never fucking use Sirius.
I have Sirius in my car. I don't even use it.
Thank you.
There's a lot of people who do use
and I
it.
would expect you to use it.
Because I know if you get a car from CarMax, you get 3 months free Sirius.
Oh, so you
radio.
got data.
Yeah.
And people use that free month. But how many of those people resubscribe?
I don't know about that.
Exactly.
Bro,
that's just like OnStar. People be having OnStar, then all of a sudden they 3 months is up. Ain't nobody putting that shit.
Yep.
Just saying. I mean, if you rich, you rich. You put everything. I don't even put insurance on my flights. You put insurance?
Nah, but I'm putting it.
That's how cheap I am. Insurance be $14 to $36.
Nah,
I never put it.
I never put it, but I'm putting it for Australia.
I mean, that's different. I wouldn't even put it this, because this is how I look at insurance for the flight. I know I'm going. That's just it. People that put insurance, you the one that's not sure. I'm fucking going. I never missed the flight. So
You've
that's just
never missed a flight?
Never missed a flight.
That's impressive, bro.
Never missed a flight. Now, technically, I could be labeled missing a flight because, once upon a time, I argued with a United person, so I had to get escorted out. So that could be considered missing a flight, but, I just ran to another terminal and caught another motherfucking flight and was like...
And still went.
You know what I'm saying? So,
still went wherever you were going.
Yep.
Where were you going?
Yeah. But back to Charlo.
All right.
And
He's going somewhere.
And we will get, not publicly, we're acknowledging publicly London Runs Boxing suggestions. So I'm letting him know publicly we have received it. And, we'll get to it as a group and or company and figure it out.
We got a super chat from Mad Ben 100. $5 says, I picking Charlo to stop Castano. I think Charlo will rematch win. Confidence is the edge.
Come on, Bo.
I'm gonna read it just like they write.
Why can't you understand that some people are driving a 53-foot trailer with a sleeper truck attached to it?
Right. Good point.
Some people are Uber drivers.
Good point.
Other people delivering the mail. Shout out to my man JT in Miami. Shout out to all my truck drivers, King Born, the NO brothers.
Whoa.
NO himself. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yo, and even me, I'm like driving, texting, changing the mute. Like, yo, sometimes fuck you, autocorrect.
Bro, when I seen you driving and doing work on your phone, I'm like, man, let me try to do this. I ain't no way. I cannot do.
I'm a Gemini, man. I'm a Gemini. See, there's a misconception that Geminis is two-faced. No, we just multitasted. That just means we can do more than one thing.
I'm gonna skip on all that, bro.
You don't do astrology?
I'm gonna run. No, I'm saying I'm gonna run up the median or something like that, trying to work and drive at the same time.
Nah, man.
I gotta stop.
I'm trying. Shout out to Ken, man. How Ken gonna send me? Look at how crazy I look. Look at my legs crossed. I gotta put this on this. I gotta show y'all this. Look, Ken just sent me this. This is what I'm saying. How could I ever in my life be mad when this is my life? Like a world-class trainer listens to the show, texting me at 6:30 in the morning, and this is what he says. This must have came up on his phone from May 11th, 2016.
Charlemagne was there, wasn't he?
Yeah. The Charlemagne got hands put on him that day. But look at my legs crossed. This was the birth. Like, I only put a mouthpiece in my mouth before this for football. Pop Warner, high school football, that's it. I never had a mouthpiece. Not for boxing. In the hood, you ain't even got a headgear on. It's just gloves.
You was in shape back then.
No, this whole thing birthed from, like, this made Border Wars for real. Like, this is what got us to, like, want Border Wars. People, my audience, obviously, the listeners seen this, and then they wanted to do it, and we created it. Shout out to Jose, who really, has been doing so much and pushing Border Wars from the very beginning. But this is funny. Jesus Christ, my legs crossed like a weirdo. I had cross trainers in the ring.
When you went there, did you know you was gonna get in, or did you even have like the slightest inclination that you?
I don't even remember back. I want to believe that. Yes, I want to believe that Ken told me like, "Yo, we're gonna do this media thing in Gleason's," and I feel like that's how I remember. Like, we would like you to do it. The funny thing is, Barack did it too. It's crazy. I've been with those guys that same day. I've been with those guys every step of the way, and to watch them get to where they at is amazing. Absolutely. Shout out to them, bro.
We got Mad Bent 100 with a $2 super chat. Says, how can I get one of those novelty gloves? Well,
what novelty glove?
I think he mean like the little keychain.
Oh, so those are on the daily raffle.
Yeah, they on the daily raffle. We got the keychain on there.
But we are going to be doing something different per some suggestions that we have received, which were some decent ideas. We do have like callers of the year, what else? I don't know. There's just a lot of impactful people, that
have to be acknowledged. Have to be
Yes.
have to be acknowledged.
Speaking of acknowledgement, let's get back to these quotes. Charlo says, and I quote, "I don't take much from the last rematch I had against Tony Harrison. That was a totally different opponent. I'm just preparing for Castano. There's no correlation with my last rematch. I'm just focused on who I'm facing. I'm just focused on my career and my craft. Being on the undisputed list means more to me than being on the pound for pound list. I want to be on the top tier and for people to see that I am undisputed and say that he's an animal. This is my moment. I've made some changes, but it's still going to be the same Jermell Charlo. I'm ready to take advantage of what's in front of me. I don't know if this fight will be like the first one. It could be quicker, it could be a quicker night. It should be. If not, it's going to be entertaining for 12 rounds." So I feel like they see something. I feel like they see something that they didn't capitalize on the last time. That last quote was pretty interesting, right? Where is it? He said,
Where he said it's gonna be a quicker night.
Yeah, he says, "I don't know if this fight will be like the first one. It could be a quicker night." And then he says, "It should be." So
I think he's just super confident.
It would be amazing for him if he were able to land something when Castano's coming in. Hit him with his own force, usually sleep somebody when you do that. And obviously, it's like Marquez, Pacquiao, you catch them completely off guard and obviously more vulnerable. But do we have any super chats?
We got Bougie from Broward with the 199 who says, Mimi G is my wife, champ. Can y'all sign my hat too?
Oh shit! Like, you guys are serious with the sign. All right, we're gonna have to do that. But Bo, do you remember everybody that said that? I thought they was joking.
I mean, he the only one that I seen said it like in a paid super chat. But if you win a hat, just make sure you say you want a signature on there in your when you send your address.
Okay.
And then we got Myrny Flacco with a 999 says Charlo versus Castano is fight of the year. Fuego emoji. Let me get that spin. 2 boxing glove emojis.
All right. Shout out to you.
Bo, what's your thoughts on that on the fight? I haven't really heard your opinion on it.
It was a draw the first time. So
was it a draw in your eyes?
It was a draw the first time, wasn't it?
It was a draw.
I mean, I thought Charlo won, bro.
Yeah, so I agree, but it was a draw. That's why I was asking, was it a draw in your eyes?
Yeah,
man, we should have had. Let me see if I can pull that up.
I think it was a draw the first time as well. I agree with that.
Okay.
And it was a very close fight. I don't think one person did more than the other per se. They both had moments in the fight. And in this fight, it's just as 50-50 as it ended the first time, I don't really know who to pick. Fights like this, I just like to watch. I don't bet on them or nothing like that because it's just too close to pick.
Benavidez glove. What is that? That was a $10 super chat. So, meeting Flauco.
He got a Benavidez glove entry on the first spin of the day?
Yeah, but he got to bring in that. You got 1 minute to send in that other $5 because when you land on the Benavidez glove, we're going to put the wheel back up. Bo, explain the wheel, please.
So on the super chat wheel, it's $10 to get a spin. We got the Benavidez glove and the TBV hat, which requires an extra $5. That'll be like $15 to enter.
So there's two
raffle.
things on the wheel that are $15 spins.
And that's the Benavidez glove and the TBV hat. Both of them are worth well over $15 or $20 or even $100. The glove specifically over even $100, but $15 entry can get you entry into that raffle. And then we got the keychain, brand spanking new. We got that, which only requires just $10, which is the price of spin the wheel. We got the RX Water t-shirt going right now. Sometimes we have the TBV t-shirts going as well. And
we're going to have that nostalgic Sabas memorabilia shirt. I'm sure they're going to give us something. But are we missing anything? Obviously, we get the smoke break. And I'll just say this. Ever since we started smoke break, we haven't gotten a fucking smoke break.
Not one time.
Have you noticed?
Because you got to get it 3 times. So
but we haven't even, it hasn't even landed one time.
No, we
started it yesterday.
No. Even before, we've had a couple days where it would land twice.
Yeah.
But we never got the
Bro,
third
we
one.
don't. We no luck. We no luck with that. But back to the quotes.
No, I think it's good though, Ness, because I think the reason for that is simply because they just want us to talk more boxing. They want to give the people a chance to talk more boxing. So that's why we're not getting that third smoke break.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the luck of the draw, which we obviously don't have.
But getting back to those quotes.
Our first guest is on the way also.
Who's that?
We got Coach Bullet and Lauren Ciab. CIAB. Lauren, she was sparring with Hollywood the Champ. And you said, hey, reach out to them, see if we could get them in. So they'll be here at 7 a.m.
All right.
Well, there you go. Is there a post?
Yes, it should be a post. I reached out to Brandon yesterday, and I didn't check to see if he did it, but I'm pretty sure he did it because we talked about him doing it.
I believe I saw it pop up, so I think it's in there.
I see Lauren.
Yep.
C-E.
I'm going to just say Ciab till she come in here and get it right for us.
Okay.
How you spell her last name?
C-I-A-B.
Oh, yeah, I remember this girl. Yeah. She was sparring Hollywood the Champ.
Yep, C-I-A-B.
So I think, isn't she 10-1?
I didn't check the record or nothing. I was just been in contact with the coach all this time trying to get him on in here for us.
Yeah, man, we want some more locals.
She does only speak Spanish, though, as far as I know.
I mean, that's what we got my mans in them for.
Danielito.
That's different.
What?
I mean, what Bo just called me.
What he said, Danielito?
Yeah.
I mean, Lil Daniel, baby.
Lil Daniel.
I ain't heard that since I was legit.
He's practicing his Spanish, that's all.
Nah.
Where's her box rack, bruh?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I definitely don't even find
Is that her real last name? Let me put boxer. All right.
She may not be pro yet. I don't know.
What?
You said book it, it's booked.
Yo, Bo be wildin', man.
Talking about Bo be wildin'.
He said book it, it's booked.
Bro,
you said
you
book
do
it.
know.
You said book it.
Listen. You was sent a description. All right, you supersede. I could send, but you still gotta.
Oh my.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I got you.
You gotta make sure shit right. That's the job of the producer.
I know what not to do, and what not to do is schedule someone who we don't know that well at 8:00. So we don't know them that well. As long as it's before 8:00.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
It won't get you a chew.
This is sparring for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's good not to know who you getting in the ring with sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Understood.
It's good to have them butterflies. You know, it puts you on your toes, shows you how good you are because you can't always be prepared. So
we got Richie Velasquez's son, who you reached out to me about yesterday, coming in Monday, and that'll be the following.
He recommended a pro too.
Oh yeah, he said he in the gym with a lot of pros.
Yeah, he
So
recommended one. You got to recheck his messages on the DM. He might not want his son anymore. The last message
of yesterday.
Last message on the DM said, you know what? Let's get this kid on. He's closer to his dream than my son, which was so amazing, right? Just because the kid's pro. He's like, yo, this guy, my son is still an amateur. This guy is 6-0 or whatever, or 7-0. He's like, give him the shine. I'm like, whatever,
Yeah, so we'll double check that, but obviously we will have in-studio guest this morning. And for those who may not know, Coach Bullet is Rolly's coach as well. So hopefully, you know what you know.
See what I'm saying about being on your toes? My man Danny, he wasn't expecting this interview, but boom, because of his vast knowledge and experience in and out of all these Las Vegas gyms, a female who maybe you guys weren't too interested, all of a sudden became interested. Interesting. But getting back to these quotes, because we haven't even gotten to Castano's or Ennis's, right? But he says, I haven't fought at this venue since much earlier in my career. It's a little bit chilly right now in Southern California, but I know that once I get warmed up, I'll be able to adapt no matter what it's like Saturday. So it's an outdoor venue.
Yes.
Damn.
Yes.
So that does suck. That does suck. I mean, because if you're cold, you're cold. And in boxing, there's a phrase, right? You want a fighter to be warmed up. You want him to have a sweat. We've asked those questions. I know I have asked those questions specifically, how important it is to come out of that locker room, sweaty and warmed up. And that's hard to do and hard to keep in that long ring walk on a chilly day.
Yeah.
That's why some fighters, I know Tyson is most known for using a towel as his boxing kind of ring attire, but people used to put tires. People used to put towels around and then cover themselves with their robe to try to keep the heat inside.
Didn't Fury come out with what we thought was like a humongous towel?
Wow, he had a huge towel.
Yeah, he had like a.
After that, I sent my girl to get big towels.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Before the Fury fight, because that towel was humongous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before the Fury fight, I didn't know towels like that existed.
No, I didn't either.
Until Christmas, this last Christmas, bro, my aunt bought her daughter-in-law a towel, and she's huge. Bro, she could have wrapped herself like 4 times in that towel. Like that towel, bro, probably
got to wash it alone.
15, 20 feet.
So that's a blanket towel.
No, bro, that shit was huge. I'm like, man, I'm probably exaggerating, but that bit, I'm definitely exaggerating, but yo, that was a big ass towel.
We got Era Zestro with the 1999 super chat says, "Good morning, TBV."
Good morning, Era.
Era, your TBV hat and your Julian Jackson signed boxing glove is on the way. I put it in the mailbox yesterday.
Meeting Falco did send the $5.
He sent it
for the glove, so he's in the raffle. Do you have a total amount of people in the Benavidez glove raffle as of now? And can you list the names of the participants that have won a raffle ticket for this autographed David Benavidez glove? Plus, it is a official custom TBV and Sabas collaboration glove.
So we got Jaime Nieto in the raffle, Mad Bent 100, Chuck Supremacy, Jaime Nieto, Brandon Lenz, Carlos Wilches, A Crown 79, got Brandon Lenz again, Martin Sayez, Unidentified Brown Male, Victor Buenuelos, Adam Torres, Jaime Serna, Era Zestro, and the newest entry into the Benavidez glove raffle is, what was his name again?
What?
I just missed it. I had to read all them names and forgot.
Oh my
I didn't type
goodness.
It yet.
That was for Meeting Flauco.
Bernie Flacco. Okay, yeah.
We got the boxing ambassador with the $15 super chat. He said no sending, another 5, no need. He says, here you go, Ness and Danny, spin it. Hopefully you get a smoke break, fellas. Shout out to Bo, Mac and Cheese.
Nah, man, you sent 15. I hope you land on the glove too,
right.
or the hat.
We got to spin for Era Zestro first.
No, but I just want to finish reading this and then we'll spin for both. He says, shout out to Bo, Mac and Cheese, El Camino, Austin, and Brandon. Hashtag TBV fam. Should I win anything? Give it to Dr. Mofongo.
Oh, wow. Wow. I'm more shocked about who. He said Dr. Mofongo, which is crazy because like Dr. Mofongo obviously is always in the chat and has fought on Border Wars twice. So Era Zestro dropped a bomb, Bo. That's a $20. Did you say that?
Yup.
Man, it's that Haradin got my ears not working. I didn't know he said 20. Shout out to you, Era. Good morning again. Appreciate you, but let's get a good spin. Hopefully you land on one of these good goodies,
Good goodies. No.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Yo, maybe Bo needs to start pressing the button, man. I don't want to be responsible. I hate when they get a loser turn.
I mean, it's a raffle anyway, so I just say remove that one tier. It's a wrap already. So it's already
there's got to be a gamble, baby.
It's a double gamble.
There's got to be a gamble. That's what makes it interesting.
You got to spin it again.
Yeah, I do for the ambassador.
Nah, you got to spin. They sent 20, right? That's 2 spins.
Oh, that is 2 spins. Well, yeah.
That's 2 spins.
Danny's right. It could be 1, or it could have been 1 if had it landed
on the hat.
Yeah. I like Danny's way of thinking. That's right.
We're gonna do that going forward.
Yeah.
We've been doing that. And
oh shit.
That's the hat.
So now Danny's bright idea means what now? You gave him 2 spins, so now he's got to send another 5?
I got it.
Oh, Danny about to cash out the 5 for you. All right, so put him in the hat.
Make sure you check the request from that Bud Crawford bet we had too.
What Bud Crawford bet?
The $100. Austin got a good memory.
Oh, Danny ain't said. Oh, he ain't checked your request yet?
Nah, he ain't checked the request.
Oh, you ignore his request?
All right, Coach Bullet calling me now.
All right.
Make sure we get that name down so I can put him on the list.
No, we got the name down. That was from Arizestra.
Hey, what's his name?
I don't know his name on Cash App. It's like
no.
Caroline.
Bro, I got a request from I do see it. It's called Plant Car World 88-2014.
That's him.
Like, what the fuck? What does Plant what's Plant about him? Besides the fact that he likes them, he likes plants. How the fuck, bro, if your name pops up as
But
Plant,
you know why? I know that's him because it says Car World, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does. It says Car World 80, bro. That's what I'm saying. I ain't fucking know.
I remember he used to work at CarMax.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. He been sending you money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I told you his name is weird. I get you. You ain't supposed to accept or send any strange requests. But
are we still supposed to spin for Boxing Ambassador?
We are supposed to spin for Boxing Ambassador, who sent $15. Benavides glove. Let's go. Or cool suede keychain. You're in the run for the keychain, which is amazing. I'm telling you right now. The thing is that if I put my Corvette key, then I got like 2, because you know the key is heavy itself, because it's not just a fucking key. So it's more like a keychain, the key these days. But this is pretty dope. Might have to hang it on the mirror like the old heads.
Nah, just do it on the key, bro.
On the key.
Do it on the key.
Then have the key where?
What do you mean, bro?
Look at what you about to do. You see how that looks? Because you got the almost same type of key as me. It's like 2 heavy pieces. It don't make sense. It's good. I told
that
you.
shit just sounded loud as hell.
I told you it's better to like have it in your office or something. Like my man said, as a novelty, man. So quotes. And that was Charlo's.
Wait, you still got to spin him for the Boxing Ambassador.
I just did.
Oh yeah,
He landed on the
glove. The
keychain glove.
Keychain glove.
Remember that?
Tony Salgado with the $10 super chat. He says, Charlo got it this weekend. Let's get it, TBV.
Charlo got it this weekend. So that's somebody going for Charlo.
Yeah, he going for his fellow
Let's spin that wheel. Bo, we getting backed up. I hope you can remember these. Oh shit, Tony. Early in the morning. Oh, Tony. You made the cut, baby. Damn, that's what's up. All right, so now we got to remember the other one was the keychain, and that was for
the Boxing Ambassador.
The Boxing Ambassador. Somebody write this shit down. Bo gonna have to press rewind. I'll tell you that right now.
So the Boxing Ambassador,
keychain,
and then
Tony Salgado hoodie.
A hoodie. All right.
And now we are on. Should we go to Jerron Ennis quotes?
Let's go to boots.
Oh wow, they're disrespectful. Oh, that's disrespectful.
What happened?
There's only Jermell Charlo and Jerron Ennis quotes.
Maybe there's like another article or something.
No, this is from PBC. This is a press release.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it was Jermell Charlo and Jerron Ennis Los Angeles media workout quotes. That's why there will be no quotes from Castano. They didn't do it together. All right, so going to Jerron, he says, and I quote, It doesn't matter to me who I'm facing. I want everybody and anybody. They can line them up. I'm going to knock them down. Doesn't matter who it is. Everyone already knows how this fight is going to go. I'm going to put on a show. I'm going to get in the ring and be dominant. I'm going to get that knockout at the end of the night and making a statement. It feels great to be performing here in Southern California. I can't wait for Saturday to shine in front of all my new fans. It's because a new fan base to see me and get a knockout. That makes no sense. Maybe it's a new fan base to see me get another knockout. I don't know too much about my opponent. I don't usually watch film on who I'm fighting unless I've just seen it by chance. I did let my team look at those kinds of things. I'm not too worried about what he's going to bring. I'm going to do what I always do. I can figure these opponents out in like 30 seconds. I see how they're coming, and I go from there. Damn, 30 seconds? Who's he fighting? Oh, Castillo. Damn. He going to figure him out in 30? At least Floyd took 4 rounds. Sheesh. He goes on to say, I feel like I'm going to get my opportunity sooner than later. I think at the end of the year or next year is possible. I'm either going to fight Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford or fight for the vacant belt. I don't believe that any fighter is scared of another fighter. I know the top guys are just making business decisions. It's what's best for their career. If I can't get the top welterweights while they're here, I'll see them at 154. I like that. But do you think? I don't think that. You see, like, I think after Crawford gets his Earl fight, maybe lose, you retire. Win, maybe you go forward. But I think, well, he did say, matter of fact, I take that back. He already said he wanted Jermell. So would he be willing to fight another fight after Jermell? I mean, if he goes up, and why would he fight Boots? Like, realistically, if Crawford beats Earl, anything anyone has ever said about him doesn't matter. Then he moves up to fight Charlo and beats Charlo, and now he's a 3-division undisputed champ. They wouldn't, he wouldn't need to stick around.
That's where you walk away.
Exactly. Your legacy is cemented. Like, why fight this young guy for what? And you're like 35 at this point. You know what I mean? Maybe 36. So,
ain't no Terrence.
No, not this. Not you're 34 now, and it took 2 more years to get undisputed and undisputed. I'm giving them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. We got another 2 super chats. Israel Ramirez with a $2 super chat says, TBV, you guys should add a free spin for the fans.
Okay, and how do we do that?
Just add it on the wheel. So if it fall. Well, no, but yeah, what are you getting out of that?
Yeah, how do you do that? But I did receive a suggestion from London Runs Boxing that we'll talk about that will include all the people.
Mac
and some of the impactful people.
Some of the impactful people.
Yeah, because it's like, the show is what it is with the callers, you know what I'm saying? The chatters, the people that super chat, like I miss Jarrett Lloyd, but after Crawford beat Sean Porter, it's hard for him to talk shit about Crawford, so he doesn't super chat anymore. But he used to be a great super chatter, like used to make some funny shit up. You know what I'm saying? So, and then there's callers that are great. That they're either spot on with facts or they're just personalities, characters.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, yep.
We got Mac and Cheese with a $5 super chat.
Hey!
For TBV and all the love, one love to the boxing ambassador, TBV, TBE for life. And then Arizestra with a $10 super chat that says, appreciate you, Danny. That's why TBV is the best.
Shout out to you. Spinning the wheel for Arizestra.
We appreciate you guys, and we'll spin the wheel once more for you as our guests are in the building. Oof. Lose a turn. It's fucked.
Oh. So, who's next?
I'm talking about who's next.
No super chat?
No, that was the most recent one. Yes, sir.
So, going back to the quotes of Ennis, I think I stopped off at 54. He says, I don't feel like I have to prove anything to anyone but myself. I'm not worried about any outside noise. As long as I'm doing my thing and winning, putting myself in line for the world title, that's all that matters. Charlo and Castano should both be confident heading into this fight. They went to war the first time, but I think Charlo will win this time. I think he figured out Castano. Charlo was picking it up at the end of the first fight, and I think he's going to start early this time and go for the knockout. So it looks like Ennis believes Charlo will get the win. Listen, last person we seen try to get an early knockout, it didn't end well.
Canelo.
And T.O.
And T.O., you're right. You're right. You're right.
I don't know that game plan ever works. You know, I believe the phrase in boxing.
It worked for Fury in the second and third fight.
He never put a round on it. He said, he never put the first round. He said in 6, or by the 6th or 7th, right? So like that still gives you time to work a game plan.
Oh, okay.
Trying to go out there and live up to this first round knockout shit is like, what the fuck?
No, absolutely. But we do have our first guest of the day in the building, Coach Bullet, coming in. How you guys doing? Good morning,
Coach?
good morning, good morning.
How are you? Bueno dia. So this is going to be interesting. Danny's going to be back to working his translator magic. He has let the community know that he might be the best translator in boxing. Yo, what would you do if they gave you the call to be over Jermell Charlo or somebody like that?
I mean, shit, money talks, bro. if they calling, they better be paying.
I mean, would you wear it like a boxing voice? You know how McGregor had...
You gotta pay, bro.
What you mean? It's got to say TBV all the way around.
You gotta pay.
Pinstripe at TBV.
You gotta pay. That's another level. You get what I'm saying? When they start picking up sponsors just because that's your friend, you still gotta pay for that patch. Ain't that right, Coach?
All day.
You still gotta pay for that patch.
All right, so let's get this started. How do we pronounce your last name? ¿Cómo se dice tu apellido?
Florencia Belén.
Oh, well, that's totally different from what we got.
Okay.
All right.
En realidad son mis dos nombres, Florencia Belén, porque mi apellido es Pajares.
Pajares. Oh.
Pero en tu Instagram tú tienes otro nombre.
Florencia Belén, Flo Pajares.
Flo Pajares.
So you want to translate?
So, Spanish-speaking countries, they have your mother's last name and your father's. So she's explaining that, she really has the two last names.
So that's not even her first name. What's her first name? So ¿cuál es tu primer nombre?
Florencia.
Florencia y luego el primer apellido Belén y luego...
El primer apellido Pajares.
Pajares.
Mis dos nombres, Florencia Belén.
So, entonces, el primer nombre
Florencia.
Y luego el segundo nombre...
Belén. Primer apellido Pajares, segundo apellido Britos.
Ay, wait.
Son cuatro.
Wow. No wonder we couldn't find her on BoxRec.
I'm just trying to find her on BoxRec. All right.
Wow. So she sounds like Argentina?
Uruguay, carajo.
Yo comí. No, yo conocí una mujer de Uruguay, and that's how she used to say, I already ate. Like, ask her to say, I already ate.
Entonces, si usted acaba de comer, ¿cómo usted diría que acaba de comer?
Recién comí.
Recién comí. Okay.
No, because the other woman said, yo comí. But whatever. Anyway, small inside joke. Keeping it moving.
Right.
Did you find the box rec?
I didn't, no.
Whoa.
There's not going to be a box rec on there because she has 43 amateur fights.
Okay.
And she has a professional debut. It's supposed to be May 21st, but now it's June 10th in St. Louis, Missouri.
Perfect.
So
perfect.
She fights like she has 10, 15 fights, but she's first professional debut.
Is that on the Darren Cunningham card?
No, that's the day after. We fight the day before. Darren fight the day after.
Oh, in the same city.
Same exact venue.
Wow.
Same venue.
Yeah. So that's like Buckhead. They do back-to-back shows in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, Coach, I know you work with a lot of fighters, a lot of fighters, and obviously, I would say one of the biggest is Rolly, and he has a huge fight coming up. How are you able to manage all of your fighters?
Well, I have a good schedule, a very mapped out schedule. So I have like Flo, I have Freddie, Malapi, I have all these guys getting ready for June 10th. Avius, Underdog, Cleo Mack, they're all getting for June 10th. Rolly's May 28th. I go to a separate gym for Rolly at 3:30, train him over to 5, 6 o'clock. So I just keep it separate. I keep the guys that have the big fights separate, the guys that have fights together, and the guys that don't have fights, I kind of mess with them a little bit in the gym, but I give them different assignments and different regimens. Where because the people with the fights, those are the ones that have to be intact. Then I have assistant coaches. And the funny thing about my assistant coaches, a couple of them were my coaches. So it's just a circle.
So back to Florencia. I asked her 43 amateur fights is a lot of fights.
You said 43, Coach?
Yeah.
What was the record?
¿Qué tu número?
¿Cuál es cuál
¿Cuántas peleas amateur?
43.
¿Y tu récord?
Derrotas?
Una.
Wow. Okay. So
she's 43 and 1.
42 and 1. So in 43
Yeah, 42 and 1.
And 43 amateur fights turns
my question
pro
was
June 10th. Your question is?
That's a lot of amateur fights, especially for female boxing. Did she have like I don't know, Olympic aspirations, gold medal aspirations? Why is it taking so long to turn pro?
Dice que obvio 43 peleas son mucho para una mujer en boxeo amateur. ¿Usted tuvo sueños de tal vez pelear en las Olimpiadas o siempre era? ¿Y qué pasó con sus sueños de las Olimpiadas?
Esa cuestión del boxeo en Uruguay es muy complicada. Mucha falta de oportunidad. Hay mucho talento en Uruguay, pero hay mucha falta de oportunidad.
So she said that yes, the Olympics was a goal, but the issue is that in Uruguay there's a lot of talent, but not a lot of opportunity. So it's really hard to really get to that next level.
Ask her, does she know the name Samson Lewickovich from her time in Uruguay?
Obvio, usted conoce a Samson Lewickovich.
Samson no hace mucho tiempo que está en Uruguay. Yo hace 12 años que estoy en el box y empecé a los 11 años. Y Samson hace 6, 7 años que está actuando en el boxeo amateur. Y con decirte de que ni siquiera hace un año que se logró implementar el record book para el boxeo amateur. El historial del boxeador amateur. Cuando yo empecé a pelear, recién a los 6 años, después de que estaba peleando, teníamos un record book, pero de papel. Viste que cada pelea lo teníamos que llevar.
Entonces no fue después de los 6 años de que usted estaba boxeando que tuvo eso.
Sí, después de los 6 años.
So, she's saying she's like, Samson, she says she's been boxing since she was 11 years old. Samson just recently got involved with the amateur boxing out there within the last 6 years. And that, it's just really tough. She says, look, when I was an amateur, my first 5-6 years, we didn't even have a piece of paper with a record on it. How they do here. You take it to your tournaments and whatnot. So she said that wasn't after years later. So obviously the boxing in Uruguay is very different. How long have you been in the U.S.? ¿Ya cuánto tiempo tiene aquí en los Estados Unidos?
3 meses recién cumplidos.
Oh, apenas recientemente. Entonces, ¿qué te trajo para acá? I asked, how long have you been here in the U.S.? Then she says only 3 months. So
give me credit. Me. Why? Because I seen she was sparring Hollywood the champ. You know what I'm saying? In 3 months, we got her in studio because I seen how she was. She did well. She did well. Just like I was impressed with Hollywood the champ doing so well with that 3-time champion. Don't know the name off top, but it's on our YouTube because they had a good session. I'll actually look it up to see, does she know her?
Entonces, ¿qué fue lo que te trajo para aquí, para los Estados Unidos? Obviamente querías seguir tu carrera, pero ¿cómo fue que llegaste aquí?
Es muy loco todo. Sabes que en septiembre tenía todo planeado para irme a Río de Janeiro a vivir, no a Las Vegas, a Río de Janeiro. Estaba
In
empezando.
Brazil?
Yes.
Why?
Hold on, she's about to say
But
it.
that's a better story. I want to know why.
Well, she said it's a crazy story, and then she got to telling it. If you didn't cut her off, she would have finished.
sorry.
Dios
I'm
es grande,
sorry.
Dios es grande, Dios es grande. Tengo solo que agradecer. Bueno, tenía todo pronto para irme a Río de Janeiro. Estaba entrando en el área del MMA.
Oh, that's why.
Sí, y llegó un momento que le dije a mi mamá, no quiero más universidad, no quiero más trabajar, quiero pelear. Me voy. ¿Me apoyás? Sí, Belén, es tu sueño. Ok, pa, lo llamé, pa, me quiero ir, quiero pelear, quiero perseguir lo que yo quiero. Bueno, está bien, hija, te ayudo. Vendí todo lo poco que tenía, auto, moto, perro, ropa, me voy, chao. Y me vine.
So, did you, translate.
So I asked her, obviously, what brought her out here, and she said that back in September, she was actually supposed to move to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, not Las Vegas, and she was supposed to move out there to pursue an MMA career. And that she told her mother, "Look, I don't want to go to school. I don't want to work. I just want to fight." And her mother gave her blessing, and she pursued. Entonces, ¿cuándo fue que llegaste aquí a Las Vegas? ¿Por qué fue que no fuiste para Río y que en vez llegaste aquí hace 3 meses? Question was, if you were supposed to go to Rio for MMA in September, what was it that changed and has now brought you here?
Fue Dios que me trajo acá, realmente fue Dios que me trajo acá. Yo, no estaba en mis planes, realmente no estaba en mis planes. Fue, me voy y se cuadró todo y gracias a Dios estoy acá. Y tengo una tía que fue la que me ayudó a venir a perseguir mi sueño acá.
So she said, no, it's God. It's God. It's God. I had a dream that I wanted to pursue. Her aunt helped her pursue that dream and now get here. And it's simply God. And I do believe that the reason, or Coach Bullet's reason as to why she came to do boxing here in Vegas versus MMA is those paydays. Ain't that right, Coach? Oh, you ain't got it. Oh, yep. Make a lot more.
So he's showing us a picture on his phone that says the purses of 2 separate fighters. Obviously, Canelo Alvarez making $15 million guaranteed, and a MMA fighter that I don't know making $480,000 guaranteed. But can you ask Florencia, how did she actually come to the States? Like, what's that process like for people from Uruguay? Does she have to get a visa? Does someone have to sponsor her? How's that work for her? Because she said she sold everything. So, I mean, is it as easy as selling everything and just buying a flight?
Entonces, ¿cómo fue que llegaste a Las Vegas? Dice que fue Dios, pero te ayudó tu tía. ¿Cómo fue que cambió de Río para Las Vegas? ¿Por qué fue y cómo?
Yo tenía una tienda en Uruguay. Yo siempre me dediqué a las ventas. Además de ser entrenadora, soy personal trainer. Ok, vendí mi tienda, vendí mi trabajo, me voy. Y eso fue lo que hice. Me vine el 29 de enero. Me vine para acá. Día 2, porque cayó fin de semana, día 2 ya estaba en el gimnasio. Ni siquiera descansé. Hasta hoy día no paré. Training every day, training.
¿Y ya tenías un gimnasio, un entrenador?
Trabajaba en una academia como personal trainer.
No, pero yo digo aquí, viniendo para Las Vegas, ¿usted ya tenía un gimnasio esperándote, un entrenador esperándote o
no
vino a buscar?
No, sabes que yo miraba siempre en internet el gimnasio de Floyd. Digo, yo quiero entrenar ahí. Hacía años. Realmente fue la ley de atracción, creo yo. Realmente fue la ley de atracción. Fueron años que yo miraba y soñaba, yo quiero estar ahí. Y cuando llegué, ok, quiero entrenar acá, quiero pelear. No quiero entrenar, no quiero hacer una fit más. Quiero entrenar y quiero pelear. Fue lo que yo dije cuando llegué.
She's like, look, I made my money in Uruguay in sales. I had a store. I had to sell my store. I was a personal trainer. I had to stop doing that. My aunt helped me, and what I want to do was fight. And really, she said it was so many years. So then I followed up by asking, did she have a gym or a trainer waiting here, coming from a different country, just moving here? And she's like, no, she's like, I didn't, I got here and within a few days I was already in the gym, already working. I just wanted to fight. So, to come out here. Entonces, ¿cómo fue que encontraste a Coach Bullet y cómo fue que empezaron a trabajar?
You're killing me here because you know it's not easy for immigrants to get here. So that's how I want to know that process. How?
Oh,
yeah,
visa?
like someone has to sponsor you, no?
¿Sacó visa para venir para acá o cómo?
Sí, es obligatorio. Es obligatorio.
Pero alguien tiene que, how you say sponsor? ¿No?
Tiene que como...
¿Tú tienes que tener a alguien aquí o no? ¿Tú puedes nada más sacar
No.
la visa y venir?
Puedo sacarla yo sola y venir.
¿Para trabajar?
No.
¿O
No,
turista?
para trabajar necesitas una carta de invitación.
So, tú estás aquí como turista.
Como turista.
So, sí, y ahora, ¿y qué hace ahora para tu pelea en junio? ¿Es aquí o en otro país?
No, es aquí.
No, va a ser en San Luis.
So, ¿tiene que sacar otra visa ahora?
Sí, la tengo que cambiar.
All right.
Okay, so she said that she got a tourist visa to come here, but because she does have that upcoming fight, that she's changing her visa now for a work visa, so she will be able to fight in St. Louis come June.
So now ask her, was the process simple? Because again, there's so many. And the reason I'm doubling down, guys, there's so many foreign countries, especially Caribbean and Latino, that can't get a visa. It's difficult, man. Like, it's difficult. That's why Samson goes to DR and, like, he gets those guys visas because, you know, there's talent that can't get over here. So this story is interesting to me.
¿Qué tan fácil o difícil fue para usted sacar la visa?
No, en Uruguay sos investigado si no tenés problemas con policía, si no tuviste antecedentes penales, con droga, tráfico, violencia. Si tuviste alguno de ellos a lo largo de tu vida, probablemente te la nieguen.
She's like, no, you know, they're extremely strict. If you have any type of record, whether it be a driving record or any sort of arrest, any sort of drug use, anything like that, you're more than likely getting denied because of how strict
Inclusive
it
tus
is.
redes sociales, todo te investigan.
She said they even investigate, go as deep as investigating your social media.
Is that social media is an extension of us. We see people get canceled from that now. So I can see that. So
let me pick back on that. Also, we're going to be working on her having a extended visa, getting sponsored. Our management team, top tier management.
If it's too close.
That's cool. Our management team, top tier management, is going to be covering that with our attorneys and stuff like that as well. So basically, I just really want her to focus on fighting, like I do all my fighters. Let's focus on fighting. If I give them my word, they know that we get it covered. I'm Belizean. I was an illegal immigrant. I know how it's done. You know what I'm saying? I had to.
So you're from Belize?
Yeah, I had to get adjustment of status at 31 years old. I've been here since I was 10. So it's a process that I understand clearly. And she'll be okay. I have another fighter, Christian Daniels from Slovakia. He's also on a visa. He has to go back every 3 to 6 months. So we're going to change that under our companies to do the sponsorship and stuff like that, especially as a boxer, they become work visas. You know what I'm saying? So they're good.
Perfect. So since we have you, what is it that you've seen in her that made you want to work with her? And how did you, I don't know, get introduced to her?
Well, the thing is, when she was in Mayweather Boxing Club, where I train all my fighters, I think David, Lil Dave, he was like, she's coming, she's good with her, whatever. But when she came in, she ended up working with some other guys at first. But she knows boxing. So when she sees, okay, this is a different thing, he's really the truth. So we end up working together. But when I seen her work, I was like, she's a monster. She's fast, she's strong, and she's like focused. She doesn't talk to anybody. So that's what you look for as a trainer. Somebody that's come in the gym to do their work and to get it done and get out. Everybody that's want to come in the gym, want to kick it, want to hang out, it's not that place. It's a business place. And I like the way that she carried herself from then. And she could fight. So I was like, okay, now you're in America. All we got to do is do a little fine tuning, you know, because in different countries, you have certain styles. And then certain trainers train one style. They don't train for the elite or to perfect her style, her own style. Every fighter that I have fight completely different. I don't train nobody to fight like me. I train them to fight like themselves, the best version. So what I'm doing with her is just tighten up the little things. And then she'll be doing 8 to 10 fights within a year.
Dice que obviamente ahorita trabajando que su objetivo con usted que no es que entrenarla para pelear de su estilo de él, sino para mejorar su estilo de usted. Dice que ya haciendo eso, ya cuando tenga su debut profesional, que podría pelear de 8 a 10 veces en el primer año. Oyendo eso como...
Algo sumamente positivo para mi carrera. Yo lo veo como algo sumamente positivo. Además de que el trabajo de condición que hacemos es impresionante. Y es lo más importante, ¿no?
Tener la condición para poder durar.
Condición mental y condición física. Porque Bullet te trabaja las dos cosas. Bullet es un coach psicológico y un coach físico. No es solamente que vamos, entrenamos, golpeamos. No. Indirectamente te trabaja mucho el psicológico.
So I said, Coach Bullet just got done saying that, obviously you could be fighting 8 to 10 times within the first year. And that his goal is to perfect her own style and not change her to fight his. And that she's like, that's ideal. That is ideal. That is what's important to me. And, it's positive. And she said the thing about Coach Bullet, that he doesn't just work you physically, but he works you mentally. And that's what separates him, and that's what has improved her. She says that the conditioning is impressive. The conditioning training is impressive because it's not just physical conditioning, but mental conditioning as well.
So I asked her what weight class is she going to debut at, and I'm assuming it's lighter than welterweight, right? Or welterweight, because I know Hollywood the champ Desiree is
¿En qué peso va a debutar?
135.
135.
Wow. So she was sparring up.
Yeah, she'd be at 135, and as we test her strength at the lower weight 130, we probably move her to 130 to get her first championship, and then back up to 35 as we get the opportunities to fight bigger, better opponents in her division. She's mainly muscles, so she carry her weight very well. She doesn't deter from her nutrition, her diet, and her. She would prefer to be bigger because she like to be, physique model looking and stuff like that, and which is cool. But in boxing, we need to take all the advantages that we have. For her height, 135 is perfect. When she's a little older, 130 would be ideal, so you can make the ultimate sacrifice to get the ultimate rewards. You understand what I'm saying?
Some big names in women's boxing in those divisions, Coach.
Katie Taylor just came to the gym. That's one of her favorites. She met her. I introduced them this week.
Wow.
Yeah, last week in the gym. She was going crazy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. So I'm assuming she picked Katie, too.
Yes.
What was that experience like? ¿Cómo fue conocer a Katie Taylor después de que ella tuvo la pelea con Amanda Serrano?
Mira, Katy, yo la sigo hace muchos años. Y yo estaba por entrar a bañarme en el gym. No sé por qué no entré a bañarme y me miraba en el espejo. Y cuando veo Bullet me dice, Flo, come here. Y cuando veo Katy, salí corriendo, la abracé y empecé a llorar porque fue sumamente emocionante para mí.
Wow.
Soy su fan. Además de que me gustaría pelear con ella porque es la mejor. ¿Viste? ¿Y cómo vas a saber si sos la mejor si no has peleado con los mejores? ¿Entendés? Y bueno, le dije lo que sentía y cuánto la admiraba. Y me preguntó cuándo iba a pelear. Y como, ¿qué? ¿Me estás preguntando cuándo voy a pelear en serio? No, fue una experiencia única, fue muy lindo. Es sumamente humilde, ¿entendés? Y eso es lo que la hace grande también.
She's like, look, I was in the gym. I was about to shower. And she's like, I don't know why I didn't get in the shower. I was looking at myself in the mirror. And Coach Bullet calls me over. And I come over. And I see Katie. And I run and I hug her. And I start to cry because I'm really a fan. It's bigger than me wanting to fight her. I'm really her fan. And I really admire her. And she's extremely humble. And she even asked me, when am I fighting? And the fact that she would ask me, when am I fighting, that was really special to me and a really great moment.
She did say when she said that she's a fan of Katie, but that she does want to fight her. And that how could you be the best if you don't fight the best? So just make sure you put that out there. So now, does she know Carolina Rodriguez?
Que se conoce a Carolina Rodriguez.
No. Coach, do you know a Carolina Rodriguez from here in Vegas or around that spars and stuff? She's a 3-time champ, undefeated, no?
I mean, I heard Hollywood tell me she sparred her.
Yeah.
And they was going back and forth, whatever, which is pretty good. So I want her to spar her as well.
Okay. Okay, make sure I get the call, coach.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, I don't tell her who she's sparring.
Yeah.
I don't tell her their records. I don't tell her their experience because fighters always get caught up in the other person's record or them being a champion, them not being a champion, and they spar that way. They spar with an inferior mindset. None of my fighters ever know who they sparring. You go in the ring, hey, I got a sparring partner for you today. You're going to do 6 rounds with her. You do 6 rounds. She spar boys most of the time on my team. So when you tell them, oh, we're going to spar somebody that's 3 times, now they get a little nervous. They're like, oh, what am I going to do? No, you don't kill your fighter like that. Just we're going to do 4 rounds or 6 rounds. That's it.
That's true, man.
You know what I'm saying?
I remember the first time I had to spar a dude with 60 fights, and it ruined me.
Exactly.
I was like, I was hyperventilating damn near. Like the
Yeah.
first round, I ain't have no energy because all I thought about is he's got 60 fights.
Yeah.
He's won these nationals. I'm not. I don't belong in there. That's what I told
Instead
myself.
of going in there and just executing, and that's what I give her. Like, she's been here, excuse me, like she said, 3 months.
Mhm.
I put her in the ring with anybody, but I put her in there with Hollywood. I put her with Malapi. Malapi is one of my fights, like 17 pro fights. He's a 115 to 122 pounder. Straight, lot of experience monster. And my mother guys, Jacob Cuevas, Robert Merriweather, you know what I'm saying? I put her in there with people that could really fight. And she knows how to fight. You know what I'm saying? So when we say about, oh, somebody's a 3-time, I would never mention that to her before we spar.
Got
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
Dice que, obviamente, Nelson le preguntó de Carolina. Dice que ha oído el nombre, pero que no la conoce, pero que oyó que ha sido sparring y que le gustaría que haga sparring con usted. Pero dice que algo de él como entrenador es que no le gusta decirle a sus peleadores con quien hace sparring, porque luego si te dice que que usted va a hacer sparring con una muchacha que 3 veces campeón, que mentalmente tal vez piense mucho de eso y que no haga su trabajo en el ring, entonces que mejor dice, tengo a alguien, va a hacer 4 o 6 rounds de sparring, sea lo que sea, pero que no le dice con quién. ¿A usted qué piensa de eso y cómo le afecta?
Eso es parte de su trabajo psicológico.
She's saying that's part of his psychological training and conditioning because you don't know.
Me acuerdo cuando llegué, me hizo hacer sparring con Robert. Yo, ¿qué con Robert? Me va a matar, digo yo, me va a matar. Y no me tienen pena, ninguno me tiene pena. Yo soy somos peleadores arriba del ring. No hay de que, ay, mi compañera. No.
She's like, I remember the first time that I sparred, he told me who I was sparring, like, when it was time to spar, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like, I'm gonna get messed up. And she's like, that's part of the psychological training. And she's like, just because you guys train together, when it comes to sparring, there is no remorse. They don't hold back. They don't care about you. When you're in their sparring, you're not friends. So, ya teniendo aquí 3 meses y trabajando con Coach Bullet, ¿cómo ha habido su cambio? ¿Cómo ha habido que ha mejorado usted? I said, after being here for 3 months and now working with Coach Bullet, what have you seen you've improved on and what changes have you seen?
La mejora que tuve fue impresionante. Impresionante. A nivel técnico fue muy grande la evolución que tuve a nivel técnico. Aprendí a pegar usando más mis piernas. Generalmente una pega de tronco. Y Bulde me decía, usted tiene piernas grandes, use sus piernas, me decía. Entonces yo siempre pegaba de tronco y pegaba fuerte, pero realmente no me daba cuenta de la fuerza que tenía porque no sabía usar lo más importante, mi base.
She's like, it's truly impressing. First thing is my technical game. She's like, I've seen the improvement on my technical game. And she said the second thing is learning to use my legs.
Exactly.
She's like, learning to use my legs. She's like, don't get me wrong. I used to be able to crack, but I never realized my power because I never knew how to use my legs.
You know what's funny? It's not even halfway there yet to where she got it, where she's going to go.
Dice Coach Bully que la cosa chistosa es que usted todavía ni está a la mitad de a donde va a llegar con el poder.
Can you ask her about her time with Desiree in the ring? Obviously, she was sparring up. Ask her, did, the extra weight effect? Obviously, it did for Fury and in the Wilder fight. And her name is Desiree Jameson.
Cuando usted conoce a Desiree, ustedes hicieron sparring. Ella pelea en peso welter y su pregunta era que cómo sintió la diferencia haciendo sparring porque obviamente usted va a pelear en peso ligero, ella es peso welter, entonces naturalmente ella es más grande. ¿Cómo notó la diferencia?
Es como una categoría un poco más lenta, ¿no? Por el peso. Es una categoría un poco más lenta, siento yo.
Sí,
no es desmereciendo.
No, yo entiendo, pero eso es un decir en el deporte que como Anthony Joshua, he slimmed down to be faster. So I wasn't saying that she was laughing at Desiree for being slower. I'm just saying, I understand what she's saying, that usually the smaller person moving up is the faster person because the other person has that weight.
So, yeah, I mean, you basically just translated what she said. She's like, look, it's a slower weight class. They're bigger, they're slower. So she means obviously no disrespect. She went on to say, dijo que se rió porque le causa risa porque es un decir en el deporte. Obviamente el hombre más grande, la mujer más grande va a ser la persona más lenta y que hasta los peleadores de peso completo, obviamente como Anthony Joshua, mucho músculo que en ciertas peleas perdió un poco de peso porque quería ser más rápido. Entonces dice que por eso es la razón que se ríe.
Generalmente son un poco más fuertes y un poco más lentos. Ya mi categoría es un conjunto, ¿no?
Entonces, ¿usted cómo sintió el poder? Si son un poco más lentos, obviamente de allí no tuvo problema, pero el poder de alguien de peso welter, ¿cómo lo sintió?
Créeme que hace 2 semanas yo estaba en esa categoría. Desde que llegué acá yo perdí 35 libras en 3 meses.
What? So she says, look, obviously a welterweight fighter compared to me is going to be bigger, but they're going to be slower.
Mm-hmm.
She said at that time, she's like, a couple weeks ago, I probably was a welterweight. She's like, in 3 months, I've already lost about 35 pounds.
Ask her how much she came into America. Does she know how much she weighed?
¿Sabe cuánto está pesando cuando llegó a los Estados Unidos?
178.
Holy shit.
Wait, pero ¿cuál es tu altura?
1.65.
No, her
that is her height,
because she's doing it centimeters. I mean, inches.
Yeah,
no, centimeters.
Metric. Yeah, we the only country in the world.
I get it,
only one. 178 when she got to the U.S.
But how much is that? What she said? 160.
What? 1 meter?
No. I'm talking about the meters.
Yeah.
So I could convert to inches.
1 meter 65 centimeters.
Pero no era gorda, era músculo. No era gorda.
No, y es lo que está diciendo Coach Bully. She's like, I wasn't fat. She's like, it was muscle. Y es lo que está diciendo Coach Bully que
pero músculo porque tú actually is it muscles because was she
Fierro.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So she was on a bodybuilding thing.
Yeah. Entonces, ¿usted estaba compitiendo como para de pesa o...?
Hace 3 meses que estoy entrenando después de 2 años, casi 3 años consecutivos de no entrenar boxing.
Entonces, ¿qué estaba entrenando durante ese tiempo?
Pesas.
Oh, yeah, she was like, look, I went nearly 3 years without training boxing. I was weightlifting. And it was nearly 3 years not doing boxing.
El boxing era mi cardio en ese tiempo, no era más competitivo.
Oh, so she's like, my boxing... So she was boxing during that time, but she was using it as cardio, not competitive training.
But ask her, did she have amateur fights at that time?
Entonces, durante ese tiempo, ¿no tuvo peleas amateur?
No, mi última pelea fue en diciembre.
So when did she cram 40 fights in?
Entonces, ¿cuándo fue que tuvo... tuvo 3 años no compitiendo... ¿Cuándo fue que tuvo esas 40 peleas amateur?
A partir de mis 11 años.
Oh, she's like, since I was 11. She's like, during that time, I wasn't fighting amateur. She was like, I was focusing on bodybuilding. The boxing was a cardio thing. She's like, but I've been boxing since I was 11, so I've been accumulating my amateur fights since then, so... Wow, that's crazy.
So it spread out through many years.
Entonces,
y en septiembre, cuando yo me decidí todo esto de las artes marciales y demás, fue cuando yo empecé a entrenar para pelear de nuevo. Y peleé en diciembre, en Artigas, de donde soy, que soy de la frontera. Pero la pelea quedó sin fallo. Pero yo la cuento como una pelea igual. ¿Viste? Quedó sin fallo porque, bueno, fue una cuestión media rara ahí. Pero esa fue mi última pelea.
Pero fue la primera pelea que tuvo desde cuándo?
No, fue la última.
Pero fue la última, pero sí. ¿Desde cuándo? O sea, antes de diciembre usted tuvo una pelea antes de esa.
No, en diciembre. En diciembre fue mi última pelea.
Pero antes de diciembre.
Antes de diciembre.
La pelea antes de esa.
Antes de esa. 3 años antes.
Oh.
Wow. So she's like, I had an amateur fight in December when I decided that I didn't want to do MMA. I wanted to dedicate myself to
Mi
boxing.
última pelea fue por un campeonato Mercosur.
But before that, she hadn't had an amateur fight in 3 years, and it was for an amateur championship at that time.
What weight was that amateur fight?
Esa pelea que fue, ¿en qué peso?
65. Hasta 64, te miento. Hasta 64 kilos.
64. Y dice Coach Bullet que su meta de él es obviamente el debut en la 135, pero que a él le gustaría ver cómo usted se ve y qué tan fuerte se ve en la 130.
Nunca se sabe si puedo bajar un poquito más.
¿Cuál es lo más bajo que ha bajado?
57.
57. So she says she hasn't gone lower than 57. So for her to see that she could go as low as 30 is interesting.
So wait.
But that fight...
You lost me. She's saying she hasn't gone as low as 57 on her own. Then linking with Bullet, she's gotten down to 130.
Well, no. She'll be debuting at 35, but Coach Bullet said that she would like to see if she can even go down to 30, see how that power carries down, and see how she looks at 30. So when I mentioned that to her, she's like, look, it'll be interesting to see because on my own, the lowest I've gotten was 57.
So tell her that I need her to do one thing and change the Instagram name to her full name, because she's got a lot of followers, but it is extremely difficult to find her if you're a boxing fan. So yeah, that's the first thing she has to do. Like a lot of boxers, of course. I mean,
she has two or three pages. So the one that has the most is Florencia. It's Flo Pajares, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's the one I'm on. So this is how you explain it. Why it's a have to.
Mm-hmm.
Did Ryan Garcia not renegotiate his contract with Dazn when right before his fight with the Filipino kid that he knocked out? Remember?
Okay.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
I know, no, but I'm trying to see where you're going with this.
Social media in boxing is a thing now. Like she said, to get her visa, they checked her social media. Like, so do promoters. The bigger following you have, the better for your paycheck. Like, that's just bottom line. It's the truth, Ryan has been able to get championship level paydays without a fucking belt.
Even the freaking Gatorade sponsorship doesn't have a belt. Like,
come on, bro.
De La Hoya did a great job marketing and branding that kid. Just like,
I don't even think it was him. I think it was
his lawyer.
Yeah.
What's his name? It doesn't matter.
But that's the point I'm making. Believe me. You want to be found anyway. Yeah. I mean, you're a fighter for a reason.
Gatorade, I'm like, yo, my man's just went 12 with to go, and he got a Gatorade commercial with Damian Lillard and a Christian.
And the performance wasn't even great.
Bro, he got that Christian Dior fragrance deal. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what do they see in him?
They see his followers, so explain that.
Dijo que...
100% right.
Dijo que porque... las redes sociales son tan grandes y obviamente hasta en el deporte se ha visto en gente como Ryan García que no es de nivel de campeonato, no ha sido nada pero porque tiene los seguidores en las redes sociales, es muy importante que cambie su nombre a su primer nombre y apellido, porque dijo que es muy difícil, que para él fue difícil encontrar su página de Instagram porque no es tu nombre, y dijo que para él se le hace importante.
No, déjame contarte una cosa.
Para que la puedan encontrar.
Mi nombre era Florencia Belén en Instagram, pero hace un mes me hackearon la cuenta y me la cambiaron. No la puedo cambiar por 2 meses.
Oh, she said that her account was hacked and that it was her first and last name. And that just occurred a month ago, and she can't change it to that day for 60 days.
Oh, okay.
So she said, next time, mind your business.
Nah, she didn't say that. ¿Tú no entendiste eso?
Sí, she understood. Oh, I like it.
So she picked Katie, man. She's going to tell me right here in my face that she didn't think Amanda won?
Entonces dijo que usted obviamente...
Like she understood that.
Usted obviamente quiso que Katie Taylor ganara. Dijo, ¿A poco te vas a sentar aquí en su cara y decirle que Amanda no ganó la pelea?
Sí.
She did it serious too.
¿Verdad?
Pero, ¿usted cómo la vio? Usted obviamente no es juez, pero ¿cómo la vio 6-4, 7-3? Porque no es por nada. Las redes sociales, mucha gente
Los
pensó...
mejores golpes conectados fueron los de Amanda. Pero la favorita es Katie. Y eso influye mucho.
Pero
tú mismo estás diciendo que ella no ganó, entonces.
No dijo que no ganó, dijo que los mejores golpes fueron de Amanda.
No, and she said, but
No,
Katie's
pero
the
si
favorite,
and-
which means you just gave favoritism to the champ,
Well, that's
not
what-
necessarily the champ
Yeah,
won.
that's-
And that's what I'm saying. So she's basically saying that she knows Amanda won.
Entonces, ¿cómo es eso? Porque es la favorita. Si yo te tiro los mejor golpes, si yo conecto los mejor golpes...
Decíselo a los jueces.
No, o sea... Entonces, ¿usted no piensa que ganó Katie? Porque ahorita...
Mira,
ahorita...
si voy a seguir mis sentimientos hacia Katie, le voy a elegir a ella. Pero si vamos hablando realmente de boxeo, golpes conectados, fue Amanda.
Oh, yeah! I told you.
Wow, she's like, look, as a fan, you know, I'm always going to pick Katie.
Pero no soy hipócrita.
She's like, but I'm not a hypocrite. She's like, the better punches was Amanda. She's like, you know, but I am the Katie fan.
And let me go against her. I believe that in that fight, Serrano came out real good. In the second half of the fight, Katie Taylor took over the fight with the right hand. It landed at will over and over and over every round. The first half of the fight, maybe if they gave Katie Taylor one of those first few rounds, that's why she won the fight unanimously. She could have won one of those rounds. See, a lot of people don't understand the part about boxing where it has two halves of the fight. The first half, look at Serrano's face. The second half, look at her face. After the second half of the fight, I told her, I said, Katie looks so strong. She looks strong. Amanda's cut, but Katie, it looks strong, like, you know, brute force. And that's what I told her. A lot of people, that we was all watching the fight together. I'm like, listen, Katie's whooping her ass now. Excuse my language.
Oh, good.
You know what I'm saying? Katie's whooping her, like, hands down. And then when the decision came, Coach, you're right. I'm telling you.
So, Coach, I get what you're saying. But you said, look at the face. Now, you know some fighters she got that experience.
But Serrano's face ain't really been like that too much. And she cannot get away from her right hand. A right hand is a big power punch in boxing, especially for a right hand fighter.
I don't know, Coach. Serrano hurt the hell out of Kelly that whole fight.
No. She hurt her in the first half of the fight. Katie regained her composure because Serrano ran out of gas and couldn't finish her, as we saw. Because she couldn't finish her, Serrano gassed herself out. By her experience, she's not showing how gassed out she is, but by her performance, I knew she was gassed out. That's like Caleb Plant versus Canelo. Great first half of the fight, but you did so many unnecessary punches to try to win by points, and you gassed yourself out. Just like everybody else versus Canelo, except Bivol. You understand what I'm saying? Bivol had the punch volume, the distance, and I bet Bivol to beat Canelo.
You did?
Absolutely. I got it on record, recorded. You understand what I'm saying? So for me, it's the things that I look at in boxing, fight for fight, and sparring session for sparring session that other people don't really. So gambling on boxing, I'm damn near 95% accurate.
Oh, shit, but you picking Rolly.
What you think is going to happen? What you think? I bet 25,000 on Rolly.
Damn!
Coach, are you saying-
You put 25,000 for this fight?
Yes, sir.
For the Tank fight?
Tank ain't nothing.
You betting 25,000 on this fight. I love your confidence.
Coach, so
we asked so
on.
many people
Hold
that,
on,
like, why
hold
don't you
on.
bet on yourself?
Hold on, because I'm going to use your fighter, not against you, but her words. She said in that Katie and Amanda fight, I was like, well, if you were going for Katie, and that's a, you know, you and you thought Amanda landed the bigger and better shots, then why didn't she win? She's like, tell that to the judges. So you had to have put the 25,000 on knockout, right? Or do you think
all day, every day? We're not going to the judges because she's absolutely right. That's what's going to happen. Tank is a pay-per-view draw. He sells out arenas. If he beat Rolly in 12 rounds, he beats Rolly. If he goes to 12 rounds without beating Rolly, it's close, he beats Rolly. The only way we beat him is if we drop him 2 times or more within a 12-round fight. It's the only way. We have to knock him out.
But, Coach, there's millions of people looking at that Jackson Marinas.
They don't know
fight.
shit about boxing. One thing I learned about from Roger Mayweather said one thing that really behooved me within the last 5 years. I've really been thinking about it. Most people don't know shit about boxing. They all got opinions like assholes, and it's good. You have people that's attorneys and doctors and judges that's talking about boxing. You don't know nothing about boxing. When you sit there and you train a fighter for 7 years, you know exactly what to expect every time he's out there, unless he's not disciplined or not focused. And that's when I won't be in his corner anyway, because I'd be like, I'm not being in your corner, so you're not fighting. But for this fight, styles make fights. And when I look at a fighter prepare stylistically through his whole career, a fighter's style is his characteristics, or her characteristics. So you cannot change that in one day. Tank is going to do what Tank been doing. Sit there and take punches, unnecessary punches, but you can't take that punch from Rolando. Rolly will knock you the fuck out, period. And I say it with such passion because I teach him how to place his punches. He's a super middleweight power at 135. He could fight 47 right now, but I don't want to fight 47. He's fighting 35, like I said, for her to fight down, to make her power become the ultimate weapon, and her technique and her speed. Same thing with Rolly. He has power, he has technique, his own technique that we've harnessed with himself. And that's the thing about this fight too. Every sparring partner that we ever had that's beat up Tank, got Tank in trouble, they don't give us trouble. And they'll tell you. You could talk to Claudio Marrero, whooped off on Tank in sparring a couple times. He'll tell you, Rolly's more different than them all. You know what I'm saying? You cannot adjust to that in one fight. Definitely not in a few rounds. You have to spar him 4 or 5 times to try to figure out his motion, his movement. You know what I'm saying? So just like her, like if you spar her one time, you're like, oh, wow, she's special. But you know how special it is because now the next time you spar her, it's going to be different. You know what I'm saying?
So do they have history being in the same gym? Have they ever sparred?
The only history with them is that Tank never showed up for sparring. And we sat there for 2 hours both times. That's what we're always pissed about. But it's a blessing in disguise because when we spar Ryan Garcia and beat him up twice in sparring, they don't want to fight us in the pros. I don't think it's important for people in the same weight class to spar each other. Because now, like we said, if you know who this person is, on record, on what people say, it's different. But when you know mano a mano, power for power, speed for speed, you're like, I'm not finna fight that person on national TV and get handled like that with small gloves.
So you saying that's why the Canelo Triple G fight took so long?
Yes, absolutely. And if you sparring people that's in your weight class, you're pretty much exploiting yourself to their team and to their management, their promoter, and they'll know. Not De La Hoya took Ryan off the WBA. The very next day, we beat Jackson Marinas. You understand what I'm saying? The very next day.
Whoa, Coach. So
no, please don't disrespect me with that Jackson Marinas crap. That shit.
Oh man,
Jackson Marinas got whooped damn near every round, just like Mikey Garcia did against Earl Spence. After they get whooped every round, they do this.
Nah,
to try to sell the judges. It's a tactic.
Mikey and Marinas, you gonna put that in the same category?
In the same category. Mikey Garcia's went 12-0.
You got it then.
Jackson Marinas, I give him 3 or 4 rounds because of his jab. But that fool was scared to throw his right hand. If he threw his right hand more, he would have a different outcome. He would probably have a closer fight. But Rolly fought that dude 12 rounds, hard. Pressed the line every round. And then the damn Dominican Republic gonna give him a damn belt. Then you run away from our rematch. We gave him a rematch. He ran away from the rematch because he's BITCH. And he go run into Coleman's right hand. So he destroyed himself.
I mean, it is rumored that he was offered more for the Coleman fight.
He was what?
Offered more money for the Coleman fight.
That's a lie. That's a downright disrespectful lie. He got more time to prepare and more money against Rolly. He know better. See what I'm saying? People.
That would be, I mean, just hearing that and repeating it out loud, it doesn't sound normal, right? Because if you lose, you usually don't get more money in the rematch. And Marinas, technically, I'm using air quotes, he lost. So how the hell would you guys be offering him more money in the rematch?
Because we know we whipped them. We whipped them cleanly. We'll give them whatever they want. Because we want to erase that memory. You understand what I'm saying? And when it comes to fights between Louis DeCuba and our team, we make decisions.
Louis Rolly's advisor?
Manager.
Okay.
From day one.
Wow.
Yo, I'm
He is
telling you,
Cuban. He is
yo,
Cuban.
Louis got him.
No,
man.
Louis
got
I've
him.
been telling y'all for years, man. He the next Al. But we still have a lot more questions for her from the 504 New Orleans. We got Rue who says, how did you get involved in the sport?
Tenemos fanáticos que tienen preguntas para usted. Entonces, uno de ellos dicen que cómo fue que empezó en el boxeo.
I mean, he is from New Orleans, though. Let her know. So she knows she's got people tuning in around the world for her.
I mean, how the fuck do you say New Orleans in Spanish?
Oh, the first time. Have you seen me in the chat? Like, Danny's truly the best at this.
Bro, I mean, you can't.
New Orleans,
Yeah, New Orleans. El fanático.
Nueva Orleans?
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. So, el fanático es de New Orleans, Louisiana.
Del casino de...
No, sí, casino. No, es una ciudad pegada con el Golfo de México. Entonces, pero aquí en los Estados Unidos. Entonces dijo que es importante que te diga que gente de todo el país y del mundo.
Sí, porque las
están
preguntas
aquí.
son de diferentes gente, de diferentes partes del mundo. So, para que tú sepas que tú sabes, hay mucha gente en diferentes partes del mundo.
Siguiendo el podcast, sí.
Y siguiendo tu carrera.
Ahora que te...
Muchas gracias a la gente.
Yeah.
So she says thank you, definitely thank you for the people. Pero ¿cómo fue que usted empezó en el boxeo?
Tenía 9 años cuando tenía ganas de boxear y siempre recibía no de mis padres. Gracias, me incentivaron más. Bueno, así me tuvieron 2 años. Bueno, el año que viene. Siempre vamos a esperar las notas de la escuela, vamos a ver cómo te va. Cuando pasé al liceo, que sería la secundaria, yo siempre era excelente alumna, hacía italiano, estudiaba, hacía inglés, hacía de todo, no me acuerdo nada de inglés. ¿Viste? Hacía danza, todo lo que yo hacía era excelente, siempre fui. Entonces, bueno, no podemos decirle más que no, porque ya me estaba rebelando contra mis padres. Bueno, en el primer día aprendí a saltar la cuerda, entonces el boxeo era para mí. Tuve 4 meses, bolsa, y mi madre, ¿qué te pagando solo para que vayas a golpear en la bolsa? Decía mi madre. Después de 4 meses fue mi primer sparring. Me reventaron toda. Sí, ahí mi madre y mi padre feliz. No va a ir más. Ya está, no más boxeo. Va a bailar, va a jugar fútbol, no sé. ¿Vos te pensás que yo fui más feliz al otro día? Con la nariz reventada, fui contenta, feliz de la vida. Y ahí mis padres dicen, no va a dejar más. No va a dejar más. Y así fue, nunca más.
She's like, no, fighting is something that I wanted and that I asked my parents for years. And they told me, get good grades. And I kept getting good grades and I kept excelling at everything that I was doing. But they wouldn't put me in boxing. And so I started to rebel against my parents until they finally put me in boxing. And, she's like, I spent 4 months on the bag. And my mom's like, why am I paying money for you to just spend time on the bag? So it took me 4 months, and I had my first sparring session, and they tore my face up, and I'm all bloody, and my nose is all busted up. And she was like, my parents were ecstatic; they were happy because they're like, "There's no way she's gonna go back." And she's like, the next day I went back even happier, and I was ready to do it again. So she's like, I am truly destined for boxing. I was really truly meant to do this. So
yo jugaba handball, estuve en la selección.
¿Qué es eso?
Handball.
Oh, handball.
Jugué handball 4 años, 5 años.
Bro, she did everything. Can we just clear that? ¿Tú jugaste todos los deportes?
Sí. Jugué rugby 2 años. O sea, siempre hacía boxing y algo más.
Fucking fancy ass sports they got out there.
I know.
Bro, I'm like, we ain't got no handball, rugby. I'm like, what the fuck?
And she did other things. MMA.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sí, jiu-jitsu, 4 años. Soy blue belt.
Oh, she's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu.
Y bueno, y bailé danza árabe. Hacía boxing.
Danza
el vientre.
¿Árabe dijo?
Sí, danza árabe, danza del vientre.
What, like belly dancing?
¿Qué es eso?
No, she said Arabic dancing. So
it's like belly dancing. Okay.
Pero siempre era boxing y boxing y boxing y.
It was always boxing and it was never just boxing.
So that's a problem. This is not her first love.
Well, now it is.
Ask her. Is it her first love?
Dijo que es un problema porque el boxeo no es tu primer amor.
Sí, porque nunca lo dejaba. El boxeo era todo para mí, pero yo necesitaba algo más.
¿Por qué?
Porque hacía solamente 2 horas de boxing y después, ¿qué hacía? Yo era súper hiperactiva, necesitaba ocuparme. Entonces, ¿qué hacía? Después de que dejaba de hacer deporte, a veces me pasaba, estudiaba una lengua, estudiaba artesanía, siempre hacía algo más.
She's like, no, she's like, boxing was always my first love. I just always had to do something else because she's like, I'd go to the gym, I'd train for 2 hours, and then what? She's like, then what am I going to do? So she's like, I would take on different things. I would learn different languages. I would learn, have different hobbies because I would train boxing, but it was only during that time. And then it'd be like, and then what? So she's
So
like,
I know this is the people's time for their question, but I got to ask the follow-up. Has that changed now in terms of her having all this energy to do other things because she's under the tutelage of Bullet, and obviously he's, working her?
Dijo que ahora que está entrenando con Coach Bullet y, obviamente es un poco diferente, que si tiene todo ese tiempo y toda esa energía para hacer diferentes cosas o que ahora es puro boxeo.
Puro boxing.
She says
No
only
puedo ni
boxing.
siquiera ir más a la academia. No necesita. Es boxing every day.
Most of them, and then when they come from out the country, like Christian, they learn. I'm 10 hours in the gym.
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm in the gym and they're done, guess what they gotta do? They gotta do their core work while I'm training other people. Then we go get something to eat, relax for a second, then we go to the track every day. You know what I'm saying? So it's no time to have energy for anything else. And guess what? They sleep really good. All of them. They sleep really good. You know what
Dijo
I'm saying?
que de la forma que él los trabaja, que no hay tiempo ni energía de hacer otras cosas. Y dice que cuando él acabe de trabajarlos a todos sus peleadores, dijo, te prometo que todos duermen bien, descansan bien, porque obviamente los trabaja bien duro. Pero
Next
tenemos más preguntas.
I don't know where Mr. Adore is from, but I want to say New Jersey. And he says, for the boxing fans that will be following your career, what should we know about your style and career plans inside and outside the ring?
Dice que uno de nuestros seguidores de New Jersey te pregunta que ahora para la gente que te está siguiendo, ¿qué es algo que debería la gente de saber de ti, de tu estilo y de tus planes para el futuro, sea boxeo o fuera del ring?
En el boxeo, mi plan es conquistar el título. Y hasta que no llegue no voy a parar. En el boxeo es eso. Y fuera del boxing, me encantan las fotos.
Estar enfrente de la cámara o detrás. ¿Tomar fotos o que te las tomen
Que
a
me
ti?
las tomen. Me encanta. Amo. Y ¿saben? Mi hobby, aunque así como me ven, es la cocina. Me encanta cocinar.
Really?
Sí, de verdad. Me encanta hacer cosas nuevas y aprender. Eso
So
me
hay un
encanta.
restaurante en tu futuro.
¿Abrir un restaurante en tu futuro?
La cocina de Flow.
La cocina de Flow.
So
Ya
she got
tiene
the name
nombre.
and everything.
And I'm going to translate everything. Se me olvidó lo que te iba a preguntar, but she said that, she's like, look, boxing is my first love, but if I had any other plans for the future outside of boxing, it would be, she's like, I love having my picture took, so maybe modeling or something like that. And she's like, in the ring, it's becoming a world champion. And I will not stop until that happens. And I feel like I'm missing something.
Igual me imagino yo en un futuro en una película de acción.
She also says she pictures herself in an action movie. Oh, she said that her hobby, I guess you could call it now, would be cooking, just in the kitchen. And that if she were to open a restaurant, it would be called the Kitchen of Flo. Flo's Kitchen. Flo's Kitchen.
La cocina de Florencia. No, y déjenme contarles unas cosas que deberían de saber de mí. Que renuncié a mi título universitario. Semana pasada, viernes, era la defensa de mi tesis. Profe de educación física. Renuncié a mi título universitario por el box. Si será grande el amor que tengo.
She said that literally just last week that she gave up school and stopped pursuing her education to, because of boxing, because that's how dedicated she was, that she's like, I had to let that go because I wanted to pursue boxing and only boxing.
What was her major?
Entonces, ¿de qué estaba estudiando en la universidad?
Licenciada en educación física.
Licenciada. Oh, wow. So she said a lawyer in the fitness world, so in
wow.
physical training.
Okay. James Valdez, San Antonio, Texas says, what's your most memorable experience while being in the Floyd Mayweather TMT gym?
¿Cuál es su memoria favorita estando en el gimnasio de Floyd Mayweather?
El primer día no me lo olvido más. No podía creer cuando estaba en el frente, lloraba, parecía una loca.
Pero no más por estar ahí, o sea,
Por haber llegado, porque de dónde vengo, eso es algo muy lejano.
Exactly.
Es algo muy lejano, es algo prácticamente imposible.
Exactly.
Yo recibo mensajes día a día, ¿cómo hiciste? ¿Cómo te sentís?
¿Sí?
Flo, ¿te das cuenta de dónde estás? Es algo inalcanzable para mucha gente eso.
She said she's like the first day. She said the first day, and I asked her. I said, "What about the first day?" She's like, "Just being there, being in the front." She said, "I was crying," and she's like, "You got to understand where I come from. Like this is the top." She says, "Day in, day out, I receive messages, encouragement."
No, she said it's unattainable, right?
Inalcanzable.
Yeah, unattainable. Yeah.
I'm telling you. That's why I was saying that the visa story is important because, this is an international show. We do reach those countries. They do listen and watch, and she can be inspiration. There's many Dominican fighters that would love to be here, but they can't. You know what I mean? So her story and her journey is important for the growth of others. But,
y acabo de decir que la razón que él preguntó de la visa y que está preguntando de todo es porque obviamente, como usted dice, viniendo de donde usted viene, nunca se imaginaría, y es algo muy importante para la gente que tiene que saber, es lo que la gente latina, la gente del Caribe, la gente de África que viene, o sea, los esfuerzos y todo lo que dejan.
No fue fácil.
She's like, it's not easy.
No fue fácil.
It's not easy.
Yo para llegar acá también empecé a trabajar en el mercado digital porque solo vender mi tienda no me alcanzaba. Vender mi moto no me alcanzaba. Vender mis mercaderías no me alcanzaba.
Entonces,
what market she said?
Marketing digital, el mercado digital, el mercado de afiliados, Hotmart.
Oh, obviamente.
She said that when she got here, she's like, I didn't have enough, even though I had sold my store and I had sold my motorcycle and I had sold my things. I didn't have enough money, so I had to, get into digital marketing. Entonces, ahorita, ¿cómo le está haciendo? Obviamente, todavía no ha sido su debut profesional. Entonces, ¿cómo le está haciendo?
Gracias a Dios tengo la ayuda de mi familia. Gracias. Eso para mí es lo más importante, porque la familia es la base, ¿no? Sin mi familia no sería nada.
Pero Flo, te están ayudando de allá. Holy smokes.
So I asked her, I said, well,
Eso sí que es doblemente más difícil.
Exactly. Because the currency exchange.
Well, I mean, not just that, but, obviously that's a third world country.
No, of course.
So I asked her, I said, so how are you doing it now? Obviously, you haven't turned pro yet. So how is it that you're making money? She's like, the help from my family.
From a third world country.
She's like, which makes it even harder because they're already struggling as it is. And for me to be here, but they have to help me.
Mm-hmm. Well, that definitely is added motivation to accomplish the dream without a doubt.
Obviamente, la meta usted acaba de decir es ser campeona. Coach Bully acaba de decir hace momentos que a él le gustaría que usted pelearía de 8 a 10 veces en el primer año. Escuchando eso y escuchando ahora que es tu familia de allá la que te está ayudando, te motiva más oyendo que puedes tener tantas...
Yo siento que mi madre dice, vos no tenés obligación, yo sé, pero siento que es mi trabajo retribuir a mi familia por todo lo que hizo por mí.
Of course.
So I asked her, obviously, coming from where she comes from and now hearing that it's indeed her family that's helping her and, keeping her afloat. Hearing Coach Bullitt say that she could fight 8 to 10 times in the first year, does that push her? And she says, of course. She's like, look, my family's always told me I have zero obligation to help them, but she's like, I feel that's my duty. Everything that, after everything that they've done for me. So she's like, I feel that's my duty.
What's her age?
¿Cuántos años tiene?
23.
Oh,
23.
Wow, she's super young.
Muy joven.
Tiene bastante tiempo. She has plenty of time is what I said. That's great. That's great. We got the best dad ever. That's coming from the DMV. He says, what's your goals for this year and your favorite fighter in this era to watch?
uno de los seguidores acerca de la capital te pregunta que cuáles son tus metas para este año y cuál es tu favorito peleador ver en este momento. Ya nos dijiste la favorita en Katie, pero metas para el año y tu favorito peleador.
Metas para el año es pelear, pero pelear inteligente.
No, pero tu favor peleador para ver.
No, but first it was her goals for this year, which she was answering.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, but I'm just saying, making sure that she knows it's not her favorite fighter, it's her favorite fighter to watch.
And yeah.
Okay.
All right.
No le gusta que...
Es que, chacho, pues, ¿quieres hablar español o me vas a dejar a mí hablar? Chingao. Quieren andar de pinches metiches y... Pero, entonces...
¿Para qué me invitan si ya saben cómo me pongo?
Obviamente, la pregunta, metas para el año y luego tu favorito peleador
bueno,
para ver pelear.
Yo puedo trazar muchas metas en el año, pero yo no puedo concretar nada sin él.
She's like,
Él es el que dice, Flor, esto está bien o esto está mal.
She's like, look, I can give you a lot of goals that I have, but at the end of the day, none of those goals are nothing without Coach Bullet. So Coach Bullet has to say this is right or this is wrong. So at the end of the day, everything is through him. ¿Por qué en un tiempo... Ok, pues antes que te pregunte eso, ¿tu favorito peleador para ver ahora?
Yo no cambio nada ni por nadie en mi pensamiento. Mi favorito siempre va a ser Tyson.
¿Fury?
Sí.
Tyson Fury.
No, Tyson.
Oh, Mike Tyson.
I'm glad the
Nunca,
camera is on.
jamás voy a cambiar, creo.
No, that's why I asked. Tyson Fury?
No.
Coach Bullet, you know, you ain't have to ask before. Now you got to ask which Tyson you talking about.
True. It is
now
true.
It's gotten to that point.
Tyson para mí es la mayor figura de resiliencia. Entonces,
she said Mike Tyson to me is the ultimate figure of resilience. You know, he stands for resilience. ¿Por qué cómo fue que en un tiempo tan corto pudo usted tener tanta confianza en Coach Bullet? Porque si apenas tiene 3 meses, usted no empezó con él luego. ¿Cómo fue que en un periodo de tiempo tan chiquito pudo tener tanta confianza en él?
Porque él confió en mí y me dio la oportunidad. Y eso es algo que no cualquier persona lo hace.
You know, because she just got done saying regarding her goals that everything goes through Coach Bullet and everything is right or wrong. And I asked her, I said, look, you haven't been here long. So given that you haven't been here long, you weren't training with Coach Bullet from day one. So how is it that you were able to gain all this trust and confidence? Because that's a lot needed to put your career in somebody else's hands. She's like, he trusted me first. He trusted me first and was willing to work with me. So I have to return that.
And also to piggyback that, I just think like when a fighter comes into the gym and they see the amount of fighters that I have that are really good fighters, they understand that when they see me coach them or work the mitts or corner their sparring, they see how passionate, how serious and dedicated I am. Through my dedication, through my commitment, they can see where they need to be. I'm in the gym 10 hours a day, every day, even on Saturdays. Sometimes even if I got to go on a Sunday for a sparring session. This is all, my life is boxing. You know what I'm saying? I just got a fighter's house. That's going to be, we're doing probably a Netflix, Amazon drop for a reality TV show. Straight fighters, only serious fighters. You know what I'm saying? So
male or female?
Both.
So it's just a training camp house.
It's a fighter's house. The ones that are dedicated. I have a Christian, Avis, Flo, Mike, depends on her family, might be there. Also Robert Merriweather, he's 17. He's a phenom. I don't know if you guys know about Robert Merriweather, but he's the next up and coming in his division to go to the top as well. But it's fighters like that are dedicated to the sport. And if you're dedicated to the sport, I'm like a customado in a way to take on your daily living and your boxing, because I have 25 years left for dedicating to the sport. If I don't do what I got to do in 25 years, then I'm just done with it as far as being a coach. You know, because can't coach forever. I mean, you could coach in a wheelchair, but the passion that I have, the way that I teach, the way I do things, I try to teach other people to do it just the same way. Many times you see combinations on the mitts, on TV, on videos. That shit never works in a fight. So why work on things like that? That's for a bag. Go do it in a bag. Whenever they do a combination, whenever you see any combination done in sparring, it's going to be done in a fight. If you see me doing the mitts, it's going to be done in sparring and in the fights. It's going to translate. You understand what I'm saying? So, like she was saying, He has the confidence because when they walk in the gym, there's 3 or 4 of the trainers there, or 5 or 6. But you look at the seriousness and the passion and the commitment and the technique and the everything that trainer has, you'd be like, it's easy to say, well, that's who I want to train me. You know what I'm saying? When I walked into the gym the first time when I was 24 years old, I looked at Paul Andrews and I see how disciplined and structured he was. And I'm like, that's the only person I want to train me. Everybody wanted to train me. Every trainer in the gym, just like with her. She'd come in, everybody wanted to train her. But guess what? It's kind of inevitable for 2 people with the same passion, the same drive for the same sport to end up working together.
Wait. So everybody like who wanted the trainer? I'm interested to know.
There's a gym full of trainers in every gym. If she walks into any gym, every trainer want to train her because she go hit the bag by herself or shadow box or whatever. They're gonna see that.
Mm-hmm.
Her work ethic, her discipline, and her skill set. She has a good skill set. You know.
Dice Coach Bullet que él siente que la razón que fue fácil para usted confiar en él y escoger él como su entrenador es que usted vio la dedicación y el amor que tiene para el deporte y que usted tiene lo mismo y que cuando 2 personas tienen eso, que es como el destino porque no los pueden separar porque usted tiene el amor y la pasión para el deporte como peleadora y que él tiene lo mismo como entrenador.
Y también una cosa importante que me parece importante es que me gusta enseñar. Y yo aprendo de él. Y también me gusta transmitir ese conocimiento que yo aprendo de él. Entonces, él no solo me enseña a pelear, él también me enseña a enseñar.
Pero
y es algo que me gusta.
Enseñar como en forma de entrenar.
Entrenando. Nosotros y yo. Bueno, yo estoy con él, así que es nosotros. Martes y jueves siempre hay una clase de mujeres. Y yo lo ayudo ahí. ¿Viste? Y me gusta, realmente me gusta, me encanta. Y él siempre dice algo que para mí es importante, es que esto es como un puzzle.
¿Como un qué?
Es como un puzzle, un rompecabezas.
Oh.
¿Viste? Entonces, es piecita por piecita.
Piecita por piecita. She says, another thing about Coach Bullet is that he teaches. So in him teaching, she's able to learn and not just learn what he's teaching, but learn to teach others. So she says that actually she, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that she actually helps teach a women's boxing class. And, you know, but once again, crediting Coach Bullet and him being a teacher in the sport. So,
y yo no tengo tiempo. No tengo tiempo porque créeme que si tuviera tiempo ya estaría en un gimnasio dando clases. Créeme.
Entonces, ¿usted piensa que tal vez un día usted también podría ser entrenadora?
Sí.
She's like, look, believe me, if I had more time, I would be in there every day training. I'd be in the gym all day.
But training being a trainer.
Being a trainer. And she says that, so I asked, I was like, so is that something that you would want to do, once you're done fighting? She's like, yeah, later on, of course.
Mm-hmm. So we do have a lot more. Next is from Mac and Ass Cheese right here in Las Vegas. He says, ask her, does she need a husband for 2 years till she gets her green card?
Oh, my God.
Because I got her.
It would be, of all people,
it would be Mac. He said, the Boxing Voice is here for her.
Uno de nuestros seguidores aquí mismo en Las Vegas dice que si necesita esposo.
Ya recibí varios mensajes como esos.
She said, I've gotten plenty of messages just like that
Yo
one.
tengo papeles, me dicen. No quiero papeles, quiero pelear primero.
She says that they'll tell her that, obviously they're citizens, that they can get her degree. She's like, I just want to fight right now.
But the funny thing is that she says she gets a bunch of messages like that already. Hilarious. Next up is Victor Banuelos. So, Watrata. He says, ¿será una mujer que tiene talento en el boxeo podría tener un novio que no sabe pelear? So basically, does she think that a woman in the sport who knows how to fight can have a
Créeme
man?
que tuve cada novio más inservible. Créeme. No tiene nada que ver.
Como inservible.
Que eran delicados, que no tenía nada que ver con mi estilo de vida.
Pero que si usted podría tener un novio que
no sabe pelear. La pregunta
usted deje que sea boxeador. No tiene que ser, pero que sepa pelear. Que si usted podría tener un
Pero
novio.
yo lo defiendo, no hay problema.
She says, no, I'll defend him, no problem. She's like, look, all my exes, she's like, had, nothing to do with
I felt like she said all her exes.
No, yo creo que lo importante es el feeling, es uno sentirse bien y el respeto. El resto es el resto.
She's like, I think what's important is, your feelings and the respect. The rest is the rest. Coach, what's your thoughts on that? Because, as a man.
No, as the coach, would you want to see her get with a guy that isn't, in your mind, physically can't defend her? Because the question in Spanish was, can she date a man that doesn't know how to fight? Not just box, can't fight.
Yeah, it's possible. The only thing about when I've trained many women fighters, and if the support system is there, is good. If they don't support it and they may want to have a kid or want to do something that not for her career, then that's the only way it's a problem. But if they understand who she is, her goals, her dreams, time has changed. This is not the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Women movement is completely different now. Their careers, they're making jubilees. So if a man was to be with a female fighter, they would have to respect their career.
Dijo Coach Bullet porque Néstor le preguntó, él como tu entrenador, ¿cómo se sentiría si usted tendría un novio que no sabe pelear? Y dice, mire, con que su pareja le dé el apoyo y el respeto es lo más importante. Porque
el respeto es todo. El respeto es todo, en todos los sentidos. Y la honestidad, no. Yo priorizo mucho la honestidad.
She's like, no, obviously respect is everything. And honesty as well, so.
Mirin Flaco says, me encanta tu entrevista.
Definitivamente.
Dios delante de todo. Mucha suerte en su carrera y tienes un nuevo fan en mí.
Muchas gracias.
No question. Mirin Flaco just saying that she's loved the interview. Definitely God first. Before anything, and much luck on her career, and that she has a new fan in her. We got Brandon in Houston that says, what are your thoughts on Ebony Bridges' weigh-in outfits?
¿Usted sabe quién es Ebony Bridges? No. Ebony Bridges es
I'll pull it up.
Él va a enseñar una foto, pero ella ha causado mucha conversación por sus... ¿Cómo se dice chingada madre?
Vestimenta.
De la forma que se viste en los pesajes.
Okay, Austin.
So.
Back it down. You can't.
What are you doing, Austin?
Call them maximize.
Sí,
because of the wheel. Because of the wheel.
Fucking wheel. There's no other picture?
Yes.
Entonces acaba ella de ser campeona del mundo, pero
siempre se viste así para sus pesajes.
¿Quieres mi opinión o quieres saber cómo lo haría yo?
No,
los dos.
Las dos cosas.
Los dos.
A mí me parece que son cosas importantes. Yo pienso profesional en ese sentido. Boxing is boxing. My life is my life.
What? You know English?
Every day I drill.
I'm learning.
I'm learning. I love it. Entonces, boxing is boxing, your life is your life. Entonces,
Si después quiero hacer un book del injury, lo hago, pero fuera de boxing. Son cosas diferentes.
So tú no te vestirías así para tu pesaje.
No. Yo no. La respeto. Es su estilo y capaz que así atrae más seguidores, vende más, qué sé yo. Pero yo no lo haría.
Translate?
She's like, look, I respect her, but not something I would do. She's like, I'm sure she sells more. I'm sure she makes her more marketable, but not something that I would do. Boxing is boxing, and, my personal life is my personal life. So she's like, I respect it, just not something that I
Créeme
would
que
do.
ya he hecho books así, de ese tipo de vestimenta.
¿Usted lo ha hecho?
Sí, ya lo he hecho, pero es fuera del boxing.
¿Cómo box de así?
Vendiendo, ¿cómo se dice? Representando una marca de ropa en mi ciudad.
Modeling.
Okay, modeling, yeah, okay. No, pero eso es diferente porque es fuera del boxeo.
Sí.
And she's like, I've done things like that, but outside of boxing. She's like, I've modeled and I've done similar things, but she's like, I've worn stuff but it's outside of boxing.
Let me get a screen share. So I tell her I understand exactly what she's saying about keeping boxing in boxing
Cornejo, me gusta.
and not, her personal life is her personal life. But this is a boxer. Like she's just said herself, she likes her. How else does she think she knows her? Like, this woman has gone viral, been able to get multiple championship fights, never won a championship. And it's because of, her weigh-in.
Usted acaba de
She
decir,
sells those tickets.
Usted acaba de decir que le gusta a usted Mari Cornejo, ¿verdad?
Me gusta su
Y
estilo.
dice, le pregunta a usted, ¿cómo es usted que la conoce? Dijo, ella se dio a conocer por la forma que se vestía en los pesajes. O sea, fue como se dio a conocer al mundo.
Es tanto que ella tuvo que quitarse los senos en estos días. Nos hicimos una entrevista y ella, tú sabes, se los quitó por su her medical reasons.
Tuvo problemas médicos.
But she said,
prótesis.
she says that there's been a change,
Pero dijo que ahora que se sacó los senos, dijo que ya no quiere vestirse así en los pesajes y que...
No. She does
that.
dress like that. What you mean? She wears the same one. I'll show it to you. She just says there's a difference now. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, and haven't taken them out.
Yeah.
Oh, I
look,
thought you were saying it not
look,
wearing
even in numbers.
Oh,
Look.
no, dice que yo entendí mal, disculpa. Dijo no que no se va a vestir así. Dijo que ahora la diferencia que cuando se los quitó que hasta puede pelear mejor. Dijo que no le molesta porque dijo que en antes trataba de tirar un golpe y que le molestaba porque como le bloqueaba un poco y que ahora no es así. Pero su pensamiento ahorita, ¿cómo usted ve el mundo del boxeo, pero para las mujeres? Porque obviamente en los últimos años se ha ido a otro nivel, ¿verdad? Pero en mi opinión puede mejorar. ¿Usted cómo ve el mundo del boxeo siendo una mujer?
Me parece que ahora el boxeo femenino está evolucionando mucho. Pero empezó a evolucionar, me parece a mí, más por la cuestión del marketing, más que por el boxing en sí. El marketing hizo evolucionar mucho el boxeo femenino. Y yo creo que eso es muy personal en el sentido de vender el boxing. Yo sé que yo puedo poner una foto en calzones y venderme bien rápido y hacerme bien conocida. Pero también puedo conquistar el mundo del boxing por mi talento. Entonces me parece a mí que hay cosas que van de la mano.
Sí, pero es por las oportunidades. Es por las oportunidades. Tú tienes que leer.
Because you're going to remember that shit, motherfucker.
Go ahead.
Damn. So I asked her, I said, in your eyes, how do you view women's boxing? Because in my opinion, well, I said, obviously it has improved a lot and has gotten to another level in the last couple of years, but I still think it could improve a lot. And she said that she does believe that boxing has been evolution. It's been an evolution, but she says because of marketing, she's like, I can post a picture in underwear right now and I can market myself and I can get popular. She's like, but I can do the same thing.
Y yo la subí, ojo.
She's like, I can do the same thing by winning the fight fans' hearts and, with my fights, with the style I fight.
No. Tú tienes que hacer los dos.
Educadamente.
Ebony Bridges has gotten 2 title opportunities in 7 fights. 7 peleas. Ya ha tenido 2.
But the problem is she's not winning.
She did win. She's a
won
champion.
title?
She is a champion.
Because of her bikini modeling?
No, she is a champion because she won that fight, but she got 2 opportunities at a championship
she lost
title.
the first time. She lost the first
That's
time.
what I'm telling you.
But
en este deporte de mujeres, ¿cómo tú vas a tener una oportunidad a pelear por un campeonato?
Si no te das a
Perder.
conocer.
No. Perder y después que te den otro. Es porque ella sí puede vender, porque ella luce, porque ella hace los hombres verla. Al final del día es los números. Si tú no estás haciendo números, tú puedes ser el mejor, Terence Crawford. How you say network? Broadcaster, how you say it?
Dice que...
Él tiene televisión.
Bueno, entonces, a ver, mis patrocinadores que los vendo enseguida bien rápido.
Él no tiene televisión. Él es el mejor en el mundo. Desde Canelo perdió, todo el mundo está diciendo que él es el número 1. ¿Cuál es su televisión? ¿Dónde está su contrato? ¿Con quién va a pelear?
¿Por qué no aparece? Sí.
So...
Que sube una
Shit
foto
is serious, man. Explain to her. Translate. Sorry.
How you can't translate what you just said?
I'm sorry. So I'm basically just saying that we all know Ebony Bridges has 7 fights, right?
7.
Give or take 1 fight, but she's had 2 title shots in that
pero
time.
ahí está la cuestión que yo te digo. Yo puedo hacer todo eso fuera del boxing. Fuera. Puedo modelar, puedo sacar fotos, puedo hacer videos, puedo bailar. Fuera del boxing. Pero el boxing, es profesional.
Sí, pero es que tú tienes que entender que para las mujeres no es lo mismo. Primeramente, lo que tú ganas no es lo mismo. So, tú tienes que hacer eso para que te entre dinero diferente so she could get sponsored. Her fight is bigger. Like, think about Christina Hammer. She ain't knocking on nobody's door to go fight Clarissa Shields again, or Franchon Cruz, or Shadeja Green, or fucking Savannah Marshall. Why? Because she paid. She doing jump ropes on her Instagram, and she good. She's fighting in different countries versus girls you never heard of, and she good because she's marketable.
So she's saying, why can't she market herself in the same manner just outside of boxing? She's like, why can't I model wearing the same shit they're wearing just outside of boxing?
As long as it's at the same time. It can't be one career, then another career.
Dice él, porque usted dijo que boxeo, vida, separado, pero dice él, puede hacerlo fuera del boxeo, modelar, tomarte fotos, pero dice con que sea al mismo tiempo, porque obviamente si estás modelando ahorita y te estás vendiendo ahorita al mundo para que te conozca y tienes una pelea, pues obviamente te van a ver como, no nomás es modelo, pero también es peleador. Entonces dice que si es al mismo tiempo, que entonces allí sí te
beneficiaría.
Sí, porque una mano
va de la otra.
Exacto.
Sí, yo entiendo lo que me quieres decir.
I'm a multitasker, so I believe in what you're saying with being able to do two.
Bully dijo que so tiene que hacer
2 or 3 things at the same time, just because the second thing won't take energy like boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Just taking a picture doesn't take nothing. You can do that playing by yourself. So a model with boxing is okay. Now an actor or actress, that's
different.
Different.
That's different.
You cannot go on that set 8-10 hours till you can perform boxing. Or vice versa.
Tú tienes que seguirla a ella.
I don't know. Hold on. Actually, hold
todo
on.
Anuncio que ella hace.
Actually, and it's a different sport. So do you think it's a boxer specifically? You saying a professional athlete just in general?
Well, because a boxer in training camp. I'm sorry. Let's get this clear. In training camp, could we live our lives training camp at a time? Like Vin Diesel, quarter mile at a time. We live our lives training camp at a time.
You in the muscle cars, coach?
So no, let me ask you this.
We got another interview too.
Let me ask you this, coach. If a fighter tells you, and it has to be a fighter at that level, but it's happened. A fighter tells you, coach, I'm going to be like Mike. I'm going to go film Space Jam, but we bringing the training camp to us. Mike built a fucking basketball court at the studio.
I'm all for it.
All for it, as long as
you focus on boxing.
Okay. So while y'all not in that gym, if y'all in camp, y'all not in the gym, they could go do that.
The gym could be the backyard of the alley. The gym ain't the building. The gym is the people, like a church. You know what I'm saying?
I like that.
Dr. Mofongo, we're going to have to make an executive decision to cut off at one point because they all have questions for it. But we got Dr. Mofongo. He says, buenos días, me interesa. You take over, bro. Ok. Buenos días. Me interesó bastante la entrevista de esta mañana. Me interesa saber si tú fuera la persona manejando la carrera de Canelo en este momento, ¿le seguiría tomar la revancha con Bivol? Y si lo haría,
Ok, si usted fuera la manejadora del Canelo, que si le gustaría que tomara la revancha con Bivol y si serían las 175 o 168 libras. Con respeto, eres una mujer hermosa y te deseo mucha suerte.
Ay, muchas gracias.
Pero tú te estás fijando cuántos hombres quieren o tienen que decir.
Voy a hacer un OnlyFans.
I'm just letting her know. Is she realizing how many men are going out of their way to, ask their question, but then say, "You're so beautiful. It's marketing. I'm hammering it in. Make sure she knows.
That's very powerful.
Exactly. You have to take advantage of that, because guess what? The woman who isn't pretty, she can't take advantage.
Sí, pero yo no iría de lingerie a un paisaje. Jamás en mi vida. Jamás.
What she said?
She said
Por eso
that-
te digo que es diferente del boxing. Yo realmente espero que un día puedan ver un entrenamiento mío. Yo no soy esto que ustedes ven acá. Mi postura cambia, mi mentalidad cambia. Yo hago un clic, bueno, es boxing. Yo soy diferente, yo miro diferente y pienso diferente en el momento que entreno, en el momento que peleo. Es algo muy mental para mí. Yo me lo tomo muy personal.
No, she's just saying, she's like, look, I don't have an issue wearing it. I just would never, ever wear it to a weigh-in. She's like, something I would never do. And I take it very personal. She's like, I have no issue wearing it outside of boxing. It's just something that I would never personally do.
Well, just make sure she knows that I was never insinuating that she needs to wear lingerie to the weigh-in. That our conversation was strictly her being looking good at the weigh-in, not even sexual, looking good at the weigh-in. It's making sure that your outfit is appealing. I was never insinuating for her to actually wear lingerie.
No,
I was just showing her what Ebony does.
No, dijo que no quiere que usted piense que él está diciendo que se tiene que poner eso en el pesaje de tanga o hacer nada de eso. Él dice que nomás quiere que sepa, si usted se ve bonita, se ve hermosa en el pesaje, que los hombres van a ver, que la gente va a poner atención ahora porque le llamó la atención. Entonces,
Créeme que tengo mis tácticas para eso.
No quiero que piense que yo te estoy diciendo que te ponga lo que ella se está poniendo, solamente lo está usando ella como un ejemplo. We still got 2 more, but we definitely got to cut out. Tenemos Palma, pero vamos a tener que hacerlo un part 2 porque tenemos otra persona aquí y ya estamos media hora sobre de la entrevista y todavía tenemos que tirar una foto con usted. So we'll be back. I was just letting her know we're going to have to cut it short. There's a shitload of questions, but it's going to have to be a part 2 because we have another guest. We're already 30 minutes behind. We still have to take a picture.
Yeah,
so we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, with our next guest. We do apologize not only to him, but to you and to our guest right now, Florencia, for having to rush it a little bit. Please give out your social media.
Que des sus redes sociales para que la gente te pueda seguir.
@flopajares. Les agradezco que me sigan, los voy a seguir. Gracias por todo, gracias por ver la entrevista. Y bueno, espero puedan acompañar parte de mi proceso. Porque voy a ser campeona, escuchen.
She said Flo Pajares, that's FLOPAJARES, and she says that she's very grateful for this opportunity and for the interview, and that she hopes that everybody's able to follow her career.
And she said, I will be a champion.
Y ahí voy a ser, sí. Acuérdense mi nombre.
She said, remember my name.
De Uruguay para el mundo, siempre digo.
From
Uruguay to the world.
That's right.
All right, we'll be
right back.
12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
Happening, people. Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida. Liz Lowe, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit. Stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuts, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amin of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas. Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all. In Jesus' name.
Without Chai, it ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish Vega, Palm Beach, Florida. Treat the Incredible, straight out the ATL. James Benitez, Huntsville, Alabama. It ain't hating, it's just the truth.
Show Kid, Mount Vernon, New York, suckers.
SDS Promotions.
Coach Mide from London, UK.
Checking in from Tennessee, it's lethal. James, P-A-Y-N-E. It's lethal.
Line 6 Reed, just spreading that boots gospel.
Bo from Bama, only in America.
Well, I'm a true attestation to the American dream.
King Born, Crown Heights, Brooklyn. You heard? 4 chicken wings and french fries, breakfast of champions. Let's get to it.
JT, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Stuff like that.
Yo, TVV, this Coach J-Mac. New Orleans, Louisiana, 504, baby.
what have you.
See, why?
California.
Like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for some.
This is the #1 pound for pound and 2-division champion, Marvin the Tank Furman from Dallas, Texas.
LB Southern, from DC to Stunt City, Bomb Squad.
Brandon Maurice, aka the AJ Trucking, straight out of Cincinnati, baby.
Madback 100, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Chickarelli, Hollywood, California.
Louis Reyes, Boston, Mass. Yo, drop that SDS shit,
This
son.
message was brought to you by
What up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to another one. And now we're going to have a even bigger treat, Danny.
What else we got for the people, Ness?
We are finally going to be able to try and implement a betting segment here into our daily boxing show. Or should I say weekly, because we'll do it on Thursdays or Fridays, whatever is most convenient for our expert who is in the building. And we need to bring in, he'll be here in just a sec. And his name is Amal. He also does a show in the Circa, right? Mm-hmm. This is a location that Danny is very excited about. Let him know a little bit about the Circa, Danny.
So Circa is a relatively new hotel. I want to say it's like the second newest here in Las Vegas. And it is an adult only, which you typically don't see, right? You think Vegas, partying, adults, everything 21 and over. But most hotel and casinos are not. So Circa is, and Circa has the largest sports book in the world. So obviously a lot of sports betting taking place there. And, you know, it's a hot spot. It's a hot spot for boxing betting in Vegas. Just a hot spot for sports in general. So obviously here in the Vegas scene, very big. Definitely an experienced sports better, so definitely exciting for the people.
I'm interested to see, because you know he does sports betting, like you've been saying, and I think boxing betting is slightly different. I think you have to have a vast knowledge of the sport, but we'll see how good he is, and can he give us some weekly picks? Because I know you'd be interested in making some money.
Always interested in making money.
And there's always great odds in boxing. Like, I mean, you know, you can easily get 4-to-1 odds on just about anything in this sport, right? Whether you're doing a knockout decision. But looks like we have our guest coming into the building right now. How are you? How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you guys?
I'm good. So how do I pronounce this last name? Amal?
Take a shot. Shh. Shot. Correct. You good? You good? Shot.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, you good.
So I was just telling my co-host that you do sports betting.
Correct.
How much boxing betting, though?
Well, boxing, a few things. Number one, not as much, simply because in Vegas, we don't have as many of the fights lined as you see in other places. Mm-hmm. So it makes it a little bit more challenging. Obviously, premier fights like Canelo last weekend against Bivol, you would see a fight like that lined. The Charlo fight, obviously. But unfortunately, it doesn't have necessarily the grasp in terms of from a betting market standpoint that you see in MMA. Mm-hmm. That's one of the challenges. But if you request some of the places sometimes, at least in the past, they would, if you say, hey, I want to fight on, I want the odds on Danny versus Nez, give me a line. And then they might be willing to put it up for you, but you don't have that as much. But still, I think the one thing, us being at the fight capital of the world here in Las Vegas, you can still find some lines you may not find in some other sports books throughout the country.
Wow, so you think that physical sports books are better than, not better, but you find, I don't know, I find like that digitally it's easier to find what you're looking for.
That's what he's saying.
No, 100%. I'm saying you can make a request because we're here kind of catering to boxing a little bit more compared to states like Tennessee or other places where it may not be there. No, but to your point, you're absolutely right. If you look at other places, offshore and other international spots, you'll find far more boxing lines. I think the interest level from a betting perspective seems to be greater outside of the states than it might be domestically, just strictly from a betting standpoint.
No, I agree. I used to live in Chicago, and we had Bovada out there.
Yeah.
And Bovada had a million. It still does. Has many more options, especially for boxing compared to what you'll find here in Vegas.
So just before we get into actual bets and props and things of that nature, give everybody a little bit of background on yourself. I know you do your own show at the Circa, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was in sports media in Dallas for 10 years, covered professional sports, college sports as well, including the Cowboys. But been out here betting sports for a living and been doing a show for the last 5 years. I've been out here 8 years in Las Vegas. And, people say, oh, it's so cool you bet sports for a living. I said, listen, unless you're a convicted felon or unless you're out of options, find something else to do. It's a lot easier. It's just, well, listen, it's very stressful, right? How many jobs do you have that you could go to work theoretically and lose money? There's very few jobs that way. I mean, so a lot of it's predicated.
Wait, are you actually betting or just giving betting advice?
No, I'm betting. Trust me, you'll know how the night went previously if I come in here based on my attitude.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So did you make money on the Canelo Bivol?
No, I lost. I had Canelo by decision, minus 125. I really thought it would be tough to be able to get a decision against Canelo in Las Vegas, particularly the way he has fought throughout his career. But you got to take your hat off to Bivol in terms of what he did. I thought he was more dominant than the scorecard indicated.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You know,
That
right?
115, 113 was bullshit.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And to me, when you look at it, and I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but I've always made the point, if you're going to win in Vegas, you have to knock out Floyd and you've got to knock out Canelo. I thought it would be very difficult to get decisions against those guys. To me, the greatest bet I've ever seen in my entire life, I can tell you right now, number 2 greatest bet was in 2001 in the Rose Bowl when the Miami Hurricanes played Nebraska, and the best bet I've ever seen in my life was when Floyd fought Conor. Because you've got the greatest, in my opinion, defensive fighter we've ever seen against a guy who was not a boxer going up against, it depends on how you see it. Canelo, Floyd, you could argue the greatest pound for pound or one of the greatest of all time. And you've got an MMA guy trying to dethrone him. I thought it'd be very difficult to do. So those types of things you take into consideration. But I didn't think Bivol would be able to get a decision in Vegas unless he was as dominant as he was. And to your guy's point, the numbers didn't make sense to me at the end of the fight. I mean, to be honest with you, this is one thing. I love boxing. Sean Porter's a good friend of mine. A lot of guys in this town love boxing, but I think the thing that frustrates people is
scoring.
Transparency on the scoring. And one of the things I'd love to see is after every round, the score's put up. Because that way, as a fighter, you know what you're looking to do, how you're being judged.
We do have open scoring in the sport, but it's per commission. I remember Canelo Alvarez versus Austin Trout used open scoring.
That's because so it's a state-to-state thing.
Yeah.
That was Texas. Texas does have open scoring, but even in Texas, it's not how you say. It's every 3 rounds. So even then, you don't know what it is. Every second and third round, but so you'll have what, 4, the third round, the 6th round, the 9th round, and the 12th round, they'll do the open scoring and show you. But other than that, you don't even have that. You don't really have that in the sport. So I would like to see the judges in the room, how they've suggested in the past, where they watch in a quiet room, no noise, and, no, the fan noise is what really
that's what affects scoring. Obviously, you get influenced by the cheering, the yelling. Something sounds like it landed because of the crowd noise, and maybe a judge is influenced. And I'll credit myself. He said no one has suggested. That is my suggestion, to have these judges in a separate room with a monitor watching the fight. You don't need to be there. You definitely don't need in-ring crowd noise affecting the judges' scoring.
I would agree with you, and the reason why is if you think about it from a scoring perspective, you're actually getting a view from 25%, right? From an angle, you're on one side of the boxing.
Well, they have a monitor in front of them as well.
I get that, but you're probably looking at the live shot. You're not necessarily kind of glancing to the monitor. And I thought you bring up a great point, Danny, which is you're not influenced. So many times you see just kind of how the crowd reacts. It may not be as big of a deal from a fight standpoint as we may view it as home or as a fan may view it.
No, definitely. It's funny because covering so many fights, we see it time and time again when there is a star like Canelo who has that star power and brings the people out. they throw a four punch combination, could miss all four, and the crowd is going nuts because
it's Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, so they definitely get excited. So I'm curious. So, talk to us a little bit about what it is, what things do you look for and consider when making a sports bet? Because I think people think it's as simple as the winner and the loser, and I think it's bigger than that, right? There's other considerations.
Absolutely right. Let's start with the point you just made about winning and losing. That's going to be the singular most important thing at the end of the day. But okay, you make a determination that a fighter is going to beat another guy, and you say, okay, let's just use the Canelo-Bivol fight. You say Canelo's going to win, but Canelo was around -4, -450, depending on where you got the price. So for people that are unfamiliar, we're just going to use $100 terms to make it simple.
Absolutely.
So I bet $400, and if Canelo wins the fight, regardless of how he wins it, by TKO, KO, by decision, you get back $100. But to me, when you look at it, you sit there and say, boy, am I going to be right on this more often than I'm going to be wrong? Because you're taking the math into consideration. And so for me, I thought that was a bit of a high price. That's why I did not take Canelo in that spot. I thought he'd go the distance. When you look at title fights, when you look at guys at a certain level, fights tend to go the distance more often than not, simply because the quality of fighter, their ability to defend. And so I thought it was too high of a price. So let's go for a simple math situation here. Let's say you bet $400 on Canelo to win 100. You've got to win 4 of those matches, assuming you're betting the same thing, if he ends up losing, which he did. So that's why, to me, I'd rather bet 125 to win 100 by decision. And truth be told, I didn't really think he was going to knock him out, right? Like, you're stepping up in class here in terms of size. Bivol's a bigger fighter. It would have been a challenge from that standpoint. Not that he wasn't capable of doing it, because Canelo can hit with power, but I didn't see it playing out that way. And the reality was he was dominated, and Bivol wins the fight and is able to get the decision by the judges. I think it's important to consider when you look at the price in terms of how much you're paying on certain matchups. That's so vitally important. For me, that's going to really dictate a lot of times how you may bet a match. You could sit there and say, well, why are you taking an underdog at a certain price? Because let's say you had taken Bivol at this particular price at about $3. So that means you bet 100, you get back $300. I got to be right 33% of the time, just on simple math. Do I believe Bivol can win the fight 33% of the time? Absolutely.
Now,
Now, yeah, you're absolutely right.
I didn't think he was going to do it. I'll be honest. I didn't think he can do it. There was not many people that thought he can do it. Sports books across the world had Canelo a heavy favorite. Pundits, experts. I mean, there were very little people picking that Bivol pick.
No, but I didn't think Canelo was worth the $4 price, because when you look at the one thing I love about boxing, I'm not a big MMA guy, but there's the ability based on one shot to change the dynamic of everything. And so now if you bet Canelo at -$4, in essence, he's got to win this fight for you. I mean, 4 times if you're looking at it in a scenario where if you bet the same amount to make up that loss that you would have on the fight. So I think it becomes really important, to Danny's point about the numbers, in terms of how you view them. There's certain fights you look at and you sit there and say, when Floyd would fight, is he going to win? It didn't matter what the price was. It was going to be a scenario where, hey, he's just not going to lose.
Yeah.
And so I think that
did you take advantage of that?
I did. To me, we always used to call it free money.
Exactly.
I mean, you look at.
I was still scared though. So you do sports betting.
Yeah.
I only do boxing.
Yeah.
And I still was scared. I never took out a second on the mortgage. I never borrowed money. I still was afraid that boxing would show its ugly head and someone would rob Mayweather, especially when the world hated him. I thought for sure. I picked him for the Pacquiao fight, but I thought for sure he'd get robbed in that fight.
I think you bring up a good point, and I think that's what scares people sometimes from betting boxing. Absolutely. Some of the decisions we've seen in the past years, sitting there going, what fight did these judges watch that I just watched?
Exactly.
You're absolutely right about that. But the one thing I would push back on is, I look at Floyd, what he means to the sport. Think about this from a Floyd perspective, and you guys are here in Vegas like myself. When Floyd fights on Cinco de Mayo or Memorial Day weekend or Labor Day weekend, it's not a boxing match. It is an event.
An event.
It is it is like, I'm not going to sit there and suggest it's like the Super Bowl or New Year's Eve, but Floyd fighting, you go back the last 10 years when he would fight on a weekend, this is an event weekend. People come out. You look at the first 15 rows of a fight, the number of celebrities you see, it was just a different dynamic. I thought it would be very difficult for Conor to get a decision. And here's the thing. And again, like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but how bad does it look for the sport if a guy comes in who's not a professionally trained boxer, he's an MMA guy, different styles, to come in and knock off the best fighter in the sport unless he thoroughly went into that ring and dominated him? I thought anything close to 50-50, 55-45, 60-40 is going to go in Floyd's favor.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say, I don't know with that fight. I just personally never thought it was gonna be close.
Me neither.
I'm like, I think Floyd, to this day, I believe that Floyd allowed Conor to do what he did the first couple rounds.
I thought the first 4 rounds, maybe the first 3 or 4 rounds, it was just like, all right, you paid for this fight. You spent a lot of money. And if you noticed on that one, I know going back a little bit here, but for people that don't recall, a lot of the money that came in this one, guys, was from the public, right? You get a lot of Irishmen that come out here from Ireland that bet Conor, they're fans, and they don't realize when you really break it down, you have to, first of all, and I think Danny was making this point earlier when you're betting, you take your emotion out of it. Right? Like I see he's got a Notre Dame sticker on his book. I went to school at Ohio State. I can't stand Notre Dame, but I can tell you right now, if I think Notre Dame's getting too many points against Ohio State, I'm taking Notre Dame in a game in 1 second. You can't have the emotional attachment to it. So if you have disdain for Floyd as a fighter or whatever reason you don't like him, you got to remove yourself in there. You have one objective here, which is to make money and to put yourself in a position to be profitable. And I think you bring up a great point. I don't think if you look and talk to people that are involved in boxing, every single person I know to a man said, this is a complete mismatch. You've got one of the great fighters of all time against a guy who's not even a fighter in the boxing sense. Mm-hmm. He's a fighter in MMA sense. This is a different situation if you're going to the ground, if your legs are involved. It's just a different challenge. Think about how many great fighters we've seen Floyd fight, and they've not been able to do what they've done against other fighters.
No, absolutely. I'm curious
he negates them all.
I'm curious though because you got to make money from Floyd and you got to see those big fight weekends here in Vegas and the events that they truly are when Floyd fights. In a sports standpoint and a sport betting standpoint, do you foresee us ever seeing that in our lifetime again?
In terms of having the advantage of someone like a Floyd where it's just so big in terms from a betting standpoint and overall, I don't want to say no. I don't want to discount it because there could be somebody that comes along that's charismatic, that brings something to the table. Think about Oscar. When Oscar was in his heyday, it wasn't quite as big as Floyd had gotten if you look over the last half a dozen years, but Oscar had the cachet where he transcended the sport. When you think of the Golden Boy, people who may not necessarily follow boxing regularly, they knew who Oscar De La Hoya was. There are other names out there, and I saw with you guys' previous guests, and I thought you guys brought up a good point in terms of marketability. I think part of boxing, not necessarily your greatness. I'm a big Bernard Hopkins fan. And I look at the execution and I sit there and say, he may not be marketable to the average person, but people that are boxing fans appreciate his greatness. And there are certain other people that you look at and go, this guy, he's a good fighter. He's not a great fighter, but he's marketable. And I think that plays into when you think about the Klitschko brothers and how good they were.
Boring.
That's exactly.
They got booed and kicked off a network. That's what I'm saying. Marketability is important. I can't believe that she didn't understand it. At least her trainer does, and she says she listens to her trainer, so she'll be okay.
Well, I think she was from Uruguay, correct? Yep. So sometimes you may not understand if you're coming from Montevideo or where you're from, that the marketability from a nationwide standpoint. One thing I don't like in boxing and MMA is that sometimes your greatness is not allowed to come to the surface. Sometimes your marketability is far more important than your talent and your skill set.
Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I used this example with somebody the other day. I said, I love Lennox Lewis as a fighter. Mm-hmm. I think he's a very good guy. He's very likable. But here's my problem with Lennox Lewis. When I'm walking down the street, Lennox Lewis as the heavyweight champ didn't scare me. When Tyson in his heyday was walking down the street, that scared me, right? Like you're like, this guy is the baddest man on the planet. Evander, same thing. Not taking anything away from their greatness as fighters. And I thought it kind of played into how we saw Tyson. Tyson had a Jordan-esque aura around him when he fought. It was like, you better get there early because Spinks might only last 91 seconds.
Exactly.
It was just a different dynamic.
And they marketed it that way. Come on. They had like 50 security guards separating the ring. Like, those are the things that people remember. You know, I don't know how old I was when that was out there, and it's still something that's fresh in my mind because it sells, man. You know, he had this aura of like a monster. You know,
100%.
So I agree with you. You know, you had to tell your friends, oh, you better watch it. It could be over in the first round. So it's like everyone tuned in to see what would happen. And then eventually that becomes, we want to see you lose. Is this guy going to beat you? Is that guy going to beat you?
I think it depends on who you're speaking of, right? So obviously for us here in America, yes, 100%. Excuse me, the last man for the U.S. to win an Olympic gold in boxing was Andre Ward, right? But Andre Ward was the nice guy. Andre Ward was nice smile. He wasn't a shit talker, humble, religious. Floyd Mayweather wasn't that. So people in reality paid to watch Floyd lose, right? If we get to talking about British fans, they pay to see their fighters win. In America, it's all about the negative. It's all about, you know, how they can twist it. So I think that's why Floyd had so much success, because in reality, I don't think he was a bad person. I don't think he's a bad person at all. But bro, he played the game. He played the game. When he came into that Conor fight, he played the game. He came into that fight with a ski mask because he fucking robbed the bank. You get what I'm saying? So to me, that was always the thing with, like, he played the game. You guys, I gotta be bad, or you guys want me to lose? I gotta talk a little bit of shit just to make more money? Come on,
it's not a big deal for me. I'm telling you,
I gotta bring a rooster to call you up. Come on, let's do it. I'll name the rooster the Golden Girl. That's no problem. Like, Floyd was smart when it came to the marketability because he understood it's a business.
Exactly,
it's a business.
I think you bring up an excellent point. Think about this: when Floyd was Pretty Boy, he wasn't the same guy that he was once he became money, and he changed the dynamic of it. And to his credit, as great of a fighter as he is, I would contend he understood the marketing of boxing probably better than he was as a fighter, and he's one of the greatest fighters of all time.
I think not just did he understand it, I think
he created it.
I think he created it. He set the standard. Like,
yes.
Like boxing, we just had our previous guest, Coach Bullet, and his fighter was talking about how she was considering doing MMA. And then he shows us this is why they don't want to do MMA. It's because the money is in boxing. Because boxing is a business. MMA, like, really, MMA is a sport, but, you know, you got the UFC, you got this, so it's like they said they control their market. Boxing isn't like that. Boxing is you kill what you eat, kind of. It's like, if you're able to sell, you're able to eat.
That's why these fighters get behind a paywall, because the promoter understands we can't afford to give you what you want, but if you believe in yourself, fine. Let's go on pay-per-view and you show us what you can do.
That's the one thing I would point to. I think boxing is far superior to MMA. You know, when you look at MMA, these fighters that get in the ring, they get hurt. They got to pay for everything themselves. It's a challenge as is. If you don't have a certain personality, it's almost gotten to a point where if you're coming up and you're a tremendous fighter, but if you don't have the dynamic in terms, you're going to get out there and scream in everybody's face. That's why I got to give Conor a ton of credit, right? One of my favorite lines of all time. I'd like to apologize to absolutely nobody. And to me, if you don't have that marketability, you're never going to be able to get paid or compensated what you probably deserve. And it's unfortunate that it exists that way.
No, I mean, I don't even think it's unfortunate, because I'm very selfish. You want me to give you 36 minutes of my time? You want me to pay for your fight $80, but you can't entertain me? Well, then fuck you.
Well,
simple.
I would push back from this standpoint. I get what you're saying, but to me, there are fighters that are very good, technically sound, whether we're talking boxing or MMA, that are really good. But they may not have that persona, may not have that personality, that dynamic.
Not enough.
I hear what you're saying. All I'm saying, though, is I'm not looking for my boxer to necessarily be a rah-rah guy. I'm watching it because I want to see how technically sound you are, how good of a fighter you may be. For me, that's enough for me, because I enjoy the sport. But I get where you're coming for the average consumer.
If I'm a manager, I think it's more difficult for me to get a return on my investment with a Terrence Crawford personality
I would agree.
Than with a Blair the Flair personality.
I mean, we saw it in the UFC, and I know you said you're not a big UFC guy, but for years Demetrius Johnson was pound for pound number one. But unfortunately, Demetrius style Johnson wasn't very entertaining. His personality wasn't either, right? Like people say, oh, Floyd was defensive, at least as he was money, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he was money, he fought that defense and not very entertaining, but at least people were paying to watch him lose because of who he was.
And because of how he talked. He choked
talked.
people. Yeah. He had the infamous Brian Kenny, and it's still out there getting millions of views. So it's like Floyd did little things to set the tone for his future character that some of these fighters. I mean, he called it the green print for a reason. You follow what I've set before you so that you can be as rich as me. It's not that hard.
No, and I think a lot of that too kind of goes back to the marketability and how important that is, because just because you put a Mexican fighter and a black fighter in front of each other, that don't mean they're gonna make Floyd money.
Yeah.
But when you're able to have big fights like that time and time again in your career like Floyd did, and when you're able to market and sell yourself the way Floyd was able to do so, I mean, you have a recipe for success.
Is that Floyd, while some people had issues with his opponents, he chose perfect opponents. Like Robert Guerrero, right? For the hardcore fan, it's like, oh, this guy was a featherweight, he's moving up. But for the casual, he was a Mexican, 4-division champ, just beat Andre Berto. It looked different. It looked different for the casual. Same thing with Victor Ortiz. He beat Berto. It's an upset, Mexican, American. So it worked. But Amar, I do want to get to this weekend's fights. Yeah. How can we make some money on Jermell Charlo, Brian Castano? What are you doing? Because that is a very tight line. Right now, it's about 145, minus 145 for Jermell Charlo.
Like plus 115 for Brian Castano.
Well, you guys got a better line on the fight in terms of if you're looking to bet Charlo. Because if you look at Castano, I see right now I'm looking at plus 175 here at a sports book in Vegas, and Charlo minus $2. And the over-under is minus 260 to the over. Let me explain that to people that are unfamiliar with that. That means right now it's over under 10.5. That means we'd go into the 11th round and go past 91 seconds. Or 89 seconds would have to be remaining in the fight in that round if you bet the over. And so it's going to be very time specific. It lands on 90 seconds, you would lose because it did not go over on that one. So you pay attention in terms of how you're betting it, taking a look at that. But to me, two things are factor. It's a high price on the over, but I believe this fight's going to go over. I don't believe either guy's going to knock either one out. I think we go to a decision again. But to your guys' point, like if you can get the plus 175, I'd be looking at Castano. To me, when you look at that last fight, Charlo won 10 rounds, 10, 11, and 12. He was behind on the scorecard. He was able to come through in the last 3 rounds. But I would look at the plus money price here. I got to tell you guys, I don't know how you see it, but I feel like the price that you guys indicated is far more accurate in terms of where the number should be on this fight. I think both these guys are fairly level in terms of their abilities and what we're going to see. I think there's going to be a comfort level in there because they previously fought. But who comes out and is the aggressor early on will be interesting to see. Does Charlo change his style a little bit simply because
he's insinuating that he will? I mean, obviously you weren't here earlier. We read his quotes from yesterday's media workout, and he is, I'm interpreting as he's coming out aggressively.
Yes.
He says he doesn't get paid for
overtime, which is which my producer pointed out is pretty an ironic statement, since regardless if you get a first round knockout or a 12th round knockout,
you get paid the same.
Correct.
Exactly. So there's legit no overtime in boxing.
I was trying to figure out what the reference to that was. I said maybe I'm missing something there, but I agree with you in terms of, the perception is he might come out, but I think he has to, because if you look at the last fight, Castano, to me, if you go through the first 8, 9 rounds, probably 6-3, worst case 5-4 at the very least. Maybe depending on how you see it, 7-2. I don't know. But I think you have to come out and you have to be aggressive, because he was fortunate over the last 3 rounds to outscore him 30-27 in that stage. And I don't think you want to rely on that in that situation. To me, I think Castano, as I like to say with underdogs. Now, in this particular case, wouldn't apply. We call it, as a live dog. meaning an underdog's got a great shot. I don't think the discrepancy in the price, which you just referenced there, it is that much of a discrepancy. So you can tell these guys are about even. We don't see a number that's so far out of whack where it's justified and sitting there saying, hey, this underdog doesn't have a shot. But to me, if you're betting this fight, I think the safest bet is over 10.5 rounds, but you got to lay $260 to win 100, or however you may choose to bet it. If you want to take a shot, you go on the under, you're getting a good plus price. But do you really believe that somebody's going to be able to knock someone out, or we're going to get a stoppage before we get to midway through the 11th round?
Now, both of us believe somehow that Charlo's going to get it done. We think he has more tools in his tool belt than Castano, who seems to be this come forward pressure fighter. He didn't show us he can get on his toes and, be a boxer and pivot. That being said, Charlo by decision is a plus 130.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because that was similar to my thinking with the Canelo fight.
I know.
Right. So here's
and I've been wrong. I mean, his last two, other than Bivol, I picked him by decision, thinking he'd go the decision, and he's been getting a stoppage. Now this time he gets stopped. Well, not stopped, but defeated.
Depending on when you look at the pricing, as Danny alluded to, at 145, that's a reasonable price where I wouldn't want to take the risk. I would lay the 145, but the price I quoted you at minus $2, I would rather go your way, Ness, in terms of taking the plus 130 by decision. Do you guys believe he's going to be able to knock him out?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say because, yes, the brothers, at one point, Jermell was known as the puncher. And then Jermell left Ronnie Shields, and he's been on a tangent with Derek James. He's been getting stoppages. It's hard to say. He's accurate too. He's a very accurate puncher, so he can land something on the button. But I feel it would be a decision. But again, I've been wrong. I thought that the movement of Plant, he had some soul in him. But he gassed on me. He could have made it. I feel like he should have made it to the 12. I wasn't picking him to win, but definitely picking him to go to the distance, man. And I think Charlo's durable. I just don't know that Castano isn't. That's why I'm picking the decision. I think Castano's just as durable, even though we haven't seen much of him. He should have won that Laura fight. And Laura didn't hurt him. So, or not to my eye. Do you remember the almanac here?
No, I don't remember Castano being hurt in that fight.
Yeah,
but I do.
And that's an accurate puncher.
I do agree on the over.
Really?
Because I'm like sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, bro, they both like landed some clean shots, but I think that both fighters may have been hurt in the moment. I don't know that they were like, hurt and it lasted and they weren't able to recover. And I don't know, like if I think, it's tough, man. It's tough. And let's remember, it's funny because the over-unders is very interesting. The last time that Charlo did have a rematch, it was against Tony Harrison. And
he got the stoppage.
In the 11th.
But Harrison, in my eyes, has always been vulnerable in the second half of the fight. So I don't buy into that knockout as much. But this is the problem with sports betting. This is why we wanted to have an expert, because it's like, oh, you're saying, oh, go with the over-under. I don't want to make $100. I'm afraid to put $2,600 down to make $1,000.
I would agree with you, because there's the capability that one of these guys, and it would probably be more Charlo, that he's able to come through and get a stoppage before that. I agree. I completely agree with you there. You have to weigh a couple of things. Number one, what's your risk tolerance? Because I get asked these questions all the time in terms of what advice would you give to people. I always say, first thing, never bet more than you can afford to lose mentally. That's the biggest thing, not just financially.
I don't want to lose nothing mentally.
I agree
not
with you,
a dollar.
But it's funny. I got asked this one time. How do you approach it? I said, every bet I make, I assume I'm going to lose.
Oh man!
And the reason why I do that is because I want to think about my next step. I'm not looking to chase a bet. For people that are unfamiliar with that, meaning you lose on a single play and then all of a sudden you come back and you just bet the next thing on the board. I want to stick to what I know and what I'm comfortable with. And I'm going to find situations. Like, for example, I give you an idea for me from how disciplined I am. I went to the opening day at a horse track in Kentucky several years ago. I was with a huge party of people. They're like, "You're not going to make a bet?" I said, "I know nothing about horses." I said, "I'm here just to have fun." They're like, "It's $2." I said, "You go ahead and bet the $2." And I said, "But if you want, you can give me $2 to bet on it, but I'm not betting it." I said, "I don't know any of this. I'm not going to get involved in it. I've never met an MMA bet. I don't know any of it. I stick to what I know, even in certain boxing situations. I'm going to stick with fighters that I'm comfortable with, what I think I know, people that I talk to within the sport. They sit there and say, hey, this is a good opportunity. This is the way they see it. But I don't want to go anywhere where I'm not comfortable." And I look at this fight and I think to myself, hey, this is going to be one that's probably going to go the distance. I think Charlo's going to win. I'm going to go with plus money on the plus 130. So if I bet 100, I get back 130. Total take back is 230. I think that's crucial in terms of how you view it. Instead of saying, I'm going to lay minus 145. The one argument I would make is instead of laying 145 to win 100, I think there's a possibility Castano could win this fight just as well. I mean, you guys may not see it that way, but I think the 145 price is absolutely fair. I think it's exactly where it should be. When I see the minus $2, I said, wait, that's way too much money. I'll tell you one thing you can do, and I don't know, Danny, where you got that price, but this is how I would really do it. If you can get minus 145 on Charlo, I would bet 145 on Charlo, and then I'd come back with Brian at plus 175. So that way I don't lose money. If Castano wins, I guarantee myself a profit.
It's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
It's a good way to look at it. So in fights like this, right, or a fight where you may feel that a fighter is a significant favor or underdog, because isn't there like good times to bet, right? They say that if you want to bet the underdog, the closer to the fight, the closer those odds are going to get.
Correct. And to your point, I think you bring up an excellent point. A lot of it's going to be, let's not use two fighters that are, say comparable and may not have the notoriety. Let's say you have a very marquee fighter like a Canelo. If you're looking at betting him, you wait on Bivol until you get closer and closer to the fight because you'll wind up with a lot of public money, a lot of money in general. And when I say public, meaning people that don't bet for a living or not as entrenched in this maybe as much as people like myself or other people that are really involved in betting. So, yeah, there's an opportunity to get a better price on there. But I want to go back to the point I made about the pricing. If you could get Charlo at minus 145 and you come back the other way and then you can find a spot on on Brian at plus 175, you take that because now you can't lose, right? Because if he wins, you're going to make the plus 175 back. You end up making a net of 30 on there. So there's always opportunities. As long as you're well versed on the math and the situation, if you've got a fighter at a minus price, but the plus price somewhere else is at a higher price, just automatically take that. So you bet 100 on one side and you bet 145 the other way, you get back 175 or you break even. So you have no loss. That's really, we call it scalping. So that way you're either taking your break-even point or you're taking a profit. And that's really one of the smartest ways to go because you don't even have to watch the fight. You just wait for the decision. You go, okay, I either made a profit or I broke even.
Mm-hmm. So any other prop bets for this weekend or any other fights? Because a lot of us get caught up in the big fight. Yeah. Are there any sleeper fights?
I was actually going to ask you a fight I'm excited for because I'll be in LA at the Charlo fight is Jaron Ennis. Okay. And Jaron Ennis is a big favorite against Castillo Clayton, but a lot of people are talking about Jaron and they think that he's the next one. People are talking about him and him and Bud, him and Errol Spence. So if you are one of those fans that are looking at a Jaron Ennis, can you make money anywhere? Because again, it is tough with boxing, not as many prop bets. So you may just get a simple money line bet.
Correct. On your point on Ennis, he's minus $16. So again, you got to lay $1,600 to win 100.
Wow.
And here's how just for people that are new to the betting market, if you look at this fight 16 times, do you believe Clayton is going to win? If you're going to bet Ennis, do you believe he's going to win all 16 fights in essence, right? Because if you're wrong, you'd have to win 15 more fights in essence, or 16 more fights to break even. If you believe Clayton could win 1 out of 16 fights, you take him on this one at plus $9, where you're getting 9-1. So in essence, for him, he'd have to win. Yeah.
I don't get that logic.
Well,
I don't get, like, why would I take Clayton because it's good money?
So you bring up a great point. To me, sometimes people go, well, it's plus $9. I get 900 back if I bet 100. Listen, if I'm in the ring fighting, I got no shot, okay? I'm not winning anything. So if the fight is minus 2,500 the other way, I'm betting the other way because I know that guy is beating me.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing here. If you think Ennis is a stone cold lock, then you can bet him at minus 1,600. I put him in a parlay, which is multiple bets. Maybe, obviously, with Charlo, or maybe Sergey Kovalev's fighting this weekend. He's minus 140. If you're not concerned about the fact that he was in an accident, how do you think he's going to be able to perform? All those types of factors could be a key for you in terms of how you look at it. But I want to go back to this Clayton fight. Over-under in terms of rounds is 5.5. Now, the over is minus 135. You're laying 135 to win 100. Take back on the other side, if you go under, is plus 115. In terms of the fight, how far do you see it going?
Man, I think first half stoppage for Boots. Like, I think he's just been on a tear, and so that's how I see it. I see it Boots first half stoppage.
To me, then I would go under 5.5 rounds, simply because I don't want to lay $16. And let's be real here. Clayton's not winning this fight, in the first 5 rounds. It's going to be Ennis who's winning it. If he doesn't, then you end up losing. But it's better than laying $16 on an off chance that he were to lose the fight. So it just depends on what you think how it's going to play out. If you think there's zero chance that Ennis can lose this fight under any circumstance, then maybe you want to lay it. But I got to tell you, long term, if you lay $16 to make $1, it's going to be a losing proposition for you.
So how do you feel about, because you mentioned it, but how often do you parlay things? Because, for me, I am a casual sports bettor that watches all sports. So I'll sit at home on my phone and I might put a $5 parlay and do, maybe 3 or 4 games that may be on that night. Because of close odds, same thing with the fights. If I have a fight where, like Ennis is, or not close odds, but wide odds where Ennis is like minus 1,600, I'm not putting 1,600 to win 100.
For real.
But I will parlay it with maybe 2 other fights to try to get some profit there. So you being the professional, I just want your take.
Well, so first of all, what I would look at is, number one, how comfortable and confident are you in we're going to use this fight as an example with Ennis. If you think there's zero chance he can lose, fine, you can throw it into the parlay. But here's what I would advise to the example you just used. I would look at, let's say, for example, and I'm going to pull up a parlay calculator on my phone here to give you a direct idea of what we're talking about. So I'm going to use an example of a $100 bet amount simply for the math. Kovalev's minus 140. Charlo's minus 200 at where I'm looking. So right now, if you bet 100 on both of those, you get back $157. If we throw in Ennis at minus 1,600, you're gonna make $16 on it. This would just actually works out that way on this one. So your total took back on 100 is 273. Is the payout. You make 173. Is it worth to you? And this is how you have to look at it. Is it worth $16 additional dollars on a $100 bet? In this particular instance, I don't believe Ennis is going to lose, so I would throw him in there. But normally speaking, I would not in many instances, because the amount of increase in your return is not great enough to justify it. It just doesn't normally make sense. Even you could argue the $16, is it really worth it when I'm already going to make 157 net profit if Kovalev and Charlo both win? Do I want to take a shot with Ennis for any reason? Is the $16 worth it? And the prudent advice would be to say no. But I'm just looking at this matchup saying, okay, this guy's not going to lose. He's looking to fight Bud, or he's looking to fight Spence. It's too big of a payday. He's going to have a focus on this fight. And I don't think Clayton can beat him. So from that standpoint, you would justify in saying that. But long term, I think you want to avoid that as much as possible, Danny, because I think it'll be a losing proposition for you long term.
See, that's good. That's good. And I'm glad I never got deep into it, man. Some of these people, I have never in my life placed a bet over $100. And the first one I did was Canelo Golovkin won, and I bet the draw.
I bet good money.
That was a great bet, by the way. I disagree with the scoring, but that's another story.
I bet good money and won on the Wilder Fury 1. I bet the draw.
Hell,
2 months before the fight.
I'm going to tell
Where'd you get the odds at?
It's like plus 470 or something like that, or
4,000,
4,000, something crazy, something big.
So
the draw wasn't an option. It was like 3,700 or 4,700, something like that.
No, yeah. The reason I asked because I had a supervisor who bet the draw on Canelo Golovkin won, but he bet it like when they first announced the fight. So he got it at a plus 4,000. I bet it the day of the fight, and I caught it at half that at a plus 2.
But you bring up a really good point. If there's certain fights that come out and you think there's a possibility of going one way or the other, as soon as the number comes out and you think it's wrong, you think somebody should be favored more or they should be a bigger underdog, then you bet that immediately. And to your point on that draw on the Triple G and Canelo fight, which I still contend that Triple G won, but people have differing opinions. You talk about a lick. I mean, that is a hell of a lick at 40 to 1. I mean, that is a score and a half.
I got it at 20 to 1, but yes, my super he caught and he bet 500. He won 20,000 on that fight.
Damn.
You know what's great about that? I'm glad you brought that up because now when you look at it, he wins 20 grand on the fight. He could bet the next 40 fights at 500. And he's just got to get one right. I mean, if you look at it from that standpoint, so it's really fantastic in terms of you got to play the odds. That's why I'm telling you, even though Ennis is going to win this fight, is it really justified in laying that type of number? That's what it really comes down to.
Let me jump in because they call him they call him a generational talent, right? Like people are saying that, I mean, he himself is saying he'll undispute 47, 54, and 60 when it's all said and done. People are saying how special he is who have seen him in the gym. Should I just take out 16,000 and fucking put it on him?
If you're comfortable and confident to do that, you can do that. If you think this guy, as you alluded to, is a generational fighter, and you don't see a scenario where Clayton can beat him, that's what it comes down to. Now, I give you an example, 2 examples. They're not boxing related, so people who may not follow these sports may not necessarily be able to relate to it. But a few years ago, women's college basketball, Connecticut was playing Syracuse for a 4th time in the national championship game. They'd already beaten them 3 times during the regular year. And somebody bet $35,000 to win $500. And you'd say, well, why would you do that? And I remember talking to one of the sports book directors, and they told me, they said, let's be real here. We're just holding your money. We're giving you $500 back. You're just showing us you have $35,000. I mean, they ended up winning by 20 in a national championship game. And it was like Rafael Nadal on clay against players that are not as good. I give you a perfect example. In tennis yesterday, I bet Nadal at minus 1,000 and threw him in a parlay. Now, normally you wouldn't do that. But the guy he was going up against, I'm like, he's got no shot on clay. Rafael Nadal is the greatest tennis clay court player of all time by a large margin. And, of course, he wins the match comfortably. And if you feel that same way in this particular spot about Ennis, the way I do about the two stories I referenced, then you take a shot with it. I don't think it's like egregious to put it in there. I'm just trying to get people that may not bet to stay away from those long odds, because what people have a propensity to do is look at a fight and necessarily say, hey, I'm going to throw this guy in, he's going to win, can't lose. Well, there are scenarios, and, go back to Tyson and Buster Douglas in Tokyo. Tyson was minus 42 or 4,300 in that fight. He ends up obviously losing it. Long term, many of these fights you're probably going to win, but the problem is if you get bit once, you've got to really make hay to make up that money you lost. So that's the only thing I would caution when you're doing that.
What's the tax percent?
Well, so you're not going to get taxed on it. In terms of, you get taxed on a Keno winnings, a slot machine, if it's over 600 to 1. So if your odds are greater than 600 to 1. Now, you like your friend on the fight where he won $20,000, they'll send him a form at the end of the year, and then he applies that, but he may have losses to offset it or other things like that. So for every single person, it's going to vary based on their individual situation.
Did our previous guests change your mind on your own personal betting line for Gervonta Tank Davis versus Rolly Romero Rolando? That was his trainer.
No, I know that. I know that. No, it didn't. And I'll tell you what, I haven't really gotten into the crux of that fight in terms of looking at it from a line standpoint. But I can tell you this. The one thing that I try to do, and I would advise this to other people as well, You know, you guys do a tremendous job of breaking down a ton of fights, but if you're coming into a fight and you've got a strong opinion one way or the other, I try not to allow outside influences to sway my betting perspective because I think going with your gut generally tends to be more accurate. The other thing is you really have to look at it in kind of in a vacuum as to how you see it. You know, somebody might see it one way, somebody might see it the other way. Like, it's interesting, right? Like, going back to the Charlo fight, I think you guys would probably lean towards Charlo at a far greater percentage than I would.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, if I'm getting the plus 175, I'm going with Brian right there. I just have to. I think
just because he's a plus 170?
Yes. And so a lot of times you're making bets based on numbers. Wow. It's not necessarily because I look at this fight as being closer to what Danny said at minus 145 and minus 115. I think that's far more accurate. If that's the number I was getting and you said I had to bet this, I would go with Charlo. Otherwise, I would stay off the fight because I don't think the plus 115 is a good enough value on the dog, but I think at plus 175, it's a far better value.
I haven't found anything for Jerron Ennis. On my bookie, anyway.
I'm not on my bookie. I'm on.
That's so crazy.
What is this? FanDuel. FanDuel.
So what is Ennis officially?
He's minus 1,600.
Wow. That's crazy. So
Davis is minus 1,200 when they fight.
$1,000 makes you $62.
Yes, correct.
That's so sad. That's what I'm saying. That's so much risk.
Yes, exactly.
Obviously, I think he's going to win without a doubt,
Right.
you know, but when you start asking me to put a certain amount of money on it, now I get nervous. Now I'm thinking judging. I'm thinking, well, what if it's a headbutt and it's the fight doesn't even make it. It doesn't go, it goes past the 4 rounds and then there's a headbutt and all of a sudden Castillo wins because Ennis didn't get to. I talk myself out of betting big, man.
I'm going to tell you a story that is such an indictment of me, but I have to tell it because this happened in 1997. We're out here for the Tyson Holyfield fight. So a friend of mine goes to Caesars and he says to me, he goes, stay in the room. He goes, please don't come with me. And he goes, I don't want you to influence anything. So he goes and bets $50,000 on under 7.5 rounds. And I said, well, if you're going to bet that.
50?
Yeah, 50 large. He goes, don't you have to take Tyson with it? Isn't he going to win? I said, is Holyfield going to stop him in the first 7.5 rounds? So we're at Caesars. They go to make the bet, him and his brother. And they go, no, wait. They're changing their bet. They take under 7.5 rounds with Tyson because the odds were tremendous, right? You get a much better payout. I'm going to tell you right now. So we're at the fight. Obviously, you see the stoppage. He bites his ear. I thought there was going to be a homicide of myself in the car ride back to the hotel. Because he would have won the fight, he ends up losing on it. He still reminds me of it 25 years later.
Jesus.
I mean,
$50,000.
He probably deep down wanted you to give him a cut of that 50 he lost. Like, you made me change my mind.
That's exactly. He still said it to my day. And when another friend of ours was with us, he goes, my other buddy Chris goes, hey man, that was your decision at the end of the day. He goes, you're the one who chose it. And I said, I don't even get into the argument.
But that's what I'm saying about boxing. Like,
exactly.
As an expert, how could you tell your best friend, hey, someone might bite someone's ear off? Like, in boxing, there's things that we just can't account. The fan man. Some of these guys are too young. A fan man jumps in the ring. Yeah. There's so much that you just can't account for. Like Carlos Molina, James Kirkland. The team got on the apron. The fight's off. What if I would have bet? Like, I didn't even know that rule until that fucking shit out. I'm like, what? The team gets on the apron. They canceled the fight.
That's why they say that. I mean, if you're getting on it to throw in the towel, I guess it is what it is. But even then, they tell you to not do that.
Yeah.
They tell you it has to be one of the officials in the corner with you but there's so many just tangibles that you're like.
So many loopholes in boxing.
I got a couple odds for the Jerron Ennis fight.
Better than 1,600? Because you got to put 16,000 just to win 1,000.
It's prop bets. So it's a prop. So the over-under for that fight is 5.5 rounds. So the over 5.5 is a minus 125, and the under 5 rounds is a negative 105. They have Jerron Ennis at a minus 700. You can get it as low as like a minus 500 for the knockout.
What's the over?
5.5.
5.5 rounds.
No. What the
odds is over is minus 125.
Damn, that's still low. That's sad. Not even the over pays plus money.
And let me just put the knockout odds in as well. Clayton by knockout is plus. It started at plus 1,200 and it's higher now, so you can get it like as high as plus 1,600. And
he sounded like Andy Ruiz, and that's another one.
Ennis by knockout is minus 700. That's what it started at, and it's as low as like minus 500 now on certain.
What's the decision?
The decision
for Ennis
plus 750 is what it started at. It's as low as plus 450.
I think that's worth $10, man. This is an undefeated fighter. He's 33, Castillo. We've interviewed him so much. Like, I don't know that he's getting stopped, man. This is his first shot too. Like, people look at it like this is Ennis's coming out party. This is Castillo's time to say, hey, I'm here.
Bo said a minus 750 by decision, correct?
Correct, for Ennis. Minus 700.
So that's half half of the 1,600.
But don't we think there's a strong possibility that Ennis gets this fight stopped well before that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So do I really want to lay $75 to win $10 that it goes the distance?
No.
Right.
I would rather just bet over 5.5 rounds at minus 125 or minus 135, depending on where you get the number. And that's where some of the math comes into the decision making, right? There's no reason to take Ennis by decision at minus 750. You're just straight up better off taking over 5.5 rounds at minus 125 at that point.
Yeah.
Right. Because if it goes to decision,
you got better odds.
And if he stops him in the 6th round or the 7th round or
exactly
after the halfway marker in the 5th round, you still win the money.
Well, when you're watching the fight with your friends and we get through the 6th round halfway through, 90 seconds in, 91 seconds in, and you're dancing, people are like, what are you celebrating for?
I won the bet. He hadn't even won yet.
Exactly.
It's I don't know how much truth there is to it. I think it's 100% true, but regardless, I'm curious on your thought. Mayweather-McGregor, that morning I get a call from a friend who has a high position at Caesars, and they're like, yo, Floyd just tried to come in and put $3 million on himself.
I had heard that.
And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, yeah, he tried to do 1.5 on the under and 1.5 on a round. And he got the under and the round. But from my understanding, Caesars turned him away, and he was able to get $70,000 and $70,000 at another hotel.
I didn't know the scenario. I had heard he had tried to make the bet. I didn't know much to the extent of beyond that. You said it was at Caesars?
It was at Caesars.
I'm trying to think who I know over there because the part of it is they had a big change now that William Hill has bought out Caesars properties. But
oh, yeah?
Yeah. So
when did that happen?
About probably close to a year ago.
Oh, wow.
So they're the sports book over there. But I wish it was Caesars in the old day. I got a very good friend of mine that ran the book over there. He's in charge of Gone Gaming now, Vinny Maiulo. I tell you what, you talk about some great boxing stories. It's unbelievable. But, you know, when you look at it, that's the interesting thing, right, with Floyd. He'll come in here in town. He's like going to bet on himself. And when you look at all the people that had bet Floyd in the fight, in that particular fight, you saw it was all local people. There was a very prominent person who's extremely wealthy who you would know in town. They went and bet at minus 700. They had bet $1 million on Floyd. You know, it was just a scenario where I think people that are boxing aficionados and know the sport said, "Hey, this guy's not going to lose." And you know, you bring up a good point.
And I knew he wasn't gonna lose any of those big fights. I just never could muster up the courage. Because he's such a underdog. I mean, such a favorite that it's like you have to put so much money to even make anything.
I'm glad you used the word courage. I got into a huge argument with a very close friend of mine one time because he's down in Florida and he was saying, I like this side in a football game or something. I said, listen, I don't care what your opinion on the game is. I don't care if you bet $10 or you bet $10,000. But unless you're betting on the game, your opinion doesn't matter to me because it's very easy to pick a game when there's no pressure, right? It's like simulating.
Exactly.
It's like simulating a free throw in an empty gym compared to shooting with 20,000 people with the game on the line, and in terms of how you react based on that. And there's no real true way to simulate that. And it's the same thing with the bet. I can give you games all day and you can go bet them, and I could sit there and say, okay, hey, this is what this is. Like on my show, we never give you a play unless I've made the bet myself. I'm never going to give you. I say, well, I like this side. Like, for example, last night in the Golden State-Memphis game, I said, well, I think Memphis has got a shot in this game, but I'm not going to touch it. I didn't bet the game. Memphis wins by 3 million points. I remember.
Blew him the fuck out, and I was scared to touch it too because I'm like, no Ja.
I wasn't worried about that because Memphis coming into the game was 20-5 without John in the lineup. I think they got caught ball watching. But I went on air, what day is today? Thursday? Wednesday, I started the show and I said, because we have a group text with my co-host and my producer, and I said, you know what? Yeah, I was a bitch last night because I didn't take the Miami Heat. I was 100% because they're 2.5-point favorites at home. Were they really losing to Philadelphia? And it was funny. We were breaking down the game, and I said, listen, they got a huge coaching advantage with Eric Spoelstra against Doc Rivers in this particular spot. I like the way this team has played, particularly at home. And I remember he had bet it, and everybody's always texting throughout the game. And I'm like watching this game going, okay, it's 12. They're going to be able to make a run. There was no run. They lose the game by 35 points. And you sit there and go, dude, why didn't I just lay the 2.5 here? And I didn't do it. And I'm mad at myself for not doing that. So there, you have different types of emotions during games. Had a hockey game last night. I was fortunate enough to win. The New York Rangers were playing. They're losing against the Penguins. They come from behind. But I thought they were a great spot at home. I didn't think the series would close out in New York at MSG. So it's the same thing with boxing, whatever you're looking at, whether it's rounds or a side or by decision, KO. I think you have to take into consideration the price, what you think about the particular matchup, how it's going to play out. Where's the fight taking place? Who is the kid Manny fought down in Australia?
Jeff Horn.
Right? I mean, like, Manny Pacquiao, literally, the only people that might have been on his side were the customs agents willing to get him out of Australia after the fight. I mean, it seemed like it was such a tough spot in that situation there. So many things you have to take into consideration.
You scared me saying that. Let me tell you.
He's gone.
I'm going to Australia for the Devin Haney-George Kambosos fight.
And you're my hero, by the way. You're going down.
And
I've never been. It's one of the few places I haven't been.
I know.
And if you can't tell, I'm probably picking Devin Haney to win that fight. And I truly, relationship and friendship aside, I truly believe that he is just the
No, you're invested, though. You are the definition of what he said.
Yeah.
You are... you're invested, so your opinion,
Well, no, but kind of going back to what he was saying, like, you got to know not to put your heart in it, right? So I've made bets on Notre Dame. Let me tell you, 2020, Notre Dame beats Clemson in the regular season.
Yep.
Clemson doesn't have sunshine. So now we play them in the playoffs, or in the I'm like, bro, or in the ACC championship game because they COVID. So they were. I'm like, bro, they got sunshine. I'm like, my heart wants to bet Notre Dame because we did it, but I'm like, I'm a stay away from it. And I was at Circa at the stadium swim, fucking got our asses kicked.
I think Notre Dame scored 6 points in that game. They had 2 field goals in that rematch. They win the game in South Bend in September, and then all of a sudden they come back, and Clemson looked like Clemson of what we expect them to be. But you bring up a great point. You have to remove your emotion from it. You have to look at it like, hey, if these two people were fighting, I have no affinity towards one or the other. How do I see the fight? Like, I have a friend of mine. He's tighter with Sean Porter than I am. And I got to tell you, Sean, I love Sean. Sean's such a great human being. But it doesn't matter who Porter's fighting. In his book, Sean's never, ever losing.
Oh, wow.
Right? Like, just sometimes you get blinded by your relationships with people. And I think in boxing, especially out here for people that are unfamiliar, lots of different people have friendships with fighters and other people they know locally here. And you're involved in it. You go to the gyms and other things. And you've got to be able to remove your emotion from the scenario and take a look at it objectively. Because your whole goal in this is just to make money. The question I ask people all the time is this. I said, are you doing this to make money or are you doing it for entertainment? And if you tell me entertainment, I'm like, God bless you, go crazy, bet whatever side, whatever you want, doesn't make a difference. But if you're looking to do it to be profitable and to make money, now you have to apply discipline to it. Now you have to really look at it any other business. If I'm in a business, would I throw good money after bad? And that would be a definitive no. But if there's a scenario where, hey, I think it's a certain risk, but I can make money with it, then you would take a shot.
Mm. So I wanted to ask, obviously, you doing sports betting.
Right.
I got the gun to you. Who you picking, Charlo Castano, and how in terms of betting?
Okay, so from a betting standpoint, now I'll tell you a couple things. Let me give you 2 differences. No, I'm not trying to straddle the fence here. No, I'm going to tell you why. Based on my price that I gave you, a plus 175, I'm taking Castano.
Okay.
It's too high of a price. Sorry, go ahead.
You're not going to also, what is it? What's the term where you put some money on Charlo as well?
I will do that because then I get a guaranteed profit. Either I break even.
You are doing that, though.
Yes, because he gave me a different price. If I can find that one of the local books out here, and I'm going to look at a couple of offshore books I have, if I see the price differential, I just went based on a site that I use fairly regularly, and I pulled it up, and I wanted to give you the current odds as we're speaking right now. But here's why you're doing that, because now I can't lose. If I said to you, give me $200, $245 to hold, I'm either going to give you back $245 or I'm going to give you back $275. That's it, like depositing the money into a bank account. I'm going to do that every day of the week. I can't lose. And if I can find a difference in those odds, now I'm going to make a big bet, and I need Castano to come through or I'm going to break even.
So what I wanted you to do for us is your boxing recommend so that we could parlay it with your out of genre recommend, because I have a friend, shout out to Kels in California, that's what he normally does. He'll parlay.
That's what I do. 4
favorites in boxing that are guaranteed to win.
Sure.
And then just throw in a basketball game or a freaking football game. And I don't watch, I'm the first guy that's never watched any of those sports that you're going to meet. Like none. So I don't know anything. I can't make that parlay. And I get frustrated because he wins thousands.
So I'm going to tell you right now, the play that I like tonight's a hockey play. So just for people that are aware, so I can kind of give them a little bit of insight. So I bet college football, college basketball, NHL more so during the playoffs, NBA very situationally. I think there's some tremendous situational spots in the NBA during the regular season, playoffs as well. And then baseball, I bet as well. NFL, I don't bet as much simply because I have not done as well in it. I am not as profitable. I can tell you right now, if I come on the show and give you a soccer play, you better bet the opposite side. Because if you don't, you're going to lose money. I love soccer. It's a sport I grew up playing, but I'm not a good soccer bettor, so I don't bet it because it's going to be a losing proposition for me. I'm going to give you an underdog here tonight in a tough matchup. And this is a good play, not a phenomenal play. But next time I come back on with you guys, I will give you a little bit more insight into it. But tonight, Carolina Hurricanes are playing the Boston Bruins up in Boston. This series has gone all home teams, but Carolina, in my opinion, has been the more dominant team. They've been able to dictate tempo. So I would take a look at that. It's plus 110, depending on where you get the price. Again, remember, the minus, you're laying a price for people that are unfamiliar with betting in terms of the terminology. And, you mentioned the Castano fight. If I can get the scenario where I've got Charlo at minus 145, I'm going to take Brian at plus 175. I want the plus money. I can't lose. But here's the thing. You better make sure you've got an app and you can make those bets at the same time, because you don't want to be in a scenario where all of a sudden somebody put a heavy bet on Castano and the odds came down. So now you're not in a situation where you're getting the same scenario. But here's my argument on Castano at plus 175. I believe the fight should be closer to the odds that you gave, Danny, where it should be about 145, 115. I think the plus 175 is too high of a price. At minus 145 and plus 115 going on that, I would probably stay away from this fight. I think it'd go either way. I get your guys' point on Charlo and why you think he's going to win. But for me, I think this is a coin toss. And as a bettor, I'm trying to go where I think I've got advantages, where I think I see a number that's to my favor. If not, I want to stay off of it.
Francis Ngannou, Tyson Fury, if it were to happen, are you going to do same thing, bet with the boxer because that's his sport?
A few things. Tyson's 6'9". He's an absolute monster. I saw against Wilder, he's got the ability to take a punch. When he went down, what was that, the 10th round? I don't remember off the top of my head. 12th round.
9 was the first one, and then 12th was the when he rose from the casket and came back to life.
Yeah, that I love that terminology. I didn't think he'd be able to get up, but this guy's got the ability to absorb punishment. I have to be honest with you. I didn't know who Ngannou was until the Fury fight.
With White?
Yeah.
Oh, when he stepped in the ring?
Yeah. I don't follow MMA.
Me neither. Wow. Thank God. Yeah. Shout out to you.
Yeah. I didn't know who he was. I was going, who is this guy?
I thought you followed MMA.
No. I've never made an MMA bet in my life. I respect what they do because I think it's great exercise. Like I used to go train boxing at a gym here, and I respect the guys in terms of martial arts because I took martial arts for a long time. But I got to tell you, Tyson Fury, I don't think he gets the credit he deserves for how good of a fighter he is because we don't have a litany of great heavyweights right now. AJ going down, I thought hurt the potential of a phenomenal matchup, particularly across the pond in terms of what we could have seen. Ngannou looks like Tarzan, and it looks like he can absolutely destroy you. But when you get in that ring, there's a reach advantage, a size factor, and then the technicality of the ability to box and knowing what you need to do. And I think when you look at these fighters and what their capabilities are, I would say this, and you guys can speak to this better than I can because you guys have forgotten more about boxing than I'll ever know. But to me, one of the
I like that. You guys have forgotten more than I'll ever know. I like that.
Well, I covered professional sports for a long time. And one of the things when I talk to coaches and people, I said, listen, I'm not going to argue with you on certain things because I will never know the X's and O's with you. I will argue the math in terms of clock management till I go to my grave. I'm never worried anybody knows the management of the game better. But my point being is this. When you think of a great fighter, we talked about Ennis and Clayton. Average person goes, well, Clayton's a tomato can. Ennis is going to beat him. Fine, no problem with that. But I don't think people appreciate how good a fighter like Clayton is compared to the average person. Mm-hmm. If you look like on YouTube, Brian Scalabrine, who played for the Boston Celtics, he's just a guy in the NBA. But I remember when he played at USC college basketball, very good player. You don't realize a guy who's 6'9", 6'10", how good he is, what he can do to you in the post. You got no shot against him. I think we sit there and we go, oh, that guy sucks or this guy's that. We don't appreciate how good one of the 300 best basketball players in the world is, how good a fighter is in terms of having an opportunity to fight at the professional level. I think people get skewed by, well, this guy got killed by so-and-so. He sucks. Yes, we say that in conversation, but the margins between a Canelo and somebody else, yeah, it might be 20 spots or 30 spots in the rankings, but that margin is not that great. And I think sometimes that gets overlooked in sports.
No, I definitely agree. And because like you were saying, Castillo Clayton, that fight's at 147 pounds. Let him run into anybody that's 20 pounds heavier in the street. He's beating their ass because they're the professional fighter. They're the ones that have trained and dedicated their life to the sport.
Did you guys ever see that great clip at Aria? There was a clip at the Aria Hotel and Casino. These two guys get into it. One of the guys was a professional fighter.
Keith Hunter.
Was it okay? They get into it, and for people that are unaware of this clip, he takes off his shirt like he's like literally in the gym, and he says to the guy, "I'm going to knock you out." And I think it might have been the second or the third punch. The guy looked like he had been put under by an anesthesiologist. I mean, right? He was done, and I think that's what happens. People don't realize. One day I was in the gym watching Badu train, Badu Jack. And
who fights this weekend?
Yes, absolutely. He's minus 6,600. You can't even find that in local places. I mean, you talk about a guy who's going to destroy. But the point is, he's going through some regiment training. And I remember he was wearing this concoction he puts on his head with a weight where he's strengthening his neck.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to myself, I said, I could never do that in a million years. Like, we look at the toughness, the ability to take punches, different things. You go, this guy can do this guy can't. I don't think people have an appreciation. It goes back to the old Tyson line. Everybody's got a plan until they get hit in the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I just don't think people realize how good and the training. You guys know this. You spend so much time in the gym. First of all, you walk into a gym, 90% of people are going to walk out just based on the temperature. Right? It's too hot in the gym as is.
Yep.
Then you go through the regimen of going through a training camp, the discipline, not eating, taking rest, sleeping, going through the workouts, everything.
Cutting weight.
I'm glad you brought that up because I had overlooked that. Cutting weight for an average person, when you look at walking around weight, I remember I asked Badu one time what his walking around weight was. I think he said like 180 or something. Badu's got probably 4 or 5% body fat on him. And, Badu's probably my height, maybe an inch shorter. And you look at it and I go, how does this guy walk around or fight at this weight? You get into a ring. Cutting weight is so difficult, the discipline, everything it takes, going through sparring. I just think sometimes because we see that 36 minutes, we don't appreciate the, 30.
Months.
Yes.
Months of training.
Exactly.
Years.
Years.
Exactly. They give up their whole youth.
Yeah.
They give up their whole youth. They're not playing tag. They're not,
It's not just giving up your youth in terms of the sport and the discipline. Think about the economics of it. How many fighters do you know that have to sacrifice so much? You guys mentioned it with your previous guest. how her family was supporting her. I thought that was so impressive.
From a third world country.
Yeah, because I don't know. Hopefully she comes from a really economically strong background. But I think about a lot of people in Uruguay who probably don't have a ton of means. And then when you convert it from their currency to U.S. dollars, all of a sudden you're like getting pennies, in terms of the exchange. So I have immense respect for the sacrifice, the unselfishness it takes, and for not only for yourself, but the people around you to support you, because this is not an easy thing. The one thing I don't like in boxing is we don't have a system in which young fighters are supported, right? They got to go out. You got fighters training, and then they might be working a part-time job, driving an Uber, whatever they're doing to make ends meet.
Or having to, do the legwork to find sponsorships because they don't have a job. So they need those sponsorships to, help them get by. But I got a few questions for you before you go. We got Ruin at 504. He says, what is the biggest pitfall that new boxing gamblers should avoid?
Number one, taking blind favorites at high prices. I think that's a great question. We talked about this with the Ennis fight. Now, I don't want to use him as an example because we all believe he's going to win this fight fairly easily. However, where I think you have to be cautious is when you look at certain fights and laying high prices. I thought Canelo was definitely going to win against Bivol. My only argument against is when you step up in weight class and you look at somebody who's coming from a stronger position. And that's why I took the decision, because I didn't think he was going to knock him out. So I don't want to lay $4, but I'd lay $1.25. And I hate to say this, but I'm making that bet 100 times out of 100, and I'm losing that 100 times out of 100 based on what we saw last time. I would say be cautious in terms of how you look at fights. Don't be afraid to take rounds instead of taking a side. If you think, hey, this is a fight that's going to go the distance, you look at certain weight classes, you feel comfortable and confident that they're going to be able to go a longer situation. I would say if you are strong in your conviction and your position on a certain fighter, then don't be afraid to lay a price either. But if you think an underdog's got a great shot at plus $4 or plus $5, and you sit there and say, hey, they've got the wrong line. There was a tennis match about a month ago. There was an underdog at plus $2. So you're looking at the favorite being a pretty good position. And I said, this is the wrong line. This should be a pick 'em price. The underdog won easily. Don't be afraid. Stay strong in your conviction, but be cautious in terms of the big numbers, which you pointed out earlier, Ness, in terms of how much you're laying. You don't want to get in the habit of, okay, I know Tyson Fury's going to win, and he's minus $16. Yeah, you're going to do well with that for the most part, but there's going to be that one time where it bites you, so be a little bit cautious of that.
All right, next one is from the best dad ever in Baltimore. He says, with Rolly coach Booker T betting $25,000 on Rolly, how much will that sway the betting lines to earn plus money on Tank?
Great question. And a lot of it is based on where you've made the bet, how much other action they've had coming in the other way to offset it. So the price movement is predicated upon what an odds maker or a bookmaker thinks of the matchup. Do I want to move down? Do I like my position? If they like their position, they may not move it a penny. But if they don't like their position, they sit there and say, hey, we got to balance it the other way and we got to get some more action the other way, they'll adjust it. So a lot of those things are going to be based on how much action comes in terms of, I don't know what price he got on it, but it's going to move according to how much they have the other way or how much they're lacking the other way. I hope that answers the question.
No, definitely.
Next one is from Dom in Seattle. Mr. PBC says, who wins the basketball finals and the NFL Super Bowl?
Well, so I don't have a team that's going to win the Super Bowl. Last year, I picked the Rams before the season. We documented it on my show. I talked about it all year. I thought when they got Matthew Stafford, it changed the whole dynamic of that team. I've got in the AFC, I've got two teams that I really like. I like the Baltimore Ravens. I think Lamar Jackson bounces back, has a huge year. And then I like the LA Chargers with what they've added in the offseason with Khalil Mack coming over with Joey Bosa. This team is going to be dangerous. Those are two teams in the AFC I would consider. In the NFC, and I'm not trying to straddle the fence because I am very opinionated, so I don't want you to think that's what I'm doing here, but I think you look at several factors right now. Can Green Bay, who squandered 2 opportunities to get to a Super Bowl the last 2 years, bounce back? Tampa Bay, what do they have? What do they bring back in terms of will Gronkowski be there? How good can this defense be? They were tremendous against the run as we saw the last year. Also, the Rams are in a weaker division this year. Seattle takes a huge step back without Russell Wilson there. How does San Francisco do? Do they trade Deebo Samuel? The one other piece of advice I would give to you if you're betting the NFL futures, I would not make any bets now. The schedule comes out today, but I'm not worried about that. I would wait until I get to training camp and through the beginning of training camp. I don't want an injury right now to occur that's going to hurt me. Unless you feel Deebo Samuel is going to be traded from the 49ers to your team where it's going to make a difference that you're going to bet the Super Bowl, then you take a shot at it. Other than that, there's no move that's going to be made at this point in time that's going to be a benefit for your team. So you're not going to really improve your odds. They're not going to go from like 12 to 1 to 16 to 1. So I would wait to see if you go through training camp, make sure there's no injuries that impact the betting odds.
We have Jazz. What is a good return on investment, ROI, for a professional sports bettor or a syndicate?
It depends on how much money in your bankroll. It depends on what you want to do, what your target is. I would say, for example, I play poker and I bet sports for a living. And I've been now for the last 5 years. I've been doing that for 8 years. I've been doing my show for 5 years. So I have an income from there as well. But for the average person, it depends on your lifestyle. The first thing you want to do is, hey, I want to be able to pay my mortgage. I want to be able to meet my expenses. This is what my target is. You also, one other thing that gets overlooked, and I say this because if you get audited, I had a friend of mine in 2007 made $2.6 million betting sports. And he got audited. The IRS didn't believe it was from sports betting. And he showed the records from the records from the casinos, and it was not a problem on his audit. But I would say this. If you look at an average consumer, how much time are you putting into your job? How much do you make per hour? It's a similar situation. For the average person, they're probably going to need to be able to make between $5,000 and $8,000 a month, depending on your lifestyle. Like for me, I'm a vegetarian. I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink soda. When I go out to dinner with people, they always laugh and they're like, dude, you can go to the most expensive restaurant. My bill is never going to be more than $30 ever. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of it's predicated upon your lifestyle. But I would say somewhere in the $5,000 to $8,000 range of profit. Okay, so you remember that.
So how much money do you need to have in your bankroll in order to make $5,000 to $8,000 profit?
So I would say this, and I'll give you a real life example of myself. When I moved out to Vegas, I kept my house in Dallas because I thought I might go broke because I didn't know what to expect.
By kept, you mean?
I didn't sell it. I kept the house.
And you had a tenant or you left it open?
No, I left it open. I said, because there's a possibility I might be broke in 4 months. I'm a planner. So you got to look at it from that standpoint. I came out here with a $200,000 bankroll. I said, okay, I think this is going to be enough for me to be able to do. And I said, I have additional money if I need to be able to go to make a huge bet. Go ahead.
So the $200,000 was just to bet, not expenses, mortgage, rent, food.
It was, if I needed a candy bar, I'm not buying that candy bar with that money.
Okay.
Completely separate. And
so it's completely betting money.
Completely betting money. I mean, let's say I met, Heidi Klum said, I want to go on a date. I have no other money that I allocate for social expenses. I'm not touching a dollar of that.
So when did it become a full-time thing? Like, when did you know, like, I'm going to do this for a job? Like, I can support myself with my bets.
Well, what happened was I lost a lot of money learning how to bet over probably 10 years. Lost a lot of money the first year I was playing poker because I went from low stakes to high stakes because I was a heavy sports bettor. So I said, I don't want to play low stakes. This is boring. Sometimes you got to play and bet at a level that you're going to feel it, whether you win or lose. And so I got out of that, and I came, and a friend of mine goes, it was a business partner of mine out here. We used to flip houses together in Dallas. I worked in the news media in Dallas for 10 years. And I came out here, and he said, hey, you come out here 15, 20 times a year instead of flying out here. I just gone through a divorce. He goes, why don't you move out here? I said, okay. So I decided I'm going to move. Go ahead.
Was the divorce because of your betting?
No.
Was it because of your ambition to your newfound job as a bettor?
No. The betting, I didn't even decide to get into the betting. I'd gone through a divorce in 2012. I decided in 2014 to move out here. So no, that was far removed. Nothing to do with that. And so from the standpoint, I said, okay, I'm going to come out here. This is my bankroll. I'm going to take, now I'm a little bit different than other people. I was always willing, if I found, let's say Floyd was fighting Conor in 2015, 2014, I would have said, okay, this is the one bet. If I lose the $200,000, I'm losing, I'm going back. But this is the bet. I'm making the bet. A lot of people bet units where I'll bet a certain percentage. You'll bet like 3% of your bankroll. To me, if I have a certain situation where I see somebody and it's a complete mismatch, I don't think it's the same. Like, I don't know if you're a baseball guy or not, but when Max Scherzer was pitching or Jacob deGrom was pitching, it's not the same thing as some tomato can number 5 starter in baseball. So I'm going to take a bigger shot with a Scherzer or DeGrom. It might be a higher price, but I'm much more confident in their abilities than somebody else who might be average. So I think you come out here, you have to be able to stomach the losses. That's the biggest thing. I'll never forget, I remember Pittsburgh was playing San Jose, the Sharks. I think it was Game 5 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I lost $8,000 on the game. And so my girlfriend at the time, she was living with me. She goes to me, I figured you're all depressed and everything. She was kind of new to this world, right? Didn't know. I said, listen, if I won, we weren't going out to celebrate. I said, what are we doing for dinner? I mean, I fell asleep during the game.
Wait, so if you win, you don't even celebrate?
Well, let me ask you a question. You had a tremendous podcast today. You had a great fighter on before me. You just say, hey, great job after the show. You're not going out and popping bottles.
No, but we're going out and lighting one up.
That's a little different story.
Yeah.
But my point being is, it's no different than any other job to a certain extent. Like if you're a great realtor and you sell a house, yes, you might be excited about the commission check, but if you've done that a number of times, you're not celebrating because it's just your expectation.
Yeah.
No, you're 100% correct. I was in the Air Force for 7 years.
Appreciate your service.
And it was, thank you. I had guys that were like, oh, you bitch about this, but when I do this, you don't give me my props. I'm like, so I bitch about you not doing your job correctly, but you want me to fucking give you a fucking high five for doing what you're getting paid to do. So
beautiful summary.
Yeah, no different. It's no different.
All right. We got Info Joe in California. Did you ever factor who the judges are and the promoters for the house fighter when betting? We have heard on this show how promoters shower judges with gifts, dinners, hotel rooms, etc. And that is true. Like if I'm the promoter, I have to give the hotel room to the judges and the referee, so.
Fantastic question, astute boxing fan. And yes, so part of my reason, not that I thought, and you made this point earlier, not that I thought Bivol was going to win the fight. Canelo is the biggest name in boxing right now.
100%.
Right? When you look at draw, pay-per-view, everything he brings to the table, the Mexican fan base, everybody that he brings in, what he means to Las Vegas in terms of the weekend, that is absolutely a consideration. And look, again, like I said earlier, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy, but in boxing, the one issue that I've always had with the sport, I think it's such a phenomenal sport, is sometimes decisions leave you scratching your head. And nobody can justify where this decision came from. And I think that's something you have to strongly consider. Who's the promoter? What's the situation? I'll give you a quick story. 2015, 2016, they had a bikini contest at the Wet Republic. First prize goes to $25,000.
Wow.
And somebody that won was affiliated with MGM Properties. So it was like, didn't come as a surprise. Now, the girl was an absolute smoke show, no problem. But the point being is sometimes, yes, that is a brilliant question, and it's an astute observation. Where's the fight? Who are the judges? Who is the promoters? What are we potentially looking at?
That's next.
Think about this. Ennis is going to fight Spencer Bud. So now all of a sudden, think about the revenue stream that's generated there. If he were to drop this fight against Clayton, if we go to a decision, I don't believe we go to a decision. But if we were to, who cares if Clayton wins outside of his camp, family, and friends? Am I wrong about that?
Jeff in Nova Scotia cares. Oh, that's hilarious. Well, I got one more, I think. Actually, no, that is the last one. So, Marv, you can give out any social media schedule as well for your podcast. Because our show is strictly boxing, but even Danny bets on other sports, watches other. My man had me watching the football game during a fight.
Let me tell you. So we go 7 days a week.
Oh, that's impressive.
7 days a week. So Sundays was one of the first. It was Sundays and Thursdays in the beginning, right?
Yes.
So
when it was a hobby, I started just Thursdays and Sundays.
So Sunday, he's done 7 p.m. Eastern for as long as he's been doing this, which is 4 p.m. Pacific. Fucking Super Bowl started at 3:30 p.m. Pacific this year. So I told our engineer, I'm like, look, we're going to get in early. we were gonna set a TV up. So we had a TV set up. We saw the whole Super Bowl, and he actually enjoyed it.
I did not.
He did enjoy it.
Was that George?
That was George.
He did enjoy it, and we even enjoyed the halftime show and talked about 50 Cent, hanging upside down like Spider-Man.
That was funny. He was overweight. That was crazy. That was pretty crazy. But yes, Amal, man, thank you so much. We would love to get you back on and do this more regularly. We definitely enjoyed your insight and obviously expertise in the world of betting. Once again, any projects, any schedules for your podcast and/or websites you want to address our audience to, do so now.
Yeah, so you can catch me on Twitter at Amal Shah, the number 1, AMALSHAH, number 1. And I'll tell you right now, even if you don't like me, I respond to everybody on social media. Nice. If you send me a direct message, I had one guy one time, he says to me, he goes, "You suck." I said, "Well, you can't know I suck if you're not watching or listening." So I appreciute that. And
there we go.
And so,
if you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can catch our show on iHeart or on YouTube and on vsin.com, VSIN. Also, I'm on SiriusXM every week during college football and college basketball every 9 a.m. Pacific time. But we're on at 11 a.m. Pacific time till noon every day. Odds on. You can catch Mike Palm and I. And I appreciate you guys' time. And it was a lot of fun. I love the energy and enthusiasm you guys have for the sport. And it's great to see people doing good things, because the one thing that drives me nuts is we've turned into kind of an MMA town. And I'd like it to become boxing more so again.
There we go. Definitely our goal as well. And he lets it be known. He's like, yo, any UFC, MMA, he's like, no, boxing only. So definitely pushing boxing and just trying to grow the sport and trying to grow the brand as well. So we do thank you for joining us and looking forward to having you back on again.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you. We're going to take a quick intermission.
And we'll be right back.
Thank you. 12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
What's happening, people?
Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida. Liz Low, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit, stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuss, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amina of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas. Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all.
In Jesus' name.
Without Chai, it ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish, Vegas, Palm Beach, Florida. Intrigue, the incredible, straight out the ATL. James Benitez, Huntsville, Alabama. It ain't hating, it's just the truth.
Show Kid, Mount Vernon, New York, suckers.
SDS Promotions.
Coach Mide from London, UK.
Oh, raffle. Oh.
What up? What up? What up? What up? We are back. We are back. We are back with some more. And the show is almost over, so I'm putting on my Haradim hat, because every day after the show, Haradim makes sure is that we are nice and calm, Danny.
No, definitely keeps us calm and
well balanced.
Well balanced.
You know,
man, that was a great guest. That was
motivating.
Definitely, the guest was motivating.
Absolutely, absolutely. I hope we can learn a thing or two, and hope he can teach a thing or two to our audience. If you want to call in, I see a bunch of us on Discord. Feel free to go ahead and raise your hand. If not, we will proceed and wrap it up. My name is Nestor Gibbs on TikTok. I know we got the raffle. I've heard you call Bo twice. Chillax. He's still not in here. But I am Nestor Gibbs on TikTok. Why are you still looking at me like that? You know the camera's on you?
I don't give a fuck.
You look crazy.
You look crazy.
Turn your head, man. Looking at me. But anyway, Nestor Gibbs on TikTok, Instagram and Twitter. Catch me at NestGTO. This has been another fantastic episode. Shout out to Bullet. Shout out to, why was I, every time he said his name, why was I like, isn't there a basketball player like very similar to that name?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
No, it's literally the same name.
They had the Washington Bullets.
What? It's literally the same. Why was I thinking Ahmad Rashad? Is that a name?
Yes, Ahmad Rashad was a commentator for several years. I don't think he's commentating anymore, but Ahmad Rashad definitely a commentator.
Oh, wow.
And he had a show as well.
Well, Bo, what do we got to do? Who's winning? Need a hat?
We don't need a hat. It's only one entry for each one.
I was gonna say, is it don't make it the Ollie Walsh hat?
Well, hold
again.
on. Did you check? Make sure we ain't got no more super chats.
We do have some super chats.
All right.
The first one that we had prior to the interview was, let's see, we got Jazz 11, who said, been listening since Box Coalition days. Great show. What do you guys think of Triller versus card?
I like it. I mean, good fights for those guys. Shout out to Jerry Forrest, gets a return. Kovalev also gets to get back.
We got interviews with both of those guys later this evening.
Yeah, on our flagship show.
Then we had Izzy Weber with the $5 super chat, said, Danny, bang up job on translation. Good to get these stories.
Appreciate you, Izzy, and appreciate you, Jazz as well, for supporting with a super chat.
And we had Rodney 870 with the 199 said, you know what that means. Ness, stop speaking pig Latin. Great show, 100 emoji.
Don't know what he talking about.
And then we had AJ Smooth with the 499 said, Coach Bullet sound like a bullet if it had a voice. Matter of fact, he's the bullet. The fighter is the gun. Much respect to you, Coach. He knows his stuff.
And last but not least, we got Rich Mendez with a $5 super chat who says, in my career watching fights, the guy who gets robbed the first time gets beat the second. Canelo should stay away from Bivol. Charlo wins big.
Speaking of winning big, he mentioned something about like taxes and if you win big on the bets.
Well, no, look, our last guest was just saying because when you win big the way he wins big, they're going to send you that piece of paper.
You heard him. They audited his friend.
They're going to send you that piece of paper, and it gets tricky. I've only had to pay taxes once on my gambling winnings.
Really?
Yes.
Right up front or at the end of the year?
No, end of the year.
Oh, wow. How'd you know?
Well, when I fucking filed my taxes, because so at that time I was like strictly betting William Hill, so it made it easy for me, right?
Right.
And thankfully, I'm gonna be honest, this is the heaviest I ever bet, but it was only like a 3-month window. I turned 21 in September, and until the end of the year, I was betting heavy, but I won a lot, so I had to pay taxes that year. But you know what? I had good people around me, and those good people were the tax doctors. The tax doctors were able to help me, pay on those taxes, because I'm thinking like, shit, this bread mine now. You get what I'm saying?
How much did you make?
Enough.
Yeah, it was like 30 something.
Off a bet?
No, not one bet. It was
that year?
It was like in 3.5 months.
Wow, I didn't know you bet like that.
It was like in 3.5 months.
Shit.
Kudos, brother. Kudos.
It was like in 3.5 months.
How the fuck do you win over 40K or over 30K in 3.5 months? You what bet? What sport?
The very first one was Canelo. That was the day of my 21st. Canelo Triple G bet the draw. Shit, bro, $100.
That was like $2,000 right there, wasn't it?
That was a lot to me. Yeah, that was $2,000 on that one, and then it just kind of steamrolled from there. I had a big parlay that NFL playoff weekend. You remember the catch where my man's, oh my God, this is what they say, don't bet with your heart.
The Steelers?
No, the Vikings, oh my God, fuck. He's with the wide receiver. Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
Remember the catch Stephon Diggs had over New Orleans where they fucking blew the tackle?
Right. Everybody was mad about all that.
Bro, I had a 4-way parlay. That wasn't wild card weekend. That was a divisional round. That was the second round that year. That same year, bro, I fucking killed it. That right there was like $8,500. That parlay right there, I won like $8,500 on.
And you had to pay taxes on all that in the end.
But everything was made possible through the tax doctors. All I had to do, I gave them a call, 833-TBV-TAXX. That's 833-TBV-TAX with 2 X's at the end. Gave them a call. They was able to take care of your boy.
Bruh, so what year was that?
2017 to 2018.
So would you say that you haven't touched your money yet in all those years, right? Because like it's got to be hard to lose 40,000 in bets if you're being conservative.
Nah, it wasn't 40. It was a little.
You said 37, no? Or did I hear wrong?
No, it was a little over 30. It was a little over 30 that I won, but
I thought you said 37. That's why I rounded up. My bad.
The issue was, bro. Like I said, once again, you know, I was young. I was 21. I had just turned 21. I had just got out of it was, you know, a toxic situation, and bro, I just made dumb decisions. I made dumb decisions, and once again, I didn't know as much as I know now. So if it wasn't for the tax doctors, I would have been in a much worse situation. So, you know, I made some dumb decisions, but that, you know, we make it, we fuck it up, and then we make it again. So
get it right back.
It is what it is.
We have no callers. Oh, we got CYP. Come talk to me right after these messages.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
CYP, what up?
Yo, yo, yo.
What's the word?
Man, look, man, you know what I'm saying? You know me. I'm happy because what's going to happen on Saturday, you know what I'm saying? Dom Turn is going to be up and CYP going to be up. Understand that, Dom. You got 2 more days to gloat because after Saturday, Lions Only is in the building. The biggest Charlo supporter on this channel is always been CYP. So much of a supporter that I go to the fights, and I'm going to the next one too. I'll be there Saturday. Repping. I don't even know what I'm aware. I'll let y'all know so y'all can recognize me. If any of y'all got that real smoke. Because Charlo do a lot of talking in public, right? He don't really be fighting. But I'll be your Huckleberry. Nah, listen. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day for all the Charlo fans who called in TBV, man. It's finally our time to be undisputed. Just like I told y'all years ago, they will be undisputed. He's the first one. Let's just keep this shit going, man. And lastly, I find it funny that everybody who talk about when the Charlo loses or it's a close fight or a Charlo struggle, they never call for a rematch with the dude he struggled with. Well, y'all got y'all rematch now. Put your money on Castano. I'll take your bet.
Champ, pick the fight. How you picking it? Obviously, we was discussing that fight in terms of betting, so it is kind of needed for some sort of consensus, right? Like to see what most people are picking and how they think this fight will end, the outcome rather. I see it decision. I think that Castano could take a punch. I believe he could take a punch. We know Charlo could take a punch, but it's gonna be a good week. It's gonna be a consensus win. We're gonna know that he won. I'm seeing 117, 111, somewhere around there. That's what I'm seeing. I don't see a stoppage. I would love it. I'm gonna jump up and down if it is, but I think Castano needs more credit than that. That dude could take a punch, and he's tough. Where's your probability on the stoppage? Because that's where obviously Amal really couldn't give us. I don't know. He didn't make me confident enough that Castano can stop Charlo or that Charlo can stop Castano, and that's why I'm leaning decision. But obviously, we've seen Canelo fucking stop Plant and ruin my bet.
Yeah, I don't believe Castano is willing to take that risk. I don't believe so. I believe that he may have thought he won the first one, so he'll try to do the same. And the way he was pressuring him was not to knock out Jermell. It wasn't to knock him out. It was to make sure that he wins rounds. I think he'll have the same game plan. Jermell, the one that's going to try to knock him out, and he's going to realize that Castano got a chin on him. So I would say the probability is 20%. 20% on that. So if you want to put a bet on it, I would say cool, but I'm not. I know Charlo. I don't think he's knocking out Castano.
So that means it's pretty safe money on the decision. Thank you. Decision right now for Castano Charlo is Charlo, who is the boxer at heart, right? Under the tutelage of Ronnie Shields, he did very well as a boxer. Yes, under Derek James, he is a puncher. But when the going gets tough, they say you resort to what you know, and what he knows is boxing. So if you are going to do like CYP and pick the decision, which I believe I will do myself, even if it's but 10 only wins you 13. That's what I'm saying. When you scared, it's not even worth betting. Like, what the fuck I'm gonna put $10 for?
I don't think you need to bet like that.
Yeah, like what are you gonna win? $13. That's a fucking pack of cigarettes that I don't even smoke.
I was trying to ask, like, where does that number come from? Like the money amount. Like I understand like the odds, like, oh, you're 3-1, but like the amount of money that you win? Like
That you risk or that you win?
That you win. Like,
that comes from the odds. So it's like plus 130 for the decision. So if I put 10, I make 13 plus my 10 back. If I put 100, I make 130 plus my 100 back. If I put 1,000, 1,300 plus my 1,000 back.
But were you asking like who comes up with those numbers?
Yeah, is it the casinos?
The betting,
yes,
the bookies.
Yes. So there's each casino, right? So like MGM Properties and now William Hill, who is running the sports books for Caesars Properties. They have people that dictate these numbers. So although different sites will have different numbers, they're all relatively close of each other. So,
I guess we'll leave the poll for next show. Maybe this evening's show, because we should have seen how people are picking. And maybe we'll do, Bo, pick as if you were betting. Because it's true what Amal said. Like, it's easy for you to say Charlo's winning when you're not putting $1,000 on it.
Facts.
When I got to put 1,000 on Charlo, all of a sudden I'm nervous as hell. Castano's going to hit him, knock him out, headbutt him.
Since we're going to do that, just to give people even more information and more context in making their decision, we will also include odds. So we will find the odd. And on this evening show, we'll do the poll and we'll include the odd. That way you're taking into consideration how much money you would have to be risking in order to be, winning back and whatnot. So we will include that for you guys as well. But I know we do have more people on the Discord. So who do we have next?
We have JT Modern Structures.
JT, what up?
What up, Danny? International Danny. What up, Ness?
What up?
What up? What up?
Hey, and Bo, right, Bo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bo's been working, hustling out there. I see what's up.
Yes,
First
sir.
of all, Ness, Danny, and Bo, I kind of congratulate you guys. Your show is getting so diverse. First of all, your weed show for 420, I still think I'm high off of that shit. The other day when you had the young
weed
kid
every day.
Yeah. I can't do that, but whatever. Everybody to their own pleasure. And also the young kid, I forgot
Capotillo?
that was a great little interview. He's gonna be a star in the making. And then today, you with the betting, congrats to you. Do you guys ever talk about if there's a bet that Canelo will take that rematch? Did that come up? I don't know. If
we didn't, but that's a good prop bet. That's a good prop bet to see if that's out there.
I think
so wait, you can't. You were about to answer it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What happened? Go
I
ahead,
was gonna say you can't say that without saying, do you think he takes it? But you was about to say it.
I think Canelo is a man of honor, and I think he will take that.
But immediate, or is he gonna take some time?
No, what I think is gonna happen is that he's gonna fight the Triple G, and Bibble's gonna fight the winner of Boatsi and the Spider, and then they'll meet up.
That's interesting.
I got it all plotted. And Eddie got it plotted too.
He said he got it plotted. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Eddie wasn't planning on this shit. I'll tell you that right now. Eddie wasn't.
But he's doing the same thing that he did with Ruiz. He made it double up. He made a bad situation to a good situation. It's his fighter. He's on Matchroom. It's not a bad play for the zone either, because they get a rematch, or if they don't, they can also make it stretch out the story. So a win-win. And also, I don't know if you guys know, the zone for the Katie Taylor in that weekend was the most downloaded app. So shout out to the zone, and shout out to boxing. That's it, bro. All right, man. Y'all be easy.
All right.
Appreciate it, JT.
We got James Payne Lethal.
Ready to get in the Corvette, ain't it?
James Payne, we sure can.
James Payne is my name, partner. How about you? Standing on my property and I'm gonna see about you. If I come out on my porch, I see you chilling in your wheel. Boy, I hope you know somebody better be waiting on the bitch. James Payne, baby, see me pissing on the post. If we're playing basketball, you might see me in the post.
It's me checking in from the great state of Tennessee. It's your boy James, Payne, Mr. Lethal himself, and like I know, the best part of waking up, TBV in my cup, and shout out to the TBV alumni made this slogan world famous. Man, I appreciate the content. I appreciate the various interviews, the young lady and her trainer, and also specifically Mr. Emil coming on, sharing that knowledge with us on the boxing. Man, I got a beef with Twitter this morning. I just got a notification trying to follow Mr. Emil after he gave his social media. They talking about I'm permanently suspended on Twitter. I ain't been
Damn.
insulting nobody. I ain't been insulting nobody. I ain't been attacking nobody. I ain't been questioning people manhood and where they stand good. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, for some reason, Twitter got me blocked. So I can't follow Mr. Emil there. So I'm hoping that y'all can bring him back on the show. I just appealed that suspension, but I doubt they gonna let me get back in, man. I don't know what the fuck going on with Twitter, so fuck them. But yeah, man, I hope y'all bring her back in because I would love more perspective on that. And also everybody in the back chat, man, let's make sure we get this conversation going. So not only can we debate these great topics and talk about the sport that we love, but let's make some bread as a brotherhood as well, man. So that is my call. I'm looking forward to this weekend of boxing. And with that being said, man, y'all know what this is. The illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast in the entire galaxy. And if you don't know where you're at by now, astrologically, man, count this shit off. Uno, dos, tres, third rock from the sun. James Payne Lethal, blue collar bully. Back to this blue collar grind, man. I'm going to holler at y'all.
Majid. Majid.
Hey, what's up? Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Yo, that dude that was talking about the betting I sounded like a robot. I had dozed off and when I woke back up, that shit, his voice was weird. But shout out to James Payne hitting those high notes, singing that song, No Homo. And what else I got? Oh yeah, Castano, man. I'm going with Castano this fight because I'm like, what? He did good from the 10th to the 12th, Charlo did. But other than that, it just was some moments where he hit him and had him wobbled. Didn't drop him, man. Castano came back, had his back on the ropes, tearing his ass up. So I'm going with Castano because I'm like, other than the knockout, if we take those heavy punches out, how would we have saw those that fight? He wobbled him like a good 3 times. Castano buckled him too. So I'm going with Castano, man. That knockout shit, it only lasts so long on the high level. So that's who I got. But yeah, man, that shit.
Hey, yo, my fight might come to life, man. My fight might come to life. Where is that? Chris Rock. I mean, well, obviously we all know Chris Rock got slapped by my mans in Will. But there might be a reason for Will to end up fighting the good old Dwayne Johnson. Yeah. Disney, I'm trying to find it here. Disney has reported that they are possibly replacing Will Smith with Dwayne Johnson. Yeah.
In what?
In an iconic role, which would be, let's see here.
So we're just gonna have like it's gonna be like the WWE matches, like they have like a custody battle in a match. This is gonna be like who gets the role by winning the boxing match.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is. So I can't find the name of the movie that he's supposed to be replacing him with, but I will just send it to Bo and maybe he can find it. I don't know. The article is out, though.
Believe in Google?
Yeah, Google that shit. Tell him, Bo, you ain't finding nothing. Show's almost over. What's next?
Who we got next?
Oh, it's I found it. It's for Aladdin.
Oh, I mean,
I thought they just came out with Aladdin.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's the thing. They're gonna replace Will. He ain't gonna he ain't gonna be the genie no more. It's gonna be the Rock, which gives him a reason to beat up the Rock, getting all in his business.
So we got Spider Rico. He made it to the Discord.
Hey, Spider Rico, you finally got it. You've been calling for 3 months, Spider. No?
Because I'm back.
Hello.
Just gotta unmute Spider Rico.
Spider Rico. All right, that's GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Rico.
Hello?
Hey, we hear you.
Hey, what's up, Nested?
What up?
What's up, everybody in the TBV universe? Info Joe, my man from Tennessee. What's his name?
James Payne.
Yeah, James Payne. He the man. He the cameraman, the call-in man. I'm just calling in to give my energy and let everybody know this is Esteban from Oregon with Love, your local neighborhood Border Wars boxer. And I can't wait for the next Border Wars show. I'm working on my moves. And this is my first time calling in since Danny been on the show. It's nice addition having you, Danny.
Appreciate it, bro.
Everything
Thank
happened. Yeah, everything happened. And the reason why you here, it kind of still get me down because Doomy was my guy. But the reason why I appreciate the Border Wars show and TBV is because Nestor and Danny, they don't just talk about boxing, they actually got into the ring, and that's why I respect this, boxing channel more than the others. And thank you guys and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, bro. We appreciate the support.
Because I'm
Welcome,
back.
welcome back, brother.
Guess who just hit me up 22 minutes ago?
Who that?
Jackson Martinez.
I just hit him up, actually. I said, hola, Jackson.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know nothing else to say, so I just sent it and I was going to get a phone to Danny after the show. He said, hola. I did see. He said, hola in return.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? We done? Next
Bougie
GCO.
from Broward said, make sure y'all sign my TBV hat, all three of y'all.
All right.
We got you, Chan. We got you.
Already got it printed and ready.
I am the second of the third of the Boxing Voice. I am your co-host, Ringwalk Danny, joined alongside my, always happy, always pleasant,
me,
bald head rocking, Nestor Gibbs,
yes.
which is where you could find him on TikTok at Nestor Gibbs. You could find him on Twitter or Instagram at NesGTO. And Bo, where can they find you?
You can find me in the streets under the name Bo from Bama, or you can find me on IG under the name Bo Mason _TBV.
Make sure to join us tonight with our weekly flagship show. We will be making our picks and predictions for all this weekend's fights, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. We out.